BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about start.
Hello. Yes. Okay. May I request everyone to settle down? We will start in next 2 minutes exactly. All of you who are outside having coffee, tea, please settle in. And it's a day filled with a lot of conversations. You'll get a chance to ask questions. So yes, looking forward. All right. Good morning, Bangalore. Thank you for showing up. I know you guys value time. That's why all of you are here. My name is Rohel. I, along with my colleague Devika Kundu, will be hosting this chapter. We have a day filled with exciting conversations with top authors. And this comes after a series of chapters that we did earlier in Delhi, Gurugram, Mumbai, and Pune, which Devika, after me, would definitely explain and tell you about. So as you know, there was a space for conversations in the non-fiction space. We have seen some of the biggest literary festivals, but fiction has been the driving force behind those festivals. And then with the credibility, legacy of BW Businessworld, we thought, why not get into this? And we have got phenomenal response. So this is the 5th chapter of the biggest non-fiction literature festival called the Indian Business Literature Festival, IBLF. The hashtag is IBLF Bangalore, in case you guys are on Twitter, Instagram, which I am sure you guys are on Facebook. So you can always tag your conversations there. Click the pictures with your favorite authors. They are available. Their books are available. You can get a signed copy. And somebody in the Pune chapter rightly said that the best part about attending these festivals is that all of us have an author inside, and you never know, you might find a trigger here, and next year it might be your book. So watch out for the day-long conversations. We played the AV. I would now request my colleague Devika Kundu, who is the curator of this 21-city festival, not a small feat. She will give you more insights into what IBLF entails and what today's conversation will be. Devika, you can join us here.
Thank you so much, Rohel. Well, good morning to all of you present here. It's wonderful to see all of you today joining us to enjoy something which is called literature, especially the business literature. Business literature belongs to a little bit of heavy reading context and genre, but we bring you something which is even more lighter. So that is what the difference is we are trying to create. Well, IBLF is just not an event for us because it's a movement, a vision, a passion-driven project, purely under the guidance of our editor-in-chief and chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra. He will be joining us soon by the afternoon. Along with me on this project, Ms. Priyanshi Khandelwal is someone who's supporting me immensely to draw this entire thing together for 21 cities. Well, as we talk about the importance of reading, a lot of us in this fast-moving pace of life do not get time to read. We are always on the Kindle or maybe on YouTube or Instagram. But why not pick up a hard copy of the book and read? IBLF wishes to bring back the habit of reading. To prove that, business readings are interesting and innovative and fun and exciting to go through. We have a super lineup of authors sharing their stories, their insights, and valuable thoughts. As Ruhail, my colleague, mentioned, that we have already covered a couple of cities. We bring this here to Bangalore, and from here we move to a lot more other cities. Why don't we get a sneak peek into what we have already covered? Prashant is another one of my colleagues who is absolutely handling the operations for this. Prashant, may we have the recap AV? that was something which we have already covered. Moving forward, we have a couple of dialogues and then we move to other cities. Well, one of a very famous author also said something that when you come to such a gathering, you never go back empty-hearted. You take something for your soul, something for your mind, something for your heart. I'm sure each one sitting here will be going with a full heart of thoughts and inspirations. Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Ruhail.
So let's pause, but I think pause is important when you talk about literature. You need to think. I'll fill it like this. So let's start with our very first session. The first session is Middle India, the story of India's new age entrepreneurs. The next author is an angel investor, advisor to VCs, sounding board to founders, author, columnist. I am deadly combination, He is an advisor and mentor to numerous startups and young entrepreneurs globally. I want to welcome on stage Mr. T.N. Hari, co-founder, Arthur School of Entrepreneurship, to talk about his book, Winning Middle India, the story of India's new age entrepreneurs. So can I have you on stage? Yes. May I request my team to get the stage, we can have 2 chairs. In the meantime, sir, you can just introduce till you can just have a 2-minute introduction, So the format is like you can talk about the book for 2 to 5 minutes. Then my colleague, Ms. Sneha Walake, who is the National Director, Growth and Strategy, Exchange for Media Group, would ask you questions. So, all right, absolutely. Let's make it conversational. Absolutely. So perfect. You can take a stage. Can we get the microphones as well on stage, please? And can we also get that small table so that they can enjoy the conversations? And the copies are available outside. You can show your love to authors. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Great. Over to you, Sneha.
Good morning, everybody. How are we today? Awesome. Okay. Welcome, Hari Saab. So we decided to change this format a little bit and, skip the introduction part because we thought we'll get more meat or more time with Hari Saab in a conversation, in a free-flowing conversation. And so apologies, Devika and Ruhail, you were not aware of this, but this was a last-minute decision. So sorry for the, change in formats. But I'm a little, so it's a very uphill task for me. I'm supposed to be introducing somebody who has already authored 8 books. And this brief introduction in 2 minutes is really, it's really challenging, but he's very modest. Okay. I spoke to him for the first time yesterday and he told me, okay, it's okay. You're not from the startup ecosystem, but that's what adds to whatever fundamental questions you'll ask me. It'll bring out more for our audience. So I'm very happy and charged up with that. So Hari Saab is actually somebody who wears many hats. He's an author, as you would have read in some part of the introduction there, or if you're gone on the IBLF website. He's also the co-founder of the Artha School of Entrepreneurship, So I asked him, why Artha, sir? And would you want to add a line there?
Yeah, so Artha actually means both money as well as meaning. So most entrepreneurs look for both, and that's how we, named it as Artha School for Entrepreneurship.
Very interesting, right? So he's a co-founder there. He's an evangelist, a thought leader. He's somebody that the startup ecosystem looks up to. Looks up to in a lot of awe, and finds inspiration from Hari Saab. And naturally, because he's written so many books and spoken to so many startup founders, and has written on a variety of topics. So it's going to be, he's a alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta. And he's also been on the leadership team of more than 5 startups, 3 of which are unicorns today.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to speak with Hari Saab. And I want to first dive into this question, since you have authored 8 books. How did you meet the co-author of Winning Middle India, the story of India's new age entrepreneurs?
So Bala Srinivasa is my co-author,
Yes.
and both of us worked for the same startup called Amba Research.
Okay.
So Amba Research was in the space of investment research outsourcing, which is a KPO, one would call it. So we did work for, American investment banks, European investment banks, money managers. We initiated research reports for them, and we wrote out a lot of the stories from India. And he was the global head of, sales and marketing. I was the global head of human resources, part of the same team. And evening, many times we shared the same car. We drove home together. Either he brought his car or I brought my car. We lived close by. And we got to talk about some interesting stuff. He lived most of his life in the US, and India was a bit new to him, was interesting to him. So he would love listening to stories of India, stories of Bharat and insights. And when the pandemic happened and we were all barricaded behind our homes, we were wondering, how India might probably look 25 years down the road, or what shape it is taking at this point of time. And that's how we thought there is a big idea here to be written about, how India is taking shape, and, Nehru's dream of India's tryst with destiny. So I think, the top 10 million households achieved their tryst with destiny post Y2K and the setting up of the services industry, but then it continued to elude many other Indians who were at the bottom of the pyramid or middle of the pyramid. So we thought we'll talk about, how life is changing for Indians at the middle of the pyramid, and that's how this book came about.
Super. In fact, that's my next question, because the book is titled Winning Middle India. So are you speaking of the middle class, so to say, in India? How I know that you've also been very modest in the book to say that, look, this is not such a scientific explanation,
Yes.
but there is a lot of data, a lot of statistics basis which we are calling this Middle India. So could you, for our audience, also decode what this Middle India is?
Yeah. So I think in the book itself, we said we are the first to concede that there is nothing very structured or very scientific about our definition of Middle India. But the way we would like to look at it is as follows. So if you classify all households in India basis, household income, you would have the top 10 million households whose household income is about $40,000 per annum. You would have the next 40 million households whose income ranges between $25,000 to $40,000. And then you have 120 million households who are somewhere between $4,000 to $25,000. And the remaining 30 odd million households which have an income of below $4,000. So what we are talking about is those 120 million households with a wide range of income. $4,000 to $25,000 is not a very narrow range. It's quite a broad range. And the reason why we are, including such a broad range is that we think that, a lot of solutions are taking shape for people across the spectrum of income ranges. And we think that sometimes, there are people who are, in terms of consumption habits, reflect much higher than the $4,000, and therefore sometimes the definition, the band is not as broad as one might think it is. And this is a very, variegated, very, it's not just a very homogeneous group of people. This group, is broken up across languages, across distributed in geographies with different degrees of economic development. There are millennials, there are non-millennials in this group. So it's a fairly wide group. So, but we've just thought, in terms of income range and in terms of solutions that are taking shape for changing their lives, we thought this is a good group to address. Because, there are really no solutions at this point of time taking shape for the bottom of the pyramid, which is 130 probably after these get addressed, there will be some hope, that the last 130 also will find their tryst with destiny.
Nice. And since you spoke about this multiple Indias, right? And really no pun intended here, but it takes me to Veer Das's "I come from two Indias" statement. But what do you mean by, so really there are multiple Indias, and you've tried to cover that in your book, where there is one India which is trying to get access to, say, basic education, healthcare, all of that. And there's another India, which in your, statement is that we live in, like you and me, who
Yeah.
live in the metros and who have the,
Yes.
10-minute grocery delivery, accessible to
Correct,
them.
correct.
So what is this multiple India scenario that you've covered in your book?
Yeah, so I think, multiple Indias can be seen at from this perspective, which is the top 10 million households, are extremely well off. And it's always easy for businesses and entrepreneurs to find solutions and create products for the wealthy, because it's always possible to make money out of selling those products and services. So, the last 10 years, I would say 14, 15 years, from 2008 until almost 2016, about 8 to 10 years, a lot of startups that got built tried solving problems for the top 10 million households, whether they were a Zomato or a Big Basket or a Flipkart. All of them began solving problems, solving for the problems and inconveniences of this group. And it's almost saturated now. You can clearly see it, sometimes we are ending up solving problems that don't exist. For example, 10-minute grocery delivery for this 10 million households is a problem that does not exist. Yet there is a lot of attention and capital coming into this. But I think there's a realization that enough is enough. That segment, most of the problems are solved. You need to now go deeper and solve problems for the remaining, categories of 400 million Indians that we talked about. But it's not easy to solve problems of people with low disposable incomes. But I think a bunch of factors have come together. And those factors are technology. Those factors are, the digital public goods that India has consciously chosen, which is Aadhaar, which is UPI. India went down the path of creating these digital public goods and helping, make small cost, low value transactions. Whereas internet in the US evolved along the line of advertising. So internet in the US is ad driven. Europe is all data privacy. China is a walled garden. India consciously made the strategic choice of going the path of creating digital public goods and facilitating low cost transactions. So some of these are enabling businesses which were difficult to, create in a profitable manner earlier on, now to suddenly be able to create solutions that can profitably solve problems of the next 400 million Indians. Now, coming to the bottom 130 million, households, I think that's a problem that's not easy to solve, because those folks don't have access to basic stuff. They don't have access to basic education. They don't have access to even, food. They don't have access to justice, equality. They don't have access to many things. So I think the way the problems need to be solved for those is very different. So free market economics is not going to address the problems of those at the bottom of the pyramid. I think, social reformers, social entrepreneurs need to create the right soil conditions at that level for market or free market economics to take over. But I think the middle India, which is the 120 million households, is ripe for free market intervention. So entrepreneurs who are there to create, profitable businesses, build for profit, I think this market is now really amenable. Prior to that, many people tried creating businesses. For example, you have Kevin Care, right? That was a company which was there in a small town. They realized that the founder, Chinni Krishnan, was an amazingly, prescient entrepreneur. He figured out that people in, those who are low income or low disposable incomes, their aspirations are quite high, except that they don't have, money or cash flows to buy bulk products in bulk quantities. So all he did was simply created sachets, which is shampoos and sachets, talcum powders and sachets, and people began consuming this. So this was a real consumer insight, which is deeply understanding consumer, behaviors and thought process to be able to build a business around that. And good businesses got built. HUL completely copied the sachet idea of Chinni Krishnan. So I think what happened in between was that, many businesses could not be built in the same manner because the technologies were not sufficient to create these profitable businesses. But I think suddenly all these factors that I talked about, digital public goods, and the ecosystem taking maturity, VC funds becoming available, people wanting to bet on creating big business in this space, all of those have come together it's created some kind of a tipping point because of which I think it's suddenly very interesting to solve those problems and create big businesses.
And C.K. Ranganathan and Kevin Kerr is like a huge inspiration, especially for people, all of us from the South. And you've captured that story very well. Would you like to share with us how, I mean, this is digressing a bit, but since it's covered in the book, how did they reach or come to that name, Kevin Kerr? Because you've explained that very beautifully.
Yeah, Kevin Kerr, if I remember, that CK stands for Chinni Krishnan. Kevin, Kavin Kare, CK stands for Chinni Krishnan. Chinni Krishnan was, CK Ranganathan's father. And Kevin also means beauty in the Tamil language. I don't think I pronounced it correctly, but it does mean beauty pronounced correctly. So I think it's a combination of these two which created this wonderful name.
Nice. So a large chunk of the book also talks about, like you rightly said, about improvements in banking, in the digital payment ecosystem, in how Aadhaar came to existence, and how today it has changed the lives of so many Indians. As somebody who has been researching on this book and co-authored this book, there must be a lot of very interesting insights and statistics and data that you would have had access to. I remember some fun data from the book, like you mentioned. Does anybody know what they pay for one phone call today? A mobile to mobile phone call? Would you know? 5 paise? Okay. At least maybe, I don't know whether that's right or wrong, but at least you think or you're aware of that. I don't know, because I only know what is the total overall monthly expense I pay Airtel, because I don't get into the detailing of what the phone call is, right? How much it is charged, how much I am being charged. But one interesting thing that came up from the book was the first phone call, if I understand. Would you like to share that story?
I mean, I don't know if it's a story, but the first phone call was between, Jyoti Basu, who was the chief minister of West Bengal those days, and Sukram, who was the telecommunications minister. And those were the days when, the call cost used to be about 16 rupees per minute. Today, it's almost free. That's, path that the telecom industry has taken. Jio has been able to change a lot of that, change paradigms of that.
Right. And 10 minutes of the call then was, I think, you were talking about the average,
Yes, 160 rupees is the daily income for, many families in India.
So that was an interesting insight. Also, the fact that in 2011, I think 40% of the Indian population had bank accounts, but today it's about more than 80%
more
of
than
them.
80% of them, yes.
Right, right. So are there any more interesting numbers, statistics that you would like to share with our listeners here?
Yeah, so I think there's lots of interesting things, and maybe one or two things which I also don't understand. I would love it if somebody can answer the question for me, which is, I think this UPI payments took off in a very big way post-pandemic. So India was a country that really loved cash. Post demonetization, suddenly all the currency went out of circulation. But the interesting thing is that almost all the currency that went back into the banking system, which is almost 3 lakh crores, came back into circulation very quickly. Before you could even wonder what happened to the cash. It came back into circulation. But pandemic changed some of that, and people began to go digital in a very big way. Demonetization and pandemic, and people who were all above 55 years, found it difficult to do digital transactions. Many of them were stuck in small towns, away from their families, and they had to suddenly learn how to make these digital transactions. And in July 22, in that month alone, the number of transactions, the value of transactions on UPI was almost $130 billion, which is almost $1.6 trillion on an annual basis. And this is nearly half of India's GDP. So half of India's GDP went through, a digital format. But of course, there's double counting in the way this is done. But nevertheless, it's a very big number that went through. So one question that I had never been able to figure out is that with such a large amount of transactions taking place on the digital platform, how come the currency is still as much as it was digital? Amount of currency in circulation is still the same, which means the velocity of money must have significantly come down. Velocity of money is, I'm sure anyone who knows a little bit of economics would get this figure. So velocity of money has come down. So it is idle in many places. So why is it even there? This is a question that I have never been able to, find an answer to. I've spoken to some economists, but never been able to get an answer. So some interesting facts about, an amount of digital transactions taking place is quite fascinating.
And the birth of so many fintechs
Yes.
after the whole demonetization
Yeah.
era. Which takes me to my next question. The whole premise of your book is the new age entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs who are solving for India, I mean, their solutions can also solve problems of the world, but they are keeping India as their focal point and solving India's problems, and especially middle India's problems. I come from a small town called Belgaum, so I really connected with your book, because there have been so many case studies. You've highlighted those so well, whether it is Dehat, whether it is Rail Yatri, so would you like to share a few maybe stories, or maybe a few things about some of the entrepreneurs that you've shared in your book, and things that stayed with you as somebody who's interacted with them, and somebody who thinks that these are people who are going to inspire the next generation?
Yeah, so I think, solving problems for people with low disposable income is, to me, very inspiring, because it needs a lot of hard work. It requires you to go down to these tier 3, tier 4 towns in India, understand consumer pain points, and understand exactly why they are not adopting or adapting, new ideas. So that requires some really hard work. So it requires, for example, trust to be built. So all of these companies that we talked about in the book, whether it's a Razor Pay, or whether it's a Dehat, or whether it's Animal, which is about cattle trade, marketplace for cattle, all of these founders, I think, many of them grew up in tier 2, tier 3 towns of India. So to be able to solve problems for a certain set of consumers, you must have felt the same pain points, because you deeply do not feel those same pain points. And if you've lived in a more affluent society, it becomes very difficult to really relate to those problems and come up with solutions that are meaningful for them. So I think the big starting point is that many of these founders come from those parts of India. So if you see, India is changing in a very big way. And this is mirrored in the way the kind of films that are coming up. Cricket, for example, is a big mirror. So for example, if you look at IPL teams in India at this point of time, when I was young, the Ranji Trophy used to be won by, Bombay, Delhi, Karnataka, Bangalore, which is Hyderabad, most of the times, almost 90% of the times. But today, the Ranji Trophy is being won by states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan. And even in IPL games, if you see, many of the players are from these tier 3, tier 4 towns. Many of them don't speak English, and they're very comfortable in their skin. To me, that's new India, which is confidence in their own abilities and confidence in their own strengths. So to me, these entrepreneurs from tier 3, tier 4 towns also mirror the same thing. What is happening in films and in cricket, I think, is being mirrored in entrepreneurs as well. So I think many of the VCs have also begun to understand this. So they have actually begun to go down to some of these small towns in India and begin to have these conversations to figure out who are those people having these wonderful ideas. So for example, Pratik, a colleague of mine at Fundamentum, he grew up in a small town called Rafiganj. His grandfather had migrated from Rajasthan to this small town called Rafiganj in 1942, the year of India's Quit India movement. And he deeply has a sense of understanding of problems in those. For example, there's another entrepreneur who's from a small town called Kodad in Andhra Pradesh, in Suryapet district. He's figured out, for example, that people have social connections only within the radius of 200 kilometers in most Indian states. As a result of which, it's very important to build products that acknowledge this fact. So he's building a news information platform which provides information that's relevant and interesting to these people within a 200-kilometer radius. For example, who's getting elected, when is the electricity power cut going to happen, when is the power going to be restored, who's getting married. So wonderful solution, and that startup is doing well. Dehat, for example, founded by a bunch of people. The founder, one of the founder CEO, Shashank, grew up in a farming family. His father, wanted him to get out of farming because farming was not a lucrative, source of income or a steady source of income. So he wanted him to go out. He went to IIT Delhi, studied there, but felt that, there's a big problem and the time is ripe now to solve this problem profitably. So he came back, assembled a team, which was also passionate about farming. And today the company is a unicorn. So they're building a business which is attractive, and they're not building it like the way it would be built for customers sitting in, for example, Bangalore or Delhi, for example. Convenience is important for these money-rich customers, but convenience is not important for those customers. Value is far more important. So tier 3 middle India cares a lot more for value than they care for convenience. So some of these insights helps you to build your business. For example, farmers for Dehat, they walk 5 kilometers or cycle 5 kilometers to the nearest Dehat center to collect the agricultural, inputs. They don't need to be delivered at home for them because their time is not as precious as the time, that for people like us, for instance. So some of these insights go into building the right kind of businesses. For example, Misho uses their women micro entrepreneurs to also do deliveries. And that's how they've been able to bring down the cost. They don't have a logistics, in-house services. So they connect these micro entrepreneurs to other logistics, small players who then do the deliveries in a very economical way. So you need to understand these customers. For example, Razorpay figured out that people are reluctant to do transactions on a platform, e-commerce platform, or on any digital transactions without trust. So they spent a lot of time going to these tier 3 towns, talking to these small and medium businesses and building trust by educating them on how their life could change and how to use these products. So before even selling to them, they tried and created the trust. So Middle India, trust really matters a big deal. So very important to create trust for this group. And also it's very important to have low customer acquisition costs. You can't afford to have, high CACs for these people. You can't afford to have high churn because their average ticket size, per annum or per month is so low that the moment you have churn, your business is not profitable. So low CAC, low churn, all of these are very important. Low churn happens because of trust. Low churn happens because you build trust in one product line and then begin to launch another product line and another product line. Because of the trust in the first one, they buy from you for the second and third. So I think many of these insights are really essential to build businesses for Middle India.
Right. You spoke of CAC. I think a lot of people here would now know what that is, though we are not a part of the startup ecosystem, maybe because of Shark Tank, but yeah, we get to know all of this. But so passionately you speak about these entrepreneurs. It's very obvious that you spend a lot of time talking to them, to understanding their stories, and that's how you've said, shared such a beautiful story in about all of these people in your book, which is this also one of the reasons, this passion for entrepreneurship, for startups, to guide and help them? Did that lead to the formation of the Artha School of Entrepreneurship?
Yes, absolutely. So I think I noticed that, I've been in the ecosystem for about 20 years. And last 7 years, I think I've seen a lot of young founders setting up businesses. And I realized that they're solving problems that have already been solved multiple times before. And therefore, the scaling journeys are getting delayed and sometimes impacted very fatally as well. So I was wondering, why can't, some of us come together and set up some kind of a school for entrepreneurship and help these founders scale their businesses more seamlessly, help them avoid tripping up, and help them solve problems very quickly, especially those that have been solved before. I mean, there will always be problems that you will be solving for the first time, and there's no escaping that. But a large number of problems that founders are grappling with have been solved multiple times before. So you can accelerate their journeys by helping them with know-how on how to solve those problems.
Sure. And you credit one of the co-founders there also, Suruchi is credited also
Yes.
in the book, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you meet her at IMIT, or
No,
was it?
Suruchi is a colleague of mine. We worked together at Daksh.
Acha.
So this was a 20-year friendship that
Wow.
has endured.
Okay, very nice. So I think we have very little time left, but I would like to do some, Karan Johar style rapid fire. Let's see. I don't have any fancy hamper to give away, sir, but let's see if this works. So one book that, you repeatedly go back to, for inspiration, which would that book be?
Yeah, I know. It's not an easy question to answer because there's no one particular book that I keep going back, but there are a few books that I really like. And some of this might surprise you. There is a book by Oscar Wilde on The Happy Prince, for example.
Okay.
It's a book for children.
Right.
But whenever I feel a little depressed, that story never ceases to inspire me and, make me feel good.
Sure.
So Oscar Wilde, for example.
Okay. So I'm going to cut my next question, which is your favorite fiction author, but then I think it's something, is there a separate author?
Khalid Hosseini is Thomas Hardy of yesteryears. So these are some of my favorite authors.
Okay. One essential difference between the Silicon Valley abroad and maybe India startup capital, one essential difference.
So I think Bangalore has also evolved very significantly, but I think one significant difference is that the academia participation in the ecosystem in India is very weak.
Okay.
So in the Silicon Valley, you have Stanford, and for Boston you have, and New York you have MIT. I don't think you have equivalents like that anywhere near in India. So I think that's one of the reasons why doing some original, creative, cutting-edge work, deep tech work is not going to be as easy in India as in the Silicon Valley.
Gotcha. One overused and perhaps leveraged, understood terminology in the startup ecosystem.
Maybe product market fit. That's a commonly used phrase but it's not properly understood.
Okay.
So I'll just give you an example. Maybe, for example, a 10-minute delivery can create awesome customer experience. But to me, that's not product market fit. Because product market fit is when there is awesome customer experience at a price point that can make your business profitable.
Super. A young entrepreneur that is one of your current favorites.
Oh, there's so many of them. It's very difficult to name one. But if I had to name one, I'd pick Samina Bano.
Achha.
She runs something called Right Walk Foundation,
Okay.
which she uses the idea of right to education in Uttar Pradesh. And helped bring almost 1 million children, underprivileged children, got them admission into good schools.
Wow.
And she's now using apprenticeship, the idea of apprenticeship of creating employment. So she's a huge inspiration for me.
Really, wow. And how many books do you read in a year?
Surprisingly, I'm not a very voracious reader, although I've written so many books. I'm not a very voracious reader. I read bits and pieces.
Okay.
I like to read short articles, short insights, whatever comes in on my feed. Some things are good.
Achha.
Last year, for example, I never go with the intention, in 2022, 23, I should read 20 books, 30 books. It's just that I end up reading some number of books which I end up liking. For example, last year, The Maratha Century was a wonderful book that I read. I was fascinated by the story of the Marathas and what would have happened if the Third Battle of Panipat, for example, if they had won and Abdali had lost. So that was an interesting book. I read Deep Thinking by Kasparov. I read, for example, Jobonomics by Gautam Das. I read Indica by Pranay Lal. So wide range of books, but I don't have a count, nor am I a very voracious reader.
And how many books do you intend to write this year?
This year, I don't think I'll write a book.
Okay.
It's not easy to get a topic that's big enough for a book or good enough for a book. It's not easy.
Okay. But you did share with me that you meet such interesting people on a day-to-day basis. So we are really looking forward to, your next book whenever it comes in. And thank you for, giving us this treat. It's a treat for all readers, and especially people who want to do something in the startup ecosystem. So it's beautiful. Do we have any time for questions? I am not aware. Do we? Okay. Yeah, there are a couple. So.
Dr. Hari, this is Sensei Raj from Vision Year 2032. You did mention, your love for Nehru's vision for India, and also a deeper question, what you threw it out to the audience as well. I would like to take you back to that question. What you said was the social entrepreneurs need to create the right soil mixture for laying down the foundation for the free market economy. Now, we call ourselves the largest democracy. I think the answer lies in 2 parts, or if I may, 3 parts. One is a political will, the narrative for a country. I would say rather building a nation, because country, we all know how we have come to this particular stage. But are we truly building a nation with the Nehru's vision? One question. So I haven't bothered to answer that, but let's throw the question to all of us within ourselves. What is that quest? So that political will, not in terms of governance, has resulted in reaching out to that 400 million plus and the remaining part who are underserved and still underserved to a majority extent. That has resulted in the digital payments leading up to the cash reserves that we have within a country. The second part to that I would say, is that we have a currency well established, the reserves backing the currency in terms of gold. We have seen that the world has weathered the crises that we have faced in terms of 3 crises since the 70s. But India has weathered those, partly because we were not fully convertible. and partly because we did not bow down to the bullying of the IMF or the World Bank and such. So I'll stop there. But then the next part is beautiful, is that the venture capitals and the investors' money which flows from overseas focuses on those 10 million households, the buying power, which of course is basic business which you and I understand. But then who is going to look after the remaining part of it? So as you said, creating the right soil mixture leading up to the free market economy does come with a shoulder of responsibility that we all have to bear, including you and I and many other investors who look at creating this right mixture for the free market economy, because there's nothing called a free market economy, if you understand. And many people understand this. So are we playing the right game is what I would ask. So instead of
the gentleman has read your book. He knows it by heart, I'm telling you.
I actually have not. I just
You've
got
not?
a copy about a minute ago, 2 minutes
You
ago.
have the right paragraphs and the right questions. Super. Okay.
Well, I'm
So,
not an economist, but I'm putting together about 350 economists who advises me.
super.
So the point being is that, are we asking the right questions? Are we writing the right narrative in order to create the right mixture, the right parameters which are predicated by our political will and our moral will, and of course, the paisa, right? So all of these three things will have to come in, and that's where we have seen the empowerment of that particular section which nobody wanted to care about. So that is a shift from the Nehru's vision to India's vision. Sorry to blow that bubble. I'm not a big Nehru fan, nor the Gandhi fan either, which have taken on the likes in the West as well. We relate to our nation, our civilization, not to the political narrative. I think that's a very strong message why the folks from the tier 2, tier 3 are getting to the entrepreneur scene. And now, of course, the wide-eyed investors are flocking to them. It should have happened much before. Let's draw a parallel to our bigger neighbor, China.
Yeah. Other authors, but I think
Thank you very
some-
much.
those questions in terms of political will, I think, would you want to, yeah, he already answered a lot in the book. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yes, my question to Mr. Hari is, since he has started his entrepreneurship school also, see, we lack innovators in our country. See, for semiconductors, we are dependent on small countries like Taiwan or Israel or any other countries. Most of the top cream who pass out from our business schools as well as technology schools, they want to migrate to other countries. What ails our country for this type of innovators? As such, I still don't understand, even though we have IITs, IIMs, and IISc also here. Is it because of the politics that is played in the corporates? Or is it, I don't think income is a criteria as such.
Yeah, I'll try to answer this in maybe 1 or 2 minutes. It's a very difficult question to answer why some nations are what they are. I think many people have tried to find answers to questions like this, and that's the reason why Jared Diamond has written a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel, where he tries to answer the question as to why Americas were colonized by Europe, Indians in America, which is the American Indians were colonized by Europeans, and not vice versa. Why didn't the Indians go and colonize Europe? He tried to answer some questions like these, why some nations are what they are. So the answers are very difficult. So to me, I think, entrepreneurship to me, if you read, Edmund Phelps' book, Mass Entrepreneurship, he talks of, he demystifies this, and he says, what, great economies are not created by, cool entrepreneurs like, Ford or an Elon Musk. It happens when millions of people are inspired by modern ideas and feel like solving problems. They feel empowered that they're able to solve problems. That's when economies develop. To me, to this, I would add one more thing, which is investment in science and research is very essential. And a lot of research and science, investments in research and science won't give you immediate returns. Therefore, profit-seeking capital won't go there. It has to be philanthropy capital. So I think investment in science and research is very fundamental. And over a period of time, it creates the right kind of innovations. Probably that also has not happened in a country like India. It's a very difficult question to answer. And answers are no simple answer to it anyway.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Hari, for that beautiful session. Thank you, Sneha, for moderating it so well and bringing out the insights of the book to all of us. Well, two important things. We have a day packed with multiple authors and multiple sessions happening. You are free to ask questions. Please keep it short so that others also get an opportunity. Anything you would like to discuss further, our respected authors are available. You may please discuss with them outside. Also, the books are available at the counter near the registration. Authors are available. Get your copies signed by them. That's a memory to hold on to. Thank you so much, Mr. Hari, for the session.
Thank you, Hari.
Moving on to the next one. Our next author is an investor, writer, spark igniter, and an insatiably curious person. She's a founder of a platform that shapes your growth matter, from investing to nurturing. She's with us today to talk about her book, Clueless at 30. I'm super excited to listen to this session. It's a light-hearted take on millennials prevailing insecurities and challenges and finding their way in the world. May I call on stage Ms. Shalini Prakash, founder, Purple Matter, to talk about her book, Clueless at 30, followed by a conversation with my colleague, Mr. Ruhail Amin, the senior editor from BW Businessworld.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shalini. When I was 8 years old, my mother asked me this question: what do I want to be when I grow up? And I was all excited, and I said astronaut, and I said detective, and I had all these cute answers to give, and my mom and her friends laughed at my cuteness. Now, as I grew up, this question took many different forms. What's your passion? What do you want to do after your engineering? Or what do you want to do later in your life, and so on? And I did not have any cute answers to give. In fact, it was very, very anxious. And for the longest time, I hated that question when somebody asked me, what do you want to do in life? Because I didn't know what to say. Now, when we are in our teens, 20s or 30s, or even in your 40s, these existential questions don't stop. They come at you in different ways. You know, what's your passion? What's your identity? And all of us are in this chase trying to figure out how to answer these questions and unravel this, mysterious mystery around this question. So we wait, we hope, we think, maybe passion will come knocking at your door, or there is a sign from heaven above which will say, hey, this is your passion. This is going to be your life mission, and go chase it. And the world's your oyster. Now, that doesn't happen for a lot of us. And in situations like that, I think most of us choose to follow the blueprint for life, right? I mean, you just sort of decide to do what everyone else is doing around you because you think, hey, that will probably lead you to a successful career, or hopefully, you'll have that happily ever after ending, right? And, that's what we hope for. And that's what I did. I was no different. When I was asked this question, what do you want to do after my 12th grade? I said, I come from a South Indian family, so I either had to be medicine or engineering, at least back in the day. So I said engineering, and then that's what everyone else was doing around me. So I did it. And then once I joined this engineering, it was great. I mean, I knew what I wanted to be. I had this vision for myself saying, hey, 10 years from now, I want to be working in a top tech company with, leadership position, and all these fancy meetings and looking at how I can revolutionize technology and so on. And then 4 years went by very quickly, and I joined a top corporate firm, which was really good. 4 or 5 months into the job, I hated it, and I couldn't really find myself there. Not that something was wrong with the corporate job; it wasn't the right fit for me, and it wasn't for me. And my biggest worry of quitting the job was I didn't know what to do if I quit. And most people, I know a lot of MBA grads are here, but most people think, hey, MBA is the answer to all the life solutions, which is what I did. I did my master's twice, hoping that I'll have some answers and I'll have some clarity in terms of who I am and what I'm going to do. And so over the period of, after I graduated, over a period of that 10 years, I tried so many things. I did my master's, I took up like jobs which had got nothing to do with engineering, all with the hope of finding myself, all with the hope of figuring out what my passion is. And was very, very frustrating because I could not find the direction, I could not find the base. And it just seemed like everyone else around me had figured out what they wanted to do. They were all killing it. They're coming on these, fancy 30 under 30 lists, and they all seemed so happy in their lives. And I felt like a disaster and, sitting and twiddling my thumbs. And that's how I felt. But having said all of that, from the outside world perspective, I was doing great because I was working in a top venture capital firm. I was meeting all these cool entrepreneurs. I was getting to travel the world and everything was fine. But yet it felt like something was missing. So during this phase, I signed up to a lot of programs, self-exploratory programs. And I also tried to read books like Ikigai or all these other books which said, hey, go unleash your potential, go live your potential, and then you'll have this great life and all of that. But then I was struggling to figure out, but I don't know what my potential is, or I don't know what I'm good at, or I don't know what's my passion. And and everybody kept saying, once you know your passion, you can do. And I wanted to lead that life, but I didn't know what my starting point was. So this book really, Clueless at 30, is actually for all those people who don't know what their starting point is, right? I think all of us are told, you're very smart, you have all the resources, go figure out. And you're like, oh, but I don't know what is it that I like. Oh, I don't know what I'm meant to do in my life, right? So this book is for all those people trying to figure out what is their first step or what is their starting point and how things unravel. So in my experience, hopefully some of you will read my book. So in my experience, what I've learned is that there are two types of passion. One is harmonious passion, and there's something called obsessive passion. So harmonious passion is one where there's a deep internalization of who you are, and you know who you are, what your value systems are, and you create your life work around that. And then there is obsessive passion, where you're so obsessed about the outcome of the work that you do every day that you become that you become obsessed with the result of the work that you do. And then there's obsessive passion. A lot of us sitting here have neither. At least I did. So I came up with this term called interactive passion. When you start interacting with things that you're really curious about, trying to sort of really understand who you are, maybe who you are, or maybe things that you don't like, right? I mean, so these are things that give you a lot of perspective in life. And of course, I'm going to talk a bit more going forward. I think my time's up, but yeah, so the soul of the book is trying to really figure out who you are and what the starting point of the book is, especially when you're clueless and you don't know where to begin. So yeah, that's a bit about my.
Wonderful. I think, please, yeah. We have students here, I think who are perennially dealing with this question of having things figured out, and not just in our society, especially in the Indian context. If you see right from, look at the school kids. Someone was telling me the kid is 10-year-old and he is trying to co-found something, this tremendous pressure of success and to be labeled successful. One, is it all fine? Do we need to address the very, aren't we successful just to be around? I mean, how do we get rid of this extra pressure that we have, which we don't talk about, and your book so well addresses? Is there an escape route?
I'll take it. So I don't think there is a solution for that. I think I'll just give you some context. So last week I was speaking at a TEDx last week in Jaipur, and so it was a TEDx youth, and I asked a lot of questions. I asked questions out of curiosity to a lot of students and young people that I met there. So I said, hey, so you're in your 12th, or you're just finishing your graduation. Do you know what you want to do next? And I don't know if it is something to do with that cohort of people that I met. Like every single person had like a plan. Even like a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, oh, I want to get into couture business, or I want to do a fintech business. And, like everybody had this. At some point, I started feeling very sorry for them that they were actually saying these things, because I think there is a certain notion about who we think we are going to be 10 years from now, which is what happened to me. When you're 16 or 17, you think, hey, this is how I think my life is going to be next 10 years from now. So I'm going to plan everything. But every single day we change, right? The route that you take to work every day, the interactions that you have, the roomie in your university or this random person that you met on a flight, all these small things in your life influence. So there is no way that you will be the same person. And the world is changing too. If you look at technology, right? Jobs which are there today will be redundant 10 years from now. So there is no way you can plan your life, say 10 years from now, in terms of how it is going to be. And we have to all embrace the ever-changing nature of you, as well as the ever-changing nature of the market and the world around us. So what will eventually keep us going is the fact that these experiences and, where you've invested yourself, especially in your early years, right? I mean, in your 20s, where have you invested your time in terms of your learning or adventures, mistakes, failures, success, which actually makes up the person that you are. So I think this anxiety doesn't go, to answer your question. No, it doesn't go. But I think it's also important to understand that there is no point in holding on to that anxiety and trying to envision what our life is going to be like if I do certain things at the age of 10 or 15, because you're going to change, the world is going to change, nothing is going to stay forever. So the idea is to sort of let loose as much as you can and, have a more pragmatic approach.
Right. You also talk about FOMO, SOBO, JOLO, MOFO, all these, fascinating words. If you have to tell our audience here, what is the best way to tackle this existential question of having things figured out, some workable advice which they can actually, maybe use in their daily lives?
Okay, so just a disclaimer, this book is not a cheat sheet, okay, where I'm going to say, hey, this is how you'll become unclueless, or, it's not about that. It's basically about saying how screwed up we are. And I'm saying it's okay. It's okay that we are.
So it's okay if your parents, but what if your parents are constant? So you feel it's okay, but how do we deal with the external pressure of it? What is your way of addressing that?
No, I think first, I mean, the external pressure is never going to go away, right? I think there's always, as human beings, I think we're always looking at, climbing the ladder, and it doesn't stop. But if you also look at it, if everyone is aspiring to be a superhero, then who's going to be the average person, right? And, while we are looking at, when this entrepreneurship and, people talk about successful entrepreneurs, all of us want to be that, right? But, the overnight success for an entrepreneur is 10 years, right? I mean, how many of us are willing to actually sacrifice and take that extra sleep, or give away your extra sleep or your time to actually go build that company? That's how passionate you need to be about to see that success, right? Because all of us look at the end outcome, but nobody talks about how much time and effort goes. So yes, FOMO, while it exists, I think one needs to understand that there's a lot more that goes to building that successful journey. Like, one of the things that I also speak in my book is, this famous Steve Jobs, right? I mean, he's the greatest product guy, and he's a genius, and nobody actually thinks about what actually makes him a genius, right? It is maybe that, calligraphy class that he went to, or the famous physics class that he went to, or that hippie trip that he made to India. So these are all the things. It's like he was like 10 years or 15 years in the making to actually become that, because all the things that you actually do, given up, sacrifice, shape yourself, will actually give you that unique perspective of who you are, who you will become eventually. So yeah, I think, so there's a lot more that goes into making a successful journey. But I'll answer the question also around the FOMO. So the book is divided into 4 parts, which is FOMO, SOBO, JOLO, and MOFO. So where I talk about the phases of a clueless person. So it starts with FOMO, where you're feeling all miserable and, miserable with, like, your comparisons or your friends or social media, and you're feeling like, your life's a complete disaster. And when you reach a state like that, right, I mean, what do you do from there on? So that is where we move to the next phase, which is SOBO, where you actually go in search of better options, where you say, okay, I'm going to reset my life, and, you try and take on new adventures, which you haven't probably done. Sometimes you may quit your job, sometimes you may not quit your job. That's totally fine. But the idea is that you start deciding to do something beyond your comfort zone. You start stepping out of your comfort zone and you try new things. But then it's not hunky-dory at all, right? I mean, you're doing a lot of things for the first time. There is, you know, fear of being a failure or fear of looking stupid. There are all these other fears that come for the first time because you're doing a lot of things for the first time outside of your comfort zone. So which actually takes you to the next stage, which is JOLO, which is the joy of letting go, which is letting go of all the inhibitions that is holding you back from trying new things, you know, and also essentially really talking about the world does not care about you as much as you think they care about you, right? And it's okay to fail if you fail, you know, maybe you failed once, twice, or thrice, but, you know, fourth time you yourself will lose count of it. Like, I'm sure Hari and me, you know, with our experience, we can say that, hey, people only remember your successes, okay? Nobody keeps count of how many times you failed an experiment or, you know, you were a failure. So nobody really cares about it. So, so that is the JOLO phase, and finally move to.
I think somewhere, I think this new literature is changing the mindsets also. For example, celebrating failure is not acceptable. I mean, you can't say that I failed in Indian context, but if you look at the evolved, social cultures, they would definitely look at it in a very human way and say, yes, I failed and that's all right. I'll start again. I think somewhere you are also disrupting that social order or maybe that thought process, right? Tell me, when you're trying to find the publisher for book, was that easy? We know the book now, but what was the backstory like writing the book? Was it like sleepless nights? I mean, what was it easy for you to put all this together?
I mean, I don't come from the literature world or, you know, the journalist world and so on. So my friend, I was taking a little time off from, you know, from venture, and I was trying to do my own startup. I had some time in between. So my friend said, you know, because I was quite active on LinkedIn, he said, like, dude, why don't you write a book? Take all those blogs and make it a book. And then I said, oh yeah, maybe it's a fun project. Maybe I should do that. And my book is nothing to do with the things that I was writing on LinkedIn. It eventually became something else. But the experience was very interesting because I started writing a bit, and then I was like, oh, I've written it. Now I don't know how to get this published, or who will publish this. And no, actually, my first choice of publisher was Rupa Publications. They rejected my book. They said, no, this is not going to fly. Nobody will want to read about your life. And then I spoke to like a couple of other book agents. My friends said, talk to book agents, talk to all these people. And they said, yeah, but you know, this is no different from the VC industry. Hari, I don't know if you had this experience. These book agents ask me interesting questions like, oh, how many followers do you have? Do you think you'll be able, where will you be able to sell these books? And, you know, like questions like this, no different from, you know, pitching yourself as, you know, as an entrepreneur to an investor, right? I mean, because essentially publishers are investing in you, right? Investing their time and resources on you. And I had all these questions coming, and then it seemed like a very tough choice, and Rupa Publications was the only connection I had. So I decided to restructure my book. I didn't rewrite it, but I restructured the book and I presented it in a slightly different way. And then in a week, they signed me up. But then that process was 6 months, and it wasn't easy, especially if you're not looking at becoming like a super established writer, or that's your core job, right? Because I had a startup, I was doing something else, and this obviously wasn't like the priority to do. So having the discipline and sort of seeing it through, took a lot from me, but I think it was a fun experience. I really loved it.
So we will take that some questions, but I want to ask you, what kind of feedback are you hearing? Is there something that stayed with you, someone's life changed, or somebody really got impacted about it?
Yeah, I get these, I think just also the title, and I get these messages every other week where they're saying, hey, thank you for writing this book, you know. And there are different people. I'll tell you a funny thing is when I was actually writing the book, I thought I was writing for 30, 35-year-olds. I thought that's who I'm writing for, you know, because they're a little settled in life, and that's when they start asking all these life questions. And then when I gave it to my friends for initial feedback, they said, no, this is like a 20-year-old problems. People 28, 30 have these problems, not 35. But then when I actually released my book at the Bangalore Lit Fest, the auditorium was filled with 21-year-olds, you know, like, so these questions, right? I mean, you're thinking, hey, you know, people ask when they're 30. No, actually people start when they're 20 or 21. So I think, so the feedback that I'm getting is varied across different age groups. And I think it sort of resonates with them at different levels. So someone who's just out of college can resonate with the initial phases where I'm saying, hey, you don't know what to do. You're just following what everyone else is doing. Maybe there's a woman, who's just had a child and who doesn't know how to reinvent herself. And maybe 30, 32. So it's connecting with her in a different way. So I think it resonates and connects with people of different age groups. And I think which is what is very good.
So guys, celebrate. I mean, you already are a success, so don't have to worry further. Let's take some questions. Yes, please. Can we give a microphone to that? All right. No, he is there, sir. So we could record it also. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but a kind of a self-realization as you were kind of presenting your preamble. It took me back to the conversations I've had with my son, who is 29 now. The irony is that anything that comes from the parents, and it happened for me also, and I'm sure it's going to happen, across generations, is always kind of dismissed as how do they understand? Not in an insulting manner, but I think that's a generational attitude that we all live with. A lot of the stuff that you said, that you need to do things to kind of find your passion, just et cetera, comes out as advice from me, and therefore is rejected by my son. Maybe this is the right time to kind of recommend this book to him. But the fear is that if it comes from the father, he may reject it. That's it.
There was this person at the, when I released the book, and there's this guy who came and got this book signed. He said, hey, I'm giving it to my girlfriend on her 30th birthday. I said, dude, it's a bad idea. I don't think you need to be giving this book, but.
Yes, there's this lady at the back and the gentleman at the back. Oh, yeah, at the back side.
Actually, I'd like to elaborate a bit on what you said. So actually, I don't talk about finding passion at all in the book. I'm actually on the other end of the spectrum saying, if you don't know what is that one thing you want to do, I'm saying do 10 things, do 20 things. The reason why I'm saying that is, say if you want to be a successful wildlife photographer, okay? And you don't know that today. So you need to understand wildlife / ecology / zoology / art / tech / even entrepreneurship if you have to sell it, right? There's so many things, so many slashes that you need to collect to be good at that one thing. So the more slashes you collect, and then these dots will connect at some point, right? And because it has been so unique to you and unique to the world, your work is also going to be unique. So that is why it's important that when you don't know what you want to do 20 things or 15 things. That's my take on finding yourself. Yeah.
So the copy is available outside. Sorry, there's a question there, yes.
Hi. Thank you, Shalini, for making time to share your insights with us. I guess you pretty much answered the question. My question was, how do you find your niche, especially when you're jack of multiple trades?
Yeah.
How do you find your niche? I think you pretty much answered that, but if you have anything more to share, you can. And my second question is, I'll keep it short. How do you deal with this whole anxiety of this whole under 25 club achievers or under 30? The moment you hit 30, you're like, oh, am I good for nothing? Or there are other younger people who are achieving a lot more than you. So there's this sense of anxiety that kicks in that doesn't let you take the next step. So would you like to throw more light on that?
Yeah, so I think, so I'll answer that in two parts. So the first time, I mean, when I was like approaching my late 20s, 30s, I was like, oh, I'm clueless and lost. So I formed a community for people who are lost and clueless. It was called Find Your Slash. No, I did. And I had 3,000 people community for that. And this I was doing alongside my job. I wasn't like quitting and doing all this. And it was very interesting because there were doctors and there was like interior designers, there would be CAs. They're like people who you thought were like the most sorted people. And I wasn't sure why I was even attracting them, right? I think everybody needed a place where they could find like an extension, like a place where they could be themselves and explore their creative abilities or something which is beyond themselves. So yeah, I think Find Your Slash was a community that performed. And the good thing about Slash is you can be wrong about it, right? You can keep building Slash, and there was no pressure of finding that passion or anything like that, right? So the idea was to keep building that. And one famous quote that I'd like to share is also that, you know, when we talk about connecting dots, because I was talking about connecting dots, right? Eventually all these things will connect, and then, you know, it will give you that unique avatar. Is, you know, when we talk about connecting dots, you look backwards, you never look forwards. That's how the dots connect. So it's important that you've connected enough of these dots that when they actually connect, you can see your future in them. So that's very important. And to answer your second question, yeah, I think that feeling under 25 or 30 or 35, 40, I think it matures with age. I think at 25, maybe you're looking for, how can I become this overnight sensation and famous, perhaps, right? I think when you're 30, probably you're looking for more, I don't know, like exits or, you know, salary package. And I think these milestones for us keep changing in terms of what we are looking at. And I don't think it ever goes, because right now I'm thinking about, you know, something else. How do I be, I don't know, the best seed investor possible? And, you know, depending on the line of work that you do, I don't think that pressure changes. But I think what's important is to know how do you manage your inner energies. I think that's what I think age probably teaches you, or experience probably teaches you. How do you manage your energies and these emotions, and working around it despite what you're feeling. And I think it's important that you recognize what you're feeling, as opposed to shutting your door saying, hey, I'm never going to feel this, right? I mean, it's okay to recognize it, but you don't let it bother you so much, and you just keep moving forward anyway. So I would say, you know, that's probably one of the ways to deal with these pressures. I don't think the pressures go, at least not for me. I don't think they go, but the different types of pressures. But then I think you learn to manage them and work around it.
All right, we have scope for 2 questions, quick. So you asked, so let's give chance to someone else. That lady on the left, yes, and then on the right, and then a student here. So 3 questions, quick. We have 2 minutes here. Please make it quicker, yeah, shorter.
What would your advice be for 18-year-old Shalini Prakash today? I asked this because I have an 18-year-old son. So I'm just trying to get some.
I don't know if you like my answers, but I think, the first advice is that I think, which I mentioned in my introduction, I was like, oh, I want to go work in this software company. That's all I wanted to do. And I kept saying no. I still remember there was this ESL, I was studying in RBC, Bangalore. So my friend said, oh, there is this ESL, come and join. There was a photography club. They were like, come and join. I never like did anything, you know, like I was just happy being this nice, happy, average student who I just want to join you know, like that 4 years. Now when I look back, I'm like, man, I don't know what was I doing for those 4 years, right? So I wish I'd really invested in building my identity capital, where basically you build all these different identities or experiences and exploring new things, which sort of becomes your capital tomorrow when you're applying for a job or going, you know, even for your master's, whatever, right? I think that becomes your capital. I wish I'd collected all these identities and been more adventurous.
Bovina, and then, yes.
Hi, Shalini. I have come with a group of students from like MBA grads. So I just wanted to know, like, when we say like clueless at particular age and all that, there are also a big chunk of people, especially in countries like India, where sense of purpose comes from their sense of responsibility. So like, because I spend a lot of time, like, you know, developing your career path, that's basically what we do in the management program, right? Where do you see yourself 5 years from now? I'm sure they're all laughing at me now. Where do you see yourself 10 years later? This is what we do. But a lot of people across the country, like from our generation and all, it was all about sense of responsibility, like career choice was not the priority. Like it was like, you know, you may have a lot of other things. So does that also give you a direction or clue to life? Like,
no, thank you for asking me that question. So when I'm actually talking about, see, for example, I'm an investor. I've been in the venture ecosystem for the last 7-10 years, right? Now, if you ask me, hey, is that your true calling? No, it's not my true calling, right? But I'm still doing it, right? But what I'm actually also doing on the side is I run a number of podcasts. Then I write books. I try and build communities. So there are things that I do around myself which give me that joy and sense of purpose. So the idea is not to quit what you're doing, but the idea is to develop your night avatar or your weekend avatar, and you do things to sort of build that growth mindset for yourself. It is not about quitting one thing to do the other. So, because a lot of us need to still put food on the table, right? I mean, so you got to do what you got to do, but don't feel frustrated and bottle, but because you can't do something full time, because some things are just good to be on the side, and it's okay. It's okay to have those different avatars. So, so it's not a bad thing. I hope I answered your question.
Right. So last question from a student, I have to take this, and then we'll have more questions, subsequent sessions. You can meet the author offline. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I'm really excited to read your book because I have been through that. I have been a clueless person, and it took me quite a long time to understand my passion and what I love doing. So I'd like to ask you that while you were pursuing your dream, while you found out what your passion really was, so one thing that you would want to relive, or one moment of your life that you want to relive.
I think I go back to my college days. I would say I would love to do a lot of things differently, and I think that's something I think I would want to do if I could. Yeah.
Right, right. So let's have a round of applause for Shalini. I'm sorry, you can meet the author offline. She'll be around. Thank you so much, Shalini. I mean, a lot of resonates with, I think, generations across. Yes, please. Yes, Devika.
There are multiple people sitting here, but I don't hear the clapping sound so well. Can we just clap for the two authors who just presented? Thank you. As our boss says, that clapping is good for heart and it's a motivation. So when the other author comes on stage, the people who are there in the audience must clap because they will be deserving another clap, right? So it's dil se dil ka connection wala scene hai ye. Moving on to the next one. Yes. Okay, so I got the hint that it's going to be a direct conversation, right, Sneha? Great. So our next author is a serial entrepreneur, currently serving as the co-founder and CEO of a supply chain startup that makes credit and commerce easily available to small and medium businesses. Thank you for doing that. At IIM Ahmedabad, he co-founded and headed the How to Start a Startup series, on which his book, How Iconic Entrepreneurs Got It Right, is based. May I call on stage Mr. Ujjwal Kalra, co-founder and CEO. Nakar, that's how we pronounce it? Thank you. To talk about his book, How
So I spoke to Ujjwal for the first time last evening, and he was just getting into a cab. And when we spoke, it felt like his entire distance to wherever he was going, I was sitting right next to him, and we were having this whatever chat in the cab there. So it was a very warm conversation, and I hope the vibe continues because I really like that vibe. You know, it recharges you. It's very positive. So so let's get to how to start a startup series. That was the series that you kind of headed and led and envisioned at IMA. Would you like to share a little about the series to our audience?
Basically, this is 2016. That's when the three, four of us were setting that off. And this is after the first year. You're thinking of, so the way it happens during MBA program is first year is rigorous, as insane as kickoff. And in fact, up to the first year, all of us get t-shirts and got everyone survivor because you survived that 1 year. And second year is entirely opposite. It's chill back. Okay, so Hello, I'm out. Oh, okay. So second year is chill max, wherein you're just trying to live your life. And for the three of us, it was that we wanted to set up our own startup. So there were a lot of yarn available online on how to set your startup, on how you should think of idea and so on. But so this was one part. And then there were a lot of stories of entrepreneurs on what they did, right? But those were inspirational stories. There was no tangible connect between the two. What we thought of is that can there be something which people in the entrepreneurial space, particularly in India, can come and talk about how they did what they did. And that's where the journey of how to start a startup began. Honestly, we directly copy pasted from Stanford because over there, the same series was there. But the thesis was different. The thesis was that we will talk about the 10 steps of a startup journey. And then these iconic entrepreneurs will come about and talk about their journey. So for instance, Girish, of the founder of Freshwork, he came in and talked about how he started Freshworks. Right? Sachin Bansal of Flipkart came and talked about how he hired people and so on.
So there's this interesting thing that I heard that it was your dad who actually motivated you to put all of this on paper, put it into, just bring all your thoughts on paper so that it also inspires you and inspires a lot of other people. So how did that come about? I mean, how dad was interested in writing, or was he interested in business, the business side of things?
What happened is that my dad has always been interested in publishing something. And what happened is that, so in the 1 year in 2017, when we did HCSAS, How to Start a Startup, we put that on YouTube. The stories, the lessons were really not just inspiring, but really, really good tangible learnings. So we put that on YouTube and I just forgot about it. And in January 2018, so my dad was asking what happened about the series which you did in your second year, because you put in a lot of efforts in that. And I thought, okay, let me just check it out. And there were over 3 million views on YouTube.
And you just forgot about it, and then you saw 3 million views. Wow. Okay.
And so in some sense, there was what we call product market fit. So it's a jargon.
We covered that jargon in the session earlier. You were not in the hall, but I think a lot of others will kind of connect with it. Yeah, please go on.
So at that point, he said that, look, the stories are already there. The insights are already there. Why not write a book? Because it might have even a larger coverage. And it'll be simple, right? You just have to write down what those people have said, publish it, and get done with. I didn't know it'll take 4.5 years to get here, but yeah, that's the time it took.
And you co-authored the book, right, with Shobit. And so how did you, decide that it's going to be him? What was it, the vibe? Sometimes you choose who you're going to be, because it's like putting a lot of thought, effort, time, whatever. So how did you guys come together? Was your classmate? Or?
No.
Yeah.
So what happened is that in January 2018, I started writing the book. So this is after graduation, just 6 months into the first job post MBA. I was working in BCG, Boston Consulting Group.
Right.
And the life in BCG, particularly in the first year, is not that great. Right? You're pulled in all the directions and so on. So while I started writing the book, but probably in 10, 20 days, all I could write is 1 page. And at that point, I thought, ke akele to nahi ho payega. And I need someone else to write along with me. A better person would be who's been associated with me in building this series, and someone ideally who is still in the second year. Because as I mentioned earlier, second year is when you have time. So talked with Shobit. Shobit was in fact one of the first persons I talked with, because honestly, I'm not really good at writing. I've never written anything earlier apart from few Quora posts. That's it.
No love letters also.
Okay, I won't count that. So I write poem in Urdu,
Wow.
but nothing much in formal English. Shobit writes well, and he writes really, really well. So I talked to him. I told and he came on board around March. Interestingly, that's the time second year gets over, and he also got into BCG.
Okay, so both of you were BCG.
Yeah.
So written. Okay, okay. And is it true that about 5 odd chapters were written by you when you were in hospital or something?
Yeah. So I nothing was moving, like, because I was in BCG, he was in BCG. Both of us were stuck in our own respective works. So while you're working for the first 5 days, Monday to Friday, but of course, in the first 1.5 years, weekends also get involved. Then what happened is that around so timelines, right? Started writing in January, nothing moved. Shobit came on board by March, nothing still moved. Now in around September, almost 9 months, all I had written was 10-15 pages. And then I got hospitalized because of typhoid. And I was there in hospital for almost a month. And during that time, I wrote 5 chapters. Half of the book was done in that one month.
Nice. Okay. So a silver lining to the typhoid. Okay. Um, one very interesting facet about the book is that an inspiration to everyone here is Narayan Murthy Saab has written the forward, for your book. How did you manage to convince such a busy man, a passionate entrepreneur who's traveling across the world to spend and that kind of time writing, and it's a pretty long, lengthy forward. I read it, very very passionately written also. How did you manage to convince him to write this?
So it's also a very interesting story. So what happened is that we wanted someone of the gravitas of Mr. Murthy to write a forwards to have a really punchy beginning. So as part of the book, I mean, how to start a startup happened at IIM Ahmedabad. IIM Ahmedabad is also now a stakeholder as well as a shareholder in the book. And I'm a big Potter fan. So IIM Ahmedabad is like Hogwarts. It's whenever you ask for help, help will be provided. So what happened is that I talked to IMA folks that I want, and the 3 people in my list was, the first one was Mr. Murthy, second one was Mr. Ratan Tata, and third one was Mr. Anand Mahindra, and in that priority order. And I told if it's possible, if it can be done. Interestingly, Mr. Murthy was also chairman of IMA earlier. In fact, he started his career from IMA and got connected to Mr. Murthy through IMA. He asked firstly, send me the book, I'll read the book. If I find interesting, then only I'll put my name to it. Then he asked certain other questions. Why did you write the book? What inspired you? And so on. Interestingly, now what happened is that this is February 2021, and the book had to go into printing by March 2021. And our publisher, HarperCollins, they said that, look, you only have 2 weeks to get the forward in place, and that's it. And I said that, look, Mr. Murthy is finally convinced, right? And he wants to come on board. Now I can't push him to get this thing done in 2 weeks. And he's traveling and so on. And he said that it'll take him at least 1.5 months. Then the publisher said, कि देखते हो अगर हो सकता है, because then we might need to drop. So then I wrote to Mr. Murthy sir that 2 हफ्ते ही हैं, if it can be done. And within 2 weeks, he sent 7th version of the forward, the final version. The difference between 6th and the 7th version was just actually one spelling mistake, which he said that it's my old age and therefore I couldn't look at it. So within 2 weeks, 7 versions and the final version came out.
Wow, really wow. Such a perfectionist, no? Yeah. Role model for all of us. Tell me a little about the book. You call it the Startup Compass, so it's obvious that you're trying to lay out a little bit of it's a directional kind of book. But I have also read in some of your previous interviews where you're saying that you wanted to write something which doesn't get too preachy, because a lot of books in this ecosystem are preachy. They will give you those 10 things to do and 10 things not to do. How is your book, you think, why this title that came about, and can you share a little about that?
So every entrepreneur's journey is a unique journey. For instance, a new Facebook cannot be built today, right? And the book, any learning can also never be preached, because the same mistakes, if cannot be repeated again, and the same learnings cannot also be repeated again, right? So therefore, it has to be a framework on how you think of it, because every problem needs to be solved uniquely. So the way the book is structured is that it's a compass, right? And that's why the name Startup Compass, because you will have your own journey. It just gives a direction of what that journey could be. And that's why that's where the name of the book comes to be. And the way the book is structured is that it's a 10-step journey, right? Which is how to even think before starting up, how to think of an idea, how to form a team, build a product, raise money, launch, probably even pivot, scale it up, take it to IPO, and so on, right? And within each stage, there are frameworks on how you think of it. And within each framework, there is the story of an individual entrepreneur on how they did what they did to make it real for you as well as inspiring. But as I said, it's a framework. There is not definitive set of 10 things which you follow and you'll be able to build $1 billion company. That can never be the case.
आपने इस किताब में 15 entrepreneurs को feature किया है. What was the reason? I mean, the entrepreneur ecosystem is large. There are a lot of success stories. Why these 15 only? Is it because they come from different verticals, different businesses, or is it because that you looked up to these 15 more than anybody else? What was the thought behind these 15?
So the thought behind was multiple. First thing is that, of course, covering different, not just verticals, which is the industries, because different industries will have different knowledge, right? But also different stages of the companies. So for instance, we have Sachin Bansal, who sold his startup to Tarun Mehta back in 2017. Aether Energy was still, they didn't even launch their first product. So we wanted different companies in different at different scales. Of course, we wanted people who are famous so that, as readers or the people who came to watch them can also feel associated and also feel inspired. But yeah, more importantly, it's the people whom I could connect with so that I could get hold of them and get them to IMF.
And also to the world, because when you put this on paper, it's a whole lot of this. It's 15 stories that perhaps so there are a lot of things about these, these gentlemen, these women, like you talked of Anu, that is not very well known in some of the other books or not available online. So what are some of the things that stayed with you? Because he's so modest. He, in fact, in our conversation yesterday said that as an entrepreneur, even I have failed. There's also a failure bit to entrepreneurship. And while I'm a serial entrepreneur, some of my ventures have failed. So what were some of the learnings while you interacted with these 15 individuals?
So on that, actually, let me give a quick introduction about what I'm doing, and then I'll come to some of the most interesting stories and most insightful conversations I've been in. So this is actually my third startup which I'm running right now. The first two did not succeed. The first one did not even get out of campus. Second one I ran for 1 year, and then my co-founder took over, and then because of COVID, things didn't flourish. And there's a third startup which I'm running right now, Nakad. It's been we've been on the ground for almost a couple of years, been full time on this for almost 1 year now. We raised our seed round of $7 million. That's one of the largest seed rounds in India, from Axel and Matrix, and 50 angel investors. So the thing is that I remember this. So there's a professor at IMA, Professor Handa. He is also a serial entrepreneur. And he said one thing that, look, you all come from very good background and you're at a good institute, right? Now, if you think of it, just leave everything aside and just think monetarily if you have to. Even if you fail the first time, even if you fail the second time, even if you fail the third time, fourth time, fifth time, just be there till the 7th time or the 8th time or the 9th time, because there is no chance that there is no light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, you'll have to be flexible. You'll have to think of what the market is saying, right? And not just build things on your own and just pray to God that things will work out. That won't be the case. But you'll have to be just at it. And that's where the most inspiring story for me has come. And it's part of the book. So the founder of Make My Trip, Deep Kalra, it's his story. This is early 2000s. So Deep was working. So there were 3 people, Deep and the other 2 co-founders. They were working out of a small tin can, not bigger than even this area in Okhla, and they were selling tickets to people in US, right? And this is just post the bubble. The internet bubble had burst, so there was no money from the investors. The business wasn't taking off, and every day they were contemplating whether they should continue or not. One day they made a pact that we will not discuss every day whether we should continue, but on the last day of the month, whether it's 30, 31st, 28, 29, whatever, on that day, on the evening, they will discuss amongst themselves whether they should continue for the next 1 month or not. So all of a sudden, instead of 365 decisions in a year to continue or not, that boiled down to 12 decisions. And eventually what ended up happening every month is that on the last day of the month, they would go to Keur's home. So among the 3 people, Keur was the only bachelor. And they would end up drinking the entire bottle of Old Monk. And they won't even discuss whether they should continue the next month. And the next day they would wake up and then they have to continue for the next 1 month. So all of a sudden, 365 decisions to 12 decisions to 0 decisions. So sometimes indifference is a bliss and you just have to be at it.
I don't know whether I'm allowed to ask you this, but why do you think your startups failed? Was it because maybe at that point in time you had not heard of stories like this, and so or was it the idea, the product marketing fit, what that you're talking about, a product market fit? So because you come from very illustrious the educational background and from these institutions, and you have an entire alum there. So when you say that you fail, and failure could mean different things to different people, right? One is why. 2 is, do you think that India today has also learned to celebrate failures? Like, okay, while you had superb guidance from your teacher who told you that ignore all of this, just keep at it. But today, I think, do you think that the entire startup ecosystem also encourages a failed startup entrepreneur to say, hang on, we are there, we also have some similar stories. So what do you think it has changed a little bit?
So on the first part, not all tales are fairy tales, right? And the most important part is why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So in fact, Abhiraj Bahl, who's the founder of Urban Company, his first startup also failed. His first startup was actually so he wanted to build something which creates value, but he ended up building something in our entertainment sector. There's nothing right or wrong. The question is why you're doing what you're doing, right? And the same for me. My first 2 startups, the reason I did that was because I wanted to start it up. There was no inherent reason for a why. There has to be, because in a startup journey, there are ups and downs, and there are moments when shit will hit the roof. And you really need to clutch your hands and just keep at it. And it won't be possible unless there's a very strong why you're doing this, right? And of course, as I mentioned, that there has to be flexibility. You have to listen to the market. For instance, even in my current startup, we started with certain pieces, and now we pivoted, right? The why is still strong. The why will still remain, but we are listening to and hopefully we will continue listening to the market because market teaches you. And it's not the case that you will go to the market and say that boss aise hi work karega. That doesn't happen. And on the second part, yes, things have changed a lot, particularly in the last 5 to 7 years. I remember back in 2011-12, during my undergrad days, no one, I mean, there were very few startups, not even a single unicorn back then, right? And in fact, very interestingly, I was talking to Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who's the, in some sense, godfather of the internet economy in India. He started even much earlier in early 90s. What he said is that, in fact, during his tenure, he was at Reckitt RB, Reckitt whatever, RB.
Guys, yeah.
Yeah. And one of his peers had left the company, started up, that didn't work out. And when he came back, he would never get promotion. And he said that if you go into the startup world, it was, if that doesn't work, basically your career has ended. Now think from that to think of today. I'm openly talking about what I've not been able to achieve, but I know what I'll be able to achieve as well. Right? The thing is that failures, I won't even call it celebration. It's a moment, or it's phases of moments when you learn. And my dada used to say this, गिरते हैं शहसवार ही मैदाने जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरेगा जो घुटनों के बल चले.
Wow. Really wow. Yeah. Very nice. Of all these 15 people that you've spoken to and highlighted in your book, is there like one common denominator that is like a common connect between all of them? Do you think there is?
So interestingly, that's been a question that has been asked to me a lot of times, because everyone has had their different journey, and now everyone has made their big, of course, through their own ups and downs. Interestingly, there is nothing common or unique among all of them. The thing is that each one of them, if I were to pick up one thing, that would be that each one of them has been exceptional in at least one thing. Like, you have to really hit it out of the park in at least one thing. For instance, I talked about Deep Kalra. I haven't seen a person who has had more persistence in his or her life. For instance, Mr. Narayan Murthy, his level of perfectionism I have never seen in anyone. For instance, Kunal Shah, the founder of Cred, earlier Free Charge, I haven't seen a better network person ever. Like, literally, he would know anyone and everyone, and that too on his phone number. Right? For instance, Yashish Sayya, who is the founder of Policy Bazaar, he said that, I mean, when an email comes to him for hiring, he makes the decision just by looking at that email itself. His level of read of people, insane.
Very nice. So we did this here before in a previous session. So again, I'll be honest, I don't have any fancy Karan Johar style gift hamper for you, but we'd like to do a quick rapid fire because we have very little time now, but it'll be fun to understand this from you. A few questions. So since you are an author now, what's that one book that you keep going back to for inspiration?
So it's Steve Jobs. I
Jobs?
read that book every year. It's not the case I don't remember. I remember every word on every page, but it's just that it's so inspiring that I read it every year.
Nice. One essential difference between Silicon Valley and the startup capital of India. What do you think is one
So
good or bad?
earlier, I would have said that in some sense, even in India today, we would call, let's say, Square of the US, right? We would always try to copy what's happening in the US versus over here. Now the thing is changing a lot. And that's actually still, I mean, I would still say that we're behind Valley, but I'm sure in the next 10 to 15 years, we will be the startup capital of the world.
Okay. One term, one jargon, one word that is used quite a lot in the startup ecosystem, but perhaps not understood very well. What do you think it is?
Product market fit.
Okay, we've heard that before. What is, who according to you, or who is your favorite young entrepreneur? You're one, a youngster yourself, but who in your, the peer group is one of your favorites?
I mean, in the same age group, in fact, Ritesh Agarwal, the founder of OYO, he's even younger to me. Interestingly, I had interviewed him back in 2011 when he was setting up Uravel. This is even before he set up OYO.
Right.
But his journey has been really inspirational.
Nice. So if you were, say, because Shark Tank is quite popular today, right? If you were on say the next episode of Shark Tank, what's one a business or a industry or a vertical that you would passionately want to support as an investor?
Actually, two. One would be clean tech because the earth is obviously not in a good shape. And monetarily, there are not many incentives out there to make really big thing, which is really a need of the hour in this world. That's one thing. Second thing would be financial inclusion.
Very nice. Very, very nice. How many books do you manage to read a year? Can we have that? Are you like a voracious reader?
Yeah, so mostly I read non-fiction.
Uh-huh.
Typically 10 to 11 a year.
Wow.
Not that much, but
Okay. Okay. Great. My last question would be slightly personal. So since we started with your journey, what was that reaction? आपके पापा ने जब आपने उनको book थमाई और बोला कि you motivated me, you inspired me, and I've done this. What was his reaction to your work of passion?
so it took 4.5 years, much longer than what I would have anticipated. Like we had to rewrite the book multiple times. Sure that the product is really good. At least that is something which we would like to read. When first time the book came, I opened it up and gave it to my father. I could see an eardrop that didn't fall, but that was still there. And the only thing which he said that I'm proud of you.
And you say you don't write well, and that's why you come on, you express yourself so beautifully. Thank you so much for this warm conversation. Let me just ask around if there are a few questions. Yes, please.
Hi, Ujjwal. My name is Sahil. Thank you so much for your insights. I really love the idea of how you came and you started writing the book. The question I have for you today is that, according to me, I feel like the business environment and the startup ecosystem is constantly changing and evolving rapidly. In that case, would you write the book any differently? Write it differently. Would you change anything of it?
Not really, not really. So the book actually came out 6 months itself. So
Okay.
while the space is changing a lot, but the underlying thesis remains the same. The thesis around how do you think of ideas, right? The thesis around how do you raise money or how do you build or how you launch, right? So as I said, it's more of a framework. It's not a preachy or a prescriptive book. It will never tell you that these are the 10 things which you have to do. It will always push.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Ujjwal. Thank you for sharing your on-ground experiences. It really brings to the fore a lot of what we actually want to hear about, right? Now, I have a few questions for you. So you mentioned that there's a lot of gyan available online, and when we go to self-help books or non-fiction books, again, I like to think of it as gyan. So I want to understand what value add does your book particularly brings to us. I mean, I would love to read it, but if you can tell me that. Another, you spoke about tangible experiences, tangible learnings. I would also like to know a little bit better about what particular tangible learning stuck with you, or what is your favorite part of it, if you can share that. And one last question is, you said when you started out, there weren't many startups, right? So is it like you got like an early mover advantage? Just asking.
And if not, see, today, I know that every next individual either wants to do a startup or is already involved in it. So I think there's a clutter. So how do we pave our way through it? Is there like a particular case study that you go back to or you really like that you would like to share?
Lot of questions. The question was on, sorry, can you repeat the first question?
How is your book different from
Different.
the online
So
gap?
actually, let me combine the first and the second question, which was on the tangible and then on this part. So basically, the way the book is structured is that it has tangible learnings, which is the framework, and I'll talk about that. And then a story of a founder on how they did what they did, right? So for instance, tangible learning, there are 4 parts to how an investor looks at you, right? The first is the team idea, and fourth is the business model, basically how you're making money out of it, right? Even within the team, it's about the credentials of the founders, how they're gelling well, and how well are they in storytelling, right? That's a framework. That's a tangible learning which I got out of the book. Now, what I was told by Anand Daniel, who's a partner at Axel, is they invest. For instance, the story which comes along is Freshworks story, which is the background of Girish, right? He earlier worked at Zoho, the insights which he brought about, and how Zendesk was a competitor, right? And Zendesk wasn't doing a good job. So this covers the market as well as the team aspect. Then third, what the idea was, how they will be comparing and competing against Zendesk. And fourthly, how they'll be making money out of it. And today, Freshworks is a listed company in NASDAQ. And this conversation happened in 2016 when Freshworks was still not such a big company. So that's how the book is there, which is there's a framework. There are stories on how people did that, so that you actually get real learning, and it makes meaty for you. So that actually it's there. It's not a 10-step. It's not a gyan. It's on how those people did what they did. On my journey, I started my first startup in 2012, when there weren't many. Look, so there will was advantage. In fact, very interestingly, in a book called 0 to 1, it's by Peter Thiel. He talks about last mover's advantage. Right, and while it's also not exactly true, but in B2C world, whoever is the last mover has the advantage because it's a winner's take all market out there, right? In B2B, that's not the case. So there are certain nuances. I'm not a first mover. In fact, I started my recent company in 2000, in fact, full time last year itself. And now there are hundreds and thousands of startups which are being built, right? The only thing is that what we did, and the reason we were able to raise such a large round, was because I started investing time on the ground since March 2020. So almost 3 years I've been on the ground. In fact, I remember the first conversation I had with the MD of Matrix Partners. So I'm not trying to boast. I'm just trying to make things real for you. He was talking about the founder of Off Business. Ashish Mohapatra is the founder of Off Business. Off Business is currently valued, I think, at $5 or $6 billion. In fact, Ashish worked at Matrix prior to starting Off Week. And he said that your level of understanding, the depth where you're at, is much beyond what even Ashmo was at that level. The point I'm making is that many a times we feel that we have an idea, let's just directly jump onto it. While that's absolutely critically required, because unless you do it, you won't even know what it's worth. But what's more required is really understanding the customers. And it took us years to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ujjwal, for this honest conversation, warm conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ujjwal, for joining us. Thank you, Sneha. And thank you, Bangalore. You can do a lot better with the clapping, I guess. So before we move on to the next, I would quickly like to thank our partners. The supporting partners are Simon & Schuster India, Penguin, Random House, HarperCollins, Rupa Publication, Jito. Associate partners, The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandom, Beanley, and Just Path AI. TV partner, NewsX. Media partner, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Reality Plus, in association with Exchange for Media Group. Well, next session is going to be a deep dive into something very different. Our next author was the Executive Director, CSR at GMR Varalakshmi Foundation, where she set up and managed the CSR function for the GMR Group. She was part of the senior leadership team of the group and headed the committee against sexual harassment for the group. May I call on stage Ms. Meena Raghunathan, Executive Director, retired, GMR Varalakshmi Foundation, to talk about her book, Doing Good, Navigating the CSR Maze in India, followed by a conversation with Mr. Ruhail Amin.
Thanks so much.
We are straightway diving into the conversation. Let's make it more conversational. Let me start, Ms. Raghunathan, with a basic question of the trigger that an author finds to write on this subject. Of course, you have worked closely on this, but then to find time and write it down, what was the inspiration?
I would say a couple of things which came together. You know, I do write a lot anyway. I blog on a very regular basis. I have several books, but this one was inspired by one major life event, which was retirement, and the other major, COVID. So I happened to step down from a very active role in CSR in the middle of COVID. And I said, wow, what better opportunity. So I bummed around for a few months, of course. I mean, you know, you think it's so much fun. You don't have to worry about, you know, going to work the next day and tackling difficult decisions. So that's always there. But after that, you know, it begins to pall a bit. And since it was the middle of COVID, I said, wow, great. Now, let me try to put down a book on CSR, which is what I've been working on for 15 years. And it seemed the logical thing to do. And it was also logical because I had encountered in my 15 years of career, the amount of confusion around this term CSR, or corporate social responsibility. It was like the elephant that we talk about. Somebody gets hold of the tail, somebody gets hold of the trunk, somebody gets hold of the legs. And I could see that nobody clearly had a holistic picture of what it was and how it is to be. And there is a law around it, as you know, which was enacted in 2014. And it's a very complicated kind of law with many little nuances and operational details, and everybody used to be very confused, or we all are. I continue to be confused about operationalizing the law. I remember during my career, every now and then we had to keep checking with maybe the company secretary, the chartered accountant, somebody to interpret the law and say exactly what is right and what is wrong. And having encountered all that, I thought, come on, let me put my experience to some good use. And try to see if I can make a little more sense out of it for my peers and colleagues who are in the CSR space.
You mentioned COVID, and through this IBLF chapters, I have seen a lot of authors, you know, where COVID was the inspiration. I think what COVID has brought us back is to this printed book format as well. I think we have to maybe do a session around it. You know, for most of the people, you know, CSR, of course, happens to be something which appears to be a tick mark. That's why you know, in my conversation with some of the industry leaders, they say, is it so? I mean, it's just a tick mark, or is it driven by that ethos of creating some actual social impact?
this is, again, a part of the confusion that has been brought about by the law. It's not like CSR was not happening. Corporate social responsibility is something that across the world has been practiced in the true sense of the word, and India is no exception. India, they say, maybe a century ago, India and Japan were the two Asian countries which had this ethos of CSR. We think back to institutions like the Indian Institute of Science. What created that? You think back to the Tatas. What is that? That is corporate social responsibility. Everything that they do. They were the first to introduce, for instance, the concept of Provident Fund out of care for their key stakeholder employees. The government followed much later. Or working hours, working conditions. They created creches for their employees more than 100 years ago. So the concept of corporate social responsibility has been very deep in some companies. Probably a minority, but we cannot discount that. And how seriously they have taken it and built their business on a responsible basis. But why it has become a tick mark? First, it became a fashion. Before in the late 1990s, it was a fashion. I think industrialists, the big guys, would meet around a table and say, I am supporting 100 schools, and somebody would say, I am building a hospital. So it became like a Me Too kind of conversation. And I have seen that philanthropists and, CSR. And of course, we still have that confusion between philanthropy and CSR, but it was a fashionable thing to do. And more people were getting onto the bandwagon because they could see that the big guys were talking about it, doing it. And then there came this law. 2013, just to remind ourselves, the Companies Act, which was a, kind of very old dinosaurian kind of act, the whole thing was revamped. And one of the new ideas introduced in that, in a very landmark section called Section 135, was certain companies of a certain size, and it is defined, will spend 2% of the average profits of the last 3 years on some cause. So they can decide on education or health or, old age or whatever they want. So they have to have a policy, they have to have a plan, they have to have a committee. And this kind of put the pressure on ticking the box. As long as it was voluntary, people were coming to it out of an evolved sense of their responsibility. But the moment a law came in and said, all of these companies have to do it or else. Initially, actually, it was a soft law. It said, you tell me why you didn't do it if you didn't do it. But then companies started getting notices. Why you didn't spend 2%? And where did you spend it? How did you spend it? And there was panic. Because if you look at it, a company is not geared to do social service, right? A company is geared to do its business. Yeah. And suddenly you had to do this. So there was a lot of scrambling around. And at one point, the law changed scarily enough to say, I will put you in jail if you don't do this. There was a penal clause brought about 2 years back. Fortunately, within 2-3 months, the penal clause was removed. But it is still a civil offense. So that people responsible for CSR may be fined, apart from the company being fined. So now it's a bit of a panic situation. Companies don't know how to do it. Now in the 10 years, it has improved, but they didn't know what to do, how to do. They had no people to do it, and yet they were being held responsible. So obviously, it became like a tick mark. But I think over time, it will settle down, and people are beginning to understand that they can make a difference.
Right. If you look at sectoral, sectors that are receiving CSR funding, is it, limited to certain sectors, or is it inclusive? What are the fault lines in that space?
The law, Section 135, there is a schedule called Schedule 7 attached to, which lists what counts as CSR. So it begins with education, it goes on to health, it says, women empowerment, it says environment. So there are 17 or so such areas. But the analysis of data over the last 10 years reveals that education, the head called education, is receiving 30 to 35% of all the funds. And for instance, sports is also one of the things. Sports, people involved in sports will say it is less than 1% that we are getting. Somebody else in environment will say we are not getting much. So there is, and I think that is instinctive kind of thing. All of us interact with, for instance, IT companies. They keep recruiting year after year, and they see that the basic education has not been strong. So they go back and say, oh, school education is weak. STEM education is weak. So let us support schools. So it's kind of instinctive because that's what you see around.
So there's not much thought into it. You're saying that it's just, again, something which is already what people are doing. You also tend to spend there.
I wouldn't say there's not much thought. See, I as a company don't have to think from a national perspective. That is not my this thing. What is the problem hitting me or I am seeing? And what could be my response to it? For instance, an IT company doing IT education in schools or putting computers into school makes a lot of sense for them, right? So I think everybody is looking at it from their perspective and also seeing what is easy to do, what they have the capacity to do. So if you tell a Bangalore-based IT company work in remote rural Northeast, taking health facilities there, they say, I don't have a clue. I don't know what to do. What is it that I'm supposed to do? So, and I will say nothing is ever enough. Whatever you do in education is not going to be enough to bring up the quality of education. So let everybody add their bit.
So I have these numbers that in 2022, CSR fell by 4%, what are the positive stories of CSR? We hear this, that it's sectoral limited, is falling down, it's a tick mark, but what are the positives of the CSR story?
Actually, the fall in 2022 can be explained very clearly by COVID, just like several books came out during COVID. Profits fell, right? Previous 3 years, and that is the basis of the CSR calculations, profits fell. So obviously your CSR spend is going to go down. As I said, I think CSR is slowly, it sometimes happens. You begin with a gun on the head, which forces people to change habits, and then it becomes a habit that you do yourself. So I would say in the case of CSR, that is happening because you're forced to do it. Conscientious companies, conscientious boards will say, okay, now that we have to do it, let us do it well. So that is something that is happening. It is getting professionalized. Previously, what used to happen, and it still happens, Are kaun hai? Who is the guy who company, put him in charge of CSR because we have to do this CSR. Okay, who seems to have spare capacity? Oh, okay, that HR guy, he can, he's about 70% occupied. Give him CSR as an extra portfolio. But now that is changing. So the whole thing is professionalizing. The recognition that it has to be professional is coming up. There's an emphasis on measuring impact, seeing what difference you actually made on the ground. Previously, I used to be happy. Oh, I put 10 computers in a school. But now I'm worried. Were those computers working all through the year? Was there a trained teacher to teach the students? And let me measure whether the children have really learned to use the computers. So it's going from input to slowly looking at impact.
And if you look at the last couple of years, even last 4 or 5 years, there has been this trend of top industrialists giving away health, to charity. Mr. Premji, Bill Gates, and a lot of people, in fact, after that, we've been hearing constant string of stories. How has that helped to shape a new mindset among young leaders?
Absolutely. And I think Bangalore can proudly say that, it has some of the biggest philanthropists who've done some of the biggest, donations. Mr. Azim Premji being there, Mr. and Mrs. Nilakeni, they're all in the, list of people who have pledged their wealth. So we're very proud of that. And I would say also middle class giving. It's not just the rich guys who are giving. There is a move for everybody in society to start giving. I think it's a very healthy trend. And when you look at news, for instance, of people giving away half their wealth. I'm also kind of inclined to see. And I think the reality also is that we realize that our children may not need what we leave them, right? Give them a great education. The parents of a young entrepreneur, the few crores that they can leave him is not going to make any difference. The earning power of young people has gone up so much that parents no longer feel forced to, worry about them and the next generation. So I have the liberty to give away my money to causes that I believe in. Wealth levels are increasing. So I think all of that is leading to a kind of increase in philanthropy.
So let me bring in the audience here. Maybe I can ask my rest of the questions post that. The gentleman at the back, we can hand over the mic.
Hello, I am Ramamurthy, madam. Incidentally, I am a shareholder in GMR Group. Okay. Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, what are the main activities, your, like a school and education, you are funding? And what is your contribution to Bangalore and Karnataka in terms of CSR?
That question is for the GMR Group.
You're representing a GMR Group.
During your tenure.
Okay.
Work for the GMR Group. As I said, I've retired, but I can still answer that question.
Okay, fine.
The GMR Group's approach, as is the approach of many corporates, is to work in areas which you are physically present in. And that is what the law encourages. The GMR Group works in education, health, livelihoods, and skill development. The corporate headquarters used to be here till about 8 years ago, and we were very active in running a skill center, running schools for children of migrant labor, health activities. But since the corporate headquarters moved, slowly the CSR activities in Bangalore have been phased down to take place in, say, Hyderabad or Delhi, where we have the airports, or Goa and things like that.
Any other question? Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. 2 words, charity and philanthropy. Very confusing. So in my mind, I see charity and philanthropy doing. Doing. Okay, when you actually actively participate. I find that most of the CSRs are towards charity oriented rather than philanthropy. There are organizations, but very few. Since you're kind of right in the middle of it, would you correct or endorse my view? That's one. Anyway, okay, let's stick.
Okay. Well, I see charity as the example we often use is, see somebody who's got a fever and you give him Saridon or Dolo, as is the fashion these days. In philanthropy, you take that guy in, why do you have a fever, do X number of tests, and then proceed on a treatment to treat the underlying causes. So for me, that's the difference between charity and philanthropy. One is symptomatic, one is, getting deeper into causes. So philanthropy tries to tackle the underlying causes of poverty or lack of education or lack of health. I would say that most instinctively is how it begins. The giving impulse, whether individually or institutionally, is charity. That, when something touches you, you see people shivering in the cold in the Delhi night, your instinct is to give blankets. That's how it begins. And then you get into it. So it's a maturation. And I think that Indian corporates are moving pretty fast into philanthropy and strategic CSR.
Thank you, because you've answered my second question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Shreya. You can give the mic, please. Yeah.
Hi, that's all you want. Yes, hi. So in terms of, we see a lot of pictures of, people, professionals working in the corporates and a lot of others. While there is a CSR angle and which is a monetary, but there's also this whole 2% or whatever that good change has happened is also encouraging a lot of professionals to step out and give some part of their time to some of these causes. So if you can, share some light on that, do you think it's a good trend what has happened, the good silver lining to this law? That is one. And two is I want to understand, or I'm curious to know from you, are there, like we come from a field that recognizes, marketing, the best marketing practices, the best advertising campaigns. So when it comes to CSR, are there some very good awards that companies participate in? What are those 2-3 great, platforms that recognize this work?
Sure. Thanks for those questions. Actually, first question was employee engagement. Now, employee engagement traditionally across the world has been understood as one of the reasons why CSR should be done, because the moment your employees, see that the company is doing good, it is a great feeling for you. It is a great opportunity to use your professional skills if they can facilitate that. For instance, I had accounts and finance people going and teaching the communities about financial literacy. Or as I said, software engineers developing apps for development. So there's no better way if a company can give that structured channel. And, I really encourage any HR people around here to facilitate that. But the sad thing is that the law doesn't recognize this contribution. The law makes no mention of it doesn't even say we encourage companies to, involve their employees. They in fact say you cannot monetize your employee time into your CSR spend. There are often ways, when, for instance, if there's a disaster, company says, we will match employee contribution, but that employee contribution cannot be counted in a CSR spend. So the law does nothing for what is one of the most powerful aspects of CSR. So I am very, and there's been a lot of lobbying around that. So we hope that something will happen. Regarding rewards, I will say there are just too many awards and rewards in the CSR space because it's become the fashionable term, right? So everybody, and it's a bit scary because a lot of fly-by-night operators have sprung up just to take advantage of this. They will charge anything from 50,000 to a lakh for you to apply, and they will give a reward. So it's a bit scary. But having said that, there are lots of very respectable awards. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the most respected award is that one. And then agencies like Terry or, things like that. But anybody wanting to apply for a CSR award, please check the credentials. I mean, you have to evaluate the evaluator before you let the evaluator evaluate.
Right. So let me ask the last two questions. We have few minutes left. What is the sense of awareness among where the publishing platform, like we're talking about books, to find a publisher, by the way, where they're open to this kind of an, theme, which only select people would understand?
Not too difficult. I'm Harper for actually seeing the potential of the subject and coming forward. I would say that, it is not a very popular subject, but it is something gaining importance, right? Boards, because they are charged with the responsibility, down to business schools where, responsible business and things like that, sustainability and social responsibility are being discussed. So I hope, and NGOs are the implementing partners for corporates usually. So there's also a lot of interest among NGOs. So corporates, NGOs, business schools, I hope will, find this useful. Not the most oomphy topic under the sun.
The media has been not paid enough attention. I read somewhere you mentioned.
No, I think sometimes what becomes the focus of media attention is some, companies which push through their press releases. It needn't be a very significant thing or a project. So the real operational stories of challenges, failures, and successes don't often get covered.
My last question, how can companies build a culture of giving, not just something which has to be done professionally, but which touches the core and is beyond the compliance part of it. What are the ways to build that as we move on?
I think it has to start two ways. Company boards, they are usually made of very wise, very experienced, and very mature people. I think they have to set the tone. Kind of send the message across that CSR is viewed not as a tick box in this company, but we see it as a central part of strategy, business strategy, and how do you integrate the two? And it again has to begin at the other way. Business schools have to talk about this issue. I think it's very important because the more young people come up who are tuned already and join the ranks of and the top down, somewhere it will be.
Wonderful. That was Miss Meena Raghunathan. Can we have a round of applause for her? And her books are available outside. You can get your signed copy and take a picture with her as well. Thank you so much, Ms. Raghunathan. So with that, I think we break for lunch and we have around 45 minutes or 20 minutes. 45 minutes. You can enjoy your lunch and I'll see you back. All right, let's all settle down and we resume the second half of our day-long conversations with some of India's top non-fiction authors, and we have another session lineup. Can we close the doors, please, and just settle down? Can we close that door, please? All right. Okay, let me go to our next session. Our next author is the CEO of Myra Technologies, which is headquartered in Singapore, running AI and blockchain innovations across 7 countries and 11 industries. She founded Usha Renal Care Foundation to accelerate healthcare research. She's the Global Top 20 Growth Fellow by Growth Fellow. She was named in 2021, a global speaker and an author. Ms. Shilpa Karakera, founder and CEO of Myra Technologies, is here to talk about her book, Unlocking Blockchain on Azure. And I would invite my colleague, Rohit Chittapalli, who is the editorial lead at BW Businessworld, to take this conversation forward. May I request the author to share her initial thoughts, followed by discussion. Yeah. So we can give a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu means let this world, the community we live in, be happy, and let my and your actions prevail in contributing to this wellness. And that is the power I believe blockchains can enable. Digital democracy to bringing inclusion, to bringing transparency, to consensus in decision-making digitally, in bringing decentralization of power, responsibility, and governance. We all can contribute and actually make that happen. My book, Unlocking Blockchains on Azure, is an enterprise twist of digital democracy. I've written it with real use cases across various industries, from supply chain, maritime, manufacturing, human resources, healthcare, and energy as well. Now, while I was flying from Singapore to Bangalore, I was writing an ideal story about how this ideal world needs to be, as we are all celebrating business literature to make a better world. So the story goes like this. A girl was born in a beautiful village filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. No corruption, no bad fertilizers, and a very good, healthy life. She receives the best education in the world through the internet, sitting at home. She receives that, and her father, who works in oil and gas industry, is not exposed to hazards because technology is actively monitoring all the safety protocols and governing it so that he has a safe, healthy life while he's making his earning. The girl's mother, who is a transplant surgeon in the village, also has accurate temperature readings of a kidney that's coming from another hospital, and she has a successful surgery. They all live a happy life together, where challenges are a choice and solutions are for the welfare of everyone. They all lived happily ever after. And that's my story. And that's my vision with blockchains. So business leaders, we all can make the story happen. So since the beginning, we all have changed. We have changed things. Evolution is in our genes, and it is what makes us human. Let's change the way food is made so that adulteration doesn't reach us. Let's change water so that it flows perennially and is available for everyone. Let's change education and opportunities so that decision-making around them comes on a consensus protocol, which blockchain actually enables. Lastly, healthcare. Do we all feel the pain after the pandemic? We all know that the broken infrastructure globally when supply and demand was totally, unleveled. So let's make sure there are more preventions than the cures, than the need to cure. Change is imminent, and blockchain is a design infrastructure technology that actually enables the way we live, operate, and make decisions. Connecting physical to digital, IoT sensors all across in the factories can actually actively update blockchain. So when there are third-party people included or companies included, company owners can actually keep a check without it actually being tampered in any way. This all sounds very ideal. I understand that. And that is because it is a futuristic technology which is evolving and shaping every day. The vision behind this book is everybody can read it and actually demand for softwares to be such in a way that it could be safe and secure to use. Social media platforms should be the way where parents of the world have decided what is right and wrong. There should be consensus that we all agree upon. So that's the vision and that's the thought behind writing this book. And lastly, Web3 encapsulates all these group of technologies. So you might hear a lot of buzzwords, but actually these technologies and the visions behind them could actually enable a better life around us, from food, clothing, and shelter. So Web3 is here to bring that change. So business leaders, innovators, what change are you bringing next? So that's the food for thought that I leave with, and look forward to the conversation with Rohit.
That was a great address. So I think I'll bug you some more after 45 minutes or so of grilling off camera. So yeah. So let me begin by asking you, blockchain has been a buzzword all through the 2021 and 2022. And it kind of fell off the map when the crypto crash happened. So let me ask you about this. Do you think that is it just the media that is not covering it? Or is it the entrepreneurs also that they're not focusing as much on blockchain?
So very interesting question, because blockchains have been around from the distributed computing times. We all use mobile phones, cellular network. That's again a distributed system. So it's come from very long. What has happened in 2021 and 2 is marketing people have become amazing. So the education became clearer for other people to actively adopt and all the other industries to understand. But money is the biggest driver for any new action to happen. And that's what happened with the crypto boom. That because that is going to yield some money and the marketing around it went crazy behind it, everybody started putting money in a dog coin or whatever it was. So that's the concern. And that is the reason now, after the crypto failure, the education has gotten right. The narrative is now correcting over what should not be done. And the regulators and the law policy makers are also now aware that it can be used for other technologies. I mean, it can be used as a distributed ledger, auditing purposes, for supply chain, healthcare. So now the narrative is going to change, and 46% of global investments have gone into blockchain. So it's here to stay, and it's here to be corrected with a better narrative around it as well.
Right. So it's interesting because I cover technology and I get to know a lot about this. That's still happening, of course. So let me ask you, you have been around in blockchain for quite a while, and it's not even been in media as much as it should be. That's my opinion, of course. But let me ask you, what kind of experiences in the industry have you drawn upon while writing this book?
Yes, surely. The experiences have been amazing because I got to work across 9 to 11 industries. So from the food, clothing, shelter to every industry we've covered real experiences that Myra Technologies worked in. So we were understanding why it's needed, to the point that how it can help you and me and how we can interact with it. Another part was I was writing this book while I was studying at IIM Bangalore. So I got nourished with amazing people around with me. So I was with 56 more women entrepreneurs in the program. I also met Professor Handa, who's very well known in the, in the mentorship as well at Ahmedabad. So I was nourished with different operational problems that I could see in different industries. And my problem solving mind was like, okay, this is where we could, really bring this problem out, solve it, also adapt in the book. And some parts have been like that. So like how in the pandemic, again, there was raw material shortage for clothing. Raw materials became very expensive. Now, how can we solve that? It's a supply chain problem. It's very big. So, such things have been covered. I met a lawyer. So the, book also covers about how contracts can be automated and triggered. So yeah, I can go on with the experiences, but yeah, so it was a very enjoyable journey while doing that, and fulfilling, and a very tough one, I would say, because writing a book is not easy in terms of committing to something. It took me a year to write the book, but I think gave it my heart and soul, and I hope a lot of people can leverage it ahead as well.
On the topic of use cases, you spoke about how you worked with a lawyer, and I would like to say that a lot of use cases have come around payments when it comes to blockchain. But where do you see the use cases kind of coming out from in the future, and where do your passions lie when it comes to blockchain?
Surely. So I'll start with the numbers. So the first highest amount of investments have gone in blockchain is from the banking sector. So that's why payments, as you rightly said. Second is manufacturing. So manufacturing in different ways of life, I think it's going there. So the processes, the automation, the monitoring. Interesting aspect is ESG, climate, right? So we all care about it, and there are policies now that are coming out. Now the question is, in ESG, how are investors and regulators able to really check whether it's actually a sustainable process that is happening inside a factory? Now, this actually is a very good use case for blockchain, because it's going to, cameras, IoT sensors can be inside the factory actively checking. It can be updated real time, tamper-proof on a blockchain ledger. And that makes it transparent for everyone to see, and nobody else can change it, because it is the structure of a blockchain is such that people can tamper it. So that's a very interesting use case. You asked about passion. Passion is healthcare. Healthcare, because we all value good health. And I founded an initiative called Usha Renal Care Foundation, which accelerates healthcare research in renal care, diabetes, nerve health. And I hope all our data is being used directly or indirectly on social media and so on. I hope that there's some form of inclusion in healthcare, that if our data is used anywhere, I hope people are incentivized, they're included in research, they are aware of that information, because that access of information can actually save someone's life. So that is an excellent use case as well in healthcare, where the transparency of what research is happening can happen. And imagine having a glass door for all the treatments in the world, but tamper-proof, not like somebody's just gone and written something, in a biased way. So all that can happen on a blockchain.
So it's very interesting that blockchain is sort of still taking off, but not as heavily covered in the media. But perhaps we could get a lot of questions from the younger generation who are more aware of this, perhaps from the older generation also who have seen the business medium as we go forward. So let me ask you about the publisher one. I was speaking about how buggy are publishers when it comes to writing a book. So what was your experience when it comes to publishing the book and writing?
Yes, I think I was blessed with a very patient person, Miss Smriti, who was coordinating with me and motivating that I can get to the finish line, because while running a business, being a caregiver and studying at IIM, it was crazy writing the book. But I think it was encouraging at the same time to do it and to, reach that level of consistency to keep contributing and making it happen over a year. So I would say it's great amount of teamwork to make it happen. The publishers were really a part of this journey, and yeah, we made it happen, and that's why it's out. And
yeah, it was quite a nice experience working.
Right. Let me ask you another tech question. How many of you guys have heard about ChatGPT? It's all the rage here, right? So let me ask you this question. And blockchain is at the forefront of all technologies. But even I have been covering a lot of ChatGPT since November last year. So let me ask you, how do you see AI kind of integrating with blockchain? And subsequently, how do you see other emerging technologies like IoT kind of coming in and building the whole stack of technologies that's going to drive humanity towards the future?
So the clear answer is it's going to be very cohesively working together. That's exactly very actively covered in the book. But one thing to wonder, imagine before ChatGPT, there was so much marketing about crypto and blockchain. The marketers like really were amazing about it. Now imagine after ChatGPT, what is going to happen? The content is going to multiply tenfold, hundredfold. So it's for the good because information will get more delivered, more custom, more personalized, and people will be able to understand it better. So ChatGPT is just going to help blockchain education and all industries much more accelerated. So good thing in that way. And yeah, hopefully more relevant, personalized, understandable content for everyone.
Right. So get me a bit, could you give me a bit of understanding of how do you see AI kind of integrating with blockchain? Do you see a lot of it already happening? Because I speak with a lot of entrepreneurs and big enterprises, and they've had the experience of working with AI for forever. And it's just come to the fore with ChatGPT, of course. So what is your experience when it comes to blockchain and the AI, the marriage?
Yes, it's a beautiful one because then there is no human intervention or human bias in certain scenarios where multiple collaborations happen. So blockchains are excellent for collaborative work, particularly when there are multiple organizations that are working together. Now, AI could be your bias-free inspector across all of these operations. Is the work being done properly or not? Could be very well checked. So your camera becomes your deployed AI checker, basically, which checks whether the work is being done or not. And this is used very widely in factories globally right now. So I'm working with customers who are checking like that. Another is farm to fork. Is the plant really organic? Have they put any pesticides or not? Or if it's come from the right soil or right place that they're really saying that it's come from some very fancy place or not. So all of that checks AI will check. Again, contracts. The way contracts work right now, it's a paper agreement. But if it's on a smart contract, which is a very crucial part of blockchain, AI can check whether that work has really happened or not. And as soon as that check has happened physically, so for example, the work is 100 kilos of apple have to come from one place to another. Now AI, along with like the physical presence is there or not, can be checked. And then that could be updated on the ledger and the smart contract can trigger. So that's the amazing part. So it is a very good blend of AI and IoT and blockchain to come together and create a very transparent infrastructure between multiple stakeholders globally.
From one technology to another, I would like to understand, how do you see quantum computing coming into the whole equation of technology ecosystem? It's still some way. I mean, the timeline is something that nobody talks about. And the NVIDIA CEO, he kind of told me that perhaps it's 20 years down the line at least. And IBM CEO, he himself was saying that we are already working on it. And the qubits is the main aspect of it. So how is quantum computing kind of factoring into the world of blockchain? Do you see a book coming out of you on this topic, perhaps?
Yeah, it's very futuristic for sure, but also a very responsible question whether we need it or not, sooner or later. So like Jurassic Park, whether to do it or not, like, like to get to, because if we have quantum computing too early and too expensive, then things will hack faster. All our mobile phones, all our data will hack out faster and will be out of control. If it happens at the right time, in the right readiness, and it has to be cheap in a way that a lot of people, like mobile phones today, we all have. So if it has to come to that point where it's done responsibly and at the right cost and everything with the right stakeholdership. So it's really far away, but I think mankind is evolving in different forms, and once we're ready, it will happen. So that would be the case. And lastly, book you mentioned. Book right now committed to healthcare, studying nerve health a lot. So hopefully I want to see how our lives actually connect to our health, and it's very important. What you're doing today is going to affect, 10 years, 20 years down the line. We're all working for a happy, healthy life. So I think that's where I'm committed to. Let's see where it goes. But a documentary series is underway on it. So look forward and see what it shapes, and if it's worthwhile, I'll definitely look at it.
So you're into the arts also, you would like to say, since you have the book out now and now looking at the documentary. So what does the future hold for Shilpa, the entrepreneur?
Meaningful, large-scale impact. And I know I'm very young and started small completely on my own, being an entrepreneur from scratch. So goal is to make little meaningful things out of my time now. Success is, whatever you aim for and you work for it. So my hope is my technology that I'm building hopefully reaches billions of people and has effective value to their lives. So working on what is that and how it can, and good health is something that I feel. So for me, the success would be around that.
And how about the road ahead when it comes to Shilpa, the writer? Do you see something that's on the horizon? Do we see something that we can read perhaps in the near future?
Yeah, I think life, right? Like, I'm still there's a long way. So I think I think it would be around nerve health and neuroscience and biocomputing and speeding up that aspect as well. So yeah, that would be the goal. Working hard to make sure it's accurate, obviously wouldn't. So that's one thing about writing a book. You write, you're on the 10th chapter, you start reading your first chapter, you want to still go and do more and more and revise and refine and do. So it's a big responsibility. So yeah, I would make sure that when I write, I will write it to be completely credible and entrepreneurship as well, maybe, because I've built a business which is self-revenued and it has helped people. So that's something that I would happily share if that's
very relevant in the current times also. So we have some time for the questions. So anyone wants to ask some questions? Please, the gentleman there.
These technologies that have been developed like IoT, AI, blockchain, and even metaverse, do you feel that somewhere we'll be losing employment of many people as such? And these technologies may not last long. See, every year or even 6 months, it keeps changing. Can corporates absorb this?
Very good question, because employment, the vision is the quality of work needs to improve. Like, there are a lot of unfair jobs on earth, which probably machines can take over and the person can do much more quality jobs. So in my ideal story, education also becomes easier with technology. So if anybody wants to upskill to a better life or a better job, that opportunity also comes with this update of technology. So that is hopefully the positive intent that we all go ahead. The second, as you mentioned, yeah, are corporates ready to absorb? So this is, loss of employment happens when people overhire or there are wrong investments gone into ideas that have really no ROI from a consumer point of view. So I feel, again, that is one scrutiny that is not very well done, where some projects are more heavily funded for something that's not really, appealing to everyone. So that governance or regulation has to evolve as a community. And because of tech, social media, people are able to voice what is wrong a little more. So hopefully that helps. But yeah, I think that's something that we all need to work on and make sure that it's a little more foolproof and wrong investments don't go wrong places, so that not overhiring doesn't happen and then sudden loss also doesn't happen. Our traditional way of doing businesses, where people used to make revenues without like that funding craze, used to be the most organic way. And that time, the stability of jobs were also a lot longer. So hopefully, we become more aware of patterns and trends and make right choices for ourselves as well when we work with people.
But we lack the skill sets, isn't it?
Education is also adopting technology. So hopefully we are all very committed, and I'm very sure a lot of speakers as well who've written the book, hopefully are actively helping in educating and making sure skill is better. That would be my hope and answer.
So anyone else who has questions? Yep, gentleman at the back.
Ms. Karkar, you spoke about technology and various other realms like education and so on and so forth. Also, the prior person who asked about the corporates absorbing. My question deals about the ethics and technology. Do you think there is a congruence between the technology and ethics in the direction that we humans have to evolve, especially in the context of India? Thank you.
So just to check if I've understood the question rightly, the question is about technology and ethics, right?
You're right.
Okay. So yes, this is something that's very crucial. So in machine learning as well, there's a lot of biased data that goes into training. Now, sometimes different races are not recognized on Instagram filters or like a lot of other facial recognition banking apps and stuff. So there is a problem in terms of having the right ethics while it is being developed. And it's never going to be ideal. But what happens is when a technology fails, that's when people get to know that it's not ethically right or it was not envisioned for. What is one big change that happened is open source communities. Open source community means every one of you can actually join an open source community, even if you don't know to code. Okay, it's not necessary for you to be just a coder who's joining an open source community. You can go there and actually see if the user story or the functionality is written from a human point of view as a consumer point of view. So this is something that we all in the open source community will have to go and voice when you're probably a probable consumer. So for example, things that happened in Twitter, the polarization maybe, all of that, again, you have to voice it out. So, and the best place for technology is the open source communities, the Discord channels and the Slack channels of these communities. So Ethereum has one. Hyperledger India chapter is amazing. Yeah, it's filled with amazing people. Please go ahead and join. And that's a good way for your careers as well, to join these communities and actually be a part of the change and getting ethics right in technology. So I would encourage, everybody to actually join and make those contributions to make technology more ethical.
Thank you, Shilpa, for those questions. I think we are on the dot. We are done with our session. So yeah, thank you. Thank you.
This lovely session, this lovely conversation, and the great energy and participation of our audience. Our next author has over 35 years of experience in HR management across diverse industries, manufacturing, services, telecom, IT, and professional services. He has helped in building and leading high-performance teams in both national and multinational organizations. He's the national president of National Human Resources Development Network, the largest body of HR professionals in the country. He's a regular blogger and HR power influencer on Twitter, also known for his hashtag Office Truths posts on LinkedIn, if you guys have seen. May I call on stage Mr. S.V. Nathan, Partner and Chief Talent Officer, Deloitte India. Can we welcome sir on stage with a round of applause? This will be followed by a conversation with Ms. Devika Kundu Sengupta, Senior Manager, Conference Production, BW Businessworld. Sir, I want you to take the stage.
So good afternoon, everybody. So even as I stand here, I am making a promise to myself. The promise is that in the next about half an hour, I would have deemed it to be a good job done by me if I put all of you to sleep. And that is my every intention. So I'm going to put you all to bed. You will, right now, what I see is huge competition. Who is my competitor? A mobile phone. Because what people are doing in this room will be looking at a mobile phone. And some people will also flatter me by trying to take pictures of me. But actually, they're not taking a picture, but they're actually looking at themselves. But it's okay. Why would anybody call somebody like me on a lazy afternoon to speak about a book? First of all, I would be very pretentious if I said that I am an author. I'm not really an author. It just happened to be by accident than by design. It so happened that I used to write a lot of stories. I love stories. Hey, by the way, how many of you love stories? Raise your hands. Okay. Now you have a choice. I have in front of me a document which would have about 8 pages, which I can read out to you, or I could share some stories with you. What would you prefer? By raise stories. Okay. Okay. Stories. Okay. So, we would all get into things like, what has influenced a lot in your life? Many, many years ago, I got influenced by a very, very charming boss of mine. Now, in your life, I can tell you this, you will not love a lot of your bosses. Bosses are painful. If you don't believe me, I have a gentleman sitting out there in a nice white colored or gray colored jacket out there. I was his boss at one point in time. I can tell you this, as long as I was in that firm, I'm not sure whether he liked me very much, but today he's here. I had a boss who I genuinely loved. Why? Because I think he liked me or he tolerated me for who I was. Now, I came out from one of those really nice big schools, B schools, and I was doing very well. I got a job in a big multinational, and I was full of it. And I was told that I have to go to a factory, and this is going to be in a place called Gomia in Bihar. Now, I have a reputation, guys, that if I'm in a state for more than 8 years, the state splits. It has happened to me once in Gomia, then I went to Hyderabad. Then you know what happened. So when I went to Gomia, I had a letter which said, you will be received by a driver and a car, and you'll be taken to the guest house. And I was feeling very, very happy about all that stuff. And when I landed, there was nobody to receive me. No placard, nothing. And I said, oh my God, now I do not know what I'm going to do. In those days, you didn't have all these trolleys and all that. You had something called a hold all. You remember those holders? I mean, you got to put them aside, you got to pull them out and put all your stuff inside, roll them in. And it had a leather handle. It was very heavy. And I'm a tall guy, as you can all see. And I was lugging it this way and carrying one other, and platform, unfortunately, was on the other side. So you can imagine the effort that I had to take to get to the other side, nobody there to receive me. And then in a distance, I saw a very nice blue-colored, old-fashioned Peugeot. It's a beautiful car. Beautiful car. Really nice, burnished, shiny all over. And there was a gentleman, and he was wearing a khaki trouser and a white colored vest. And he looked at me, I looked at him, and he waved out to me. And I said, well, this is getting better. So I walked up to him, and he looked at me, he says, in Hindi, he speaks to me in Hindi. And he asked me where I was going. So I said, I have to go there. He says, I was waiting for you. And immediately I pointed to my luggage. I said, can you please make sure that it is in the car? Very faithfully, he opened the dicky. He lugged this big thing, put it inside. He sat at the driver's seat. I sat behind. And then the car started. And all the way, he started asking me all kinds of questions. And I was getting irritated with the driver who spoke too much. And we came somewhere near the guest house. And somewhere near the guest house, it's a very nice, beautiful building. There were 4 or 5 people who came rushing. And as soon as they saw the car, these guys ran and they all saluted. And I was feeling very, very happy because they were all saluting me because I was now the big guy coming in and going to change their lives. Anyways, this gentleman thanked me. I thanked the driver. And then he went away. Next day, I was supposed to meet the chief executive of that place. Now, this gentleman is he was known to be a very difficult gentleman. Very, very well-read. It's difficult as it is to speak to people who are well-read. And you find a lot of them in the audience. And then on top of that, this gentleman was known to be very sharp. So I was given all kinds of stories of how he is going to be the next day morning in trepidation. It's a long corridor. I walked all along and entered a room which had a lot of wood inside. So you can imagine one of those old British buildings. And in the corner, I found a person, factory overalls, facing the wall. And then he slowly turned around. And the moment I saw him, I said, hey, what are you doing on that side of the table out there? It was my driver. And as soon as I saw him, he looked at me and he said, gentlemen, my name is Dr. Shiven Verma. I almost froze. He said, take a seat. I couldn't take a seat. I was standing like a child, and I would have rather he shouted at me or done something to me, but anyway, he didn't. I sat down. I have no idea about the rest of the conversation, but one thing I learned, as I was leaving the room, he made a statement. He says, use your education well, but don't wear it as epaulets on your shoulders. And the best part about the humility of the gentleman was he never referred to it ever in all the several meets that we had. Normally what happens in parties and all that, they would make fun of you. Say, this is what he did. He never mentioned it. I was raised, fortunately, in an organization like that. Wonderful organization. That's the story. One more. So, how many of you like to be appreciated? Yeah, okay. All of us like to be appreciated. But do we appreciate each other? No? Do we? Not much. We don't. Suppose you went and told your mother that she's looking really good in a new sari or an old sari for all you know. What's she going to say? What do you want? Yeah? What do you need? We live in this world. This is the reality. Same factory. I had a boss. This boss was an army officer retired. What would you expect from an army officer retired? A person is very, very strict. He was very strict. how would I dress to office? In normal office clothes. And I had a pair of shoes which had seen better days. Worse, I'd never even cleaned it. It used to be muddy. It used to be muddy. One day, it so happened that it rained. When it rained, my shoes got cleaned. When my shoes got clean, I just happened to go into my boss's office. He looked at me, my shoes, and he says, "Hey, Nathan, your shoes are shining." Now, what do I tell him? It's not to do with me, but I soaked up all of that. What do you think I did the next day before I went to work? I shined my shoes. I still shine my shoes. I still shine my shoes before I go. Every time I shine my shoes, I remember Captain Nautiyal. I remember Captain Nautiyal because he caught me doing something right. Of course, it was not me, it was the rains. But every day he would find an opportunity to say, "Hey, you did this right, you did this right." He could have found 10 reasons to say, "You're not good, this is not right." What do we do in a corporate world? We find faults. We find faults. I'm not saying finding fault is the wrong thing, but can we find something good in somebody once a day? That's the story. Okay. One more. So, I was working in a very large US-based multinational, and I had joined them, and I was in charge of a pretty large organization, and I was feeling very, very happy. I wanted a stenographer. Now, what does a stenographer do? Type, take dictation. And I felt that as a boss, I should say something, and the person should type it, and I would correct it, and then he would type this and give it back to me. Google now does all this stuff and puts you to shame. Right? You don't need any of that now. In those days, we needed that. The guy sat in front of me, would undergo a test. Any person sitting in front would undergo a test. There are lots of people like that. Finally, my team told me that there are only 3 people that we have shortlisted. You must choose one of them. So I said, fine. And they also told me one of them you won't even like. I said, why would I not like somebody? He says, because he's very short. And I had to remind them that I'm not very tall either. So I said, look, it's okay. First interview, second interview, third interview, they said, this is the person. The person came in. And the person came in, not a great looking person. He was short. Worse, he was also a little podgy. He put on a lot of weight. He came and sat in front of me, and I excused myself. I went outside the room and did a small prayer. I said, I don't want any bias to come in when I interview this candidate. So I hope I'm aware of myself. I made that small prayer to myself, sat down, had the interview. In 5 minutes, I knew that I had a winner sitting in front. Very confident, doing a lot of stuff. At the end of 30 minutes, I knew that he was the person. And then, perchance, I asked this question, so what did you do in your undergrad? He says, BSc Physics. BSc Physics, what was your percentage? 86. I could have covered my head in shame. Because sitting in front of me was a person who would have been a university rank holder for sure. I looked at him and I said, gentlemen, you're hired, but in 18 months, I have to fire you. Are you game? He said, why would I want to join you if you're going to fire me in exactly 18 months? He said, because you will not do this job anymore. He will find another job for you, but I don't think you should be doing this. He said, that's fine. 10 years later, 10 years later, the gentleman came home and he had a letter in his hand. He wanted to make sure that my wife was also with me. So the two of us, he says, I've got something to show you. And he gives the letter to me and he says, Mr. Nathan, I want to leave your organization. So I said, that's fine, man, but why bring my wife into this? He says, no, I've got something to share with you. Anyways, I said, you're not leaving this company. He said, please take a look. And as I opened that letter, I smiled because it says, Dear Mr. Nagaraj, we welcome you to the family of so-and-so company as a general manager, human resources. That's the story of a stenographer who made it. Currently, by the way, he's a associate vice president as well in a very, very large MNC in Hyderabad. I mean, the stories are replete. It taught me something that day. When he left my house, I was thinking, what would have happened if many of us at that time had not got over a little bit of the bias? Because we all hold biases. Oh, he is too dark, he is too short, he is too tall, he is this, she is like this, she is like that. We hold biases. Well, that's one more story. And all of that is possibly to do with experiences in our lives. And as I'm speaking, you would have a lot of stories with you of the times when you went through a few things in your own life. What I have is the heart of work is a compilation of several stories, about 70 of them. All 70 stories, no more than 4-minute read. So I'm here only to introduce this. I'm more of a storyteller. I have no idea why I was invited, maybe because I just wrote a few of them and compiled them. That's why I'm here. I think my time is up. I've got to go sit there and people will ask me questions, I guess. Thank you.
Well, how many of you enjoyed the stories? Raise your hand. House full. Wonderful to see that. Well, there are a lot many stories in this book, The Heart of Work, which is right here available at the book counter for all of you. I must say that the book is expressed in a certain manner which shows the simplicity and the humility towards each in the organization. That's how simple is Nathan sir for us. A big round of applause for Mr. S.V. Nathan. Thank you for writing this.
Humility, that's what we learned from Dr. S.K. Verma. So how can we be any different?
Just to take the conversation forward with you. Storytelling is an art. And the corporate background is very different from telling a story, because I think corporate books or maybe corporate area or genres are very, very serious when you write about business. What made you bring out your writings, your experiences in this format, the little short stories? How?
First of all, it's a great question. I believe the corporate world is a better world through stories. I became a partner in my firm, not because I'm a brilliant guy. I became a partner in my firm because when you have to stand in front of a partner admission committee, they're going to ask you, is this person worthy of becoming a partner with us? And at that point in time, you would have all kinds of graphs, you'll have all this. I had nothing. My first slide was a picture of a Tanjore painting. And the Tanjore painting, I said, this is a Tanjore painting. This is a painting which is very, very dear to my heart. And I can tell you this, that my entire motivation in my life started with this painting. And then I forgot all about that painting, went into why and what and all that. And the partner admission committee, do you think they were listening to me at all? No. They were all fixated on that painting. In the 5th slide, which was my last slide, I brought the painting. And I'll say, now I'll tell you the story of that painting. So it was a Tanjore painting. My grandfather was a musician. And he saw the Tanjore painting and he says, he was in Tanjore. And he says, I want this painting. He went up to a shop and said, I want this painting. He says, it'll cost you 30 rupees. 30 rupees was the king's ransom. It was almost like 6 months' wages. So he said, but I can't give it to you for free. He said, can I sing? So my grandfather sang. He sang for almost 2 hours. The only caveat was the shopkeeper said, can you do this tomorrow? He was wanting to make sure that there was a crowd and people would know. Long story short, the painting was given to my grandfather. And it's still there with me in my house. It was handed over to my father. My father gave it to me. Of course, my brother and I had a fight over it. So I gave him a replica.
So you still have the original one?
Yeah. And that story is important because if there is somebody who is willing to do anything to get what he wants, then that story is in that picture. That story is in the Tanjore painting.
Great, great.
And I'm not finished.
Yes, of course.
I've read somewhere your presentation decks people will gloss over. But a story is 22 times more powerful than any slide. Let me repeat that. A story is 22 times more powerful than a slide. Back to you.
So I guess there are a lot of students here in the audience. Make sure that your presentations or sales pitch must have a story behind it, a relevant one, of course. Moving on to the next question I have. The book is divided into multiple sections which talk about respect, kindness, emotions, everything, leadership qualities and challenges in career. There's like a very similar thread which goes throughout the book, that is your experiences. Would you like to share one which is about mutual respect?
Mutuality of respect. I think this is a story that happened several years ago. I happened to be in a place where I happened to be in a company which had a number of calls and late evening calls, and this was with the US, with people around the globe. If you're working in a global company, that's one of the perils of the job, late evening calls. So I had this call, and the call was to decide on something which was very important. There was a gentleman called Alok. Alok had left the shores of India, and he had gone to Canada. And from Canada, the person was moving on to the US. He went to the US, spent some time. He contracted something called brain fever, encephalitis. Normally, people who contract brain fever, the chances of survival is next to nothing. His wife in India was very keen that he comes back. And that call was to decide whether the person should be sent to India, because there were a lot of people, including medical people, on that particular call. There were lots of guys, the CEO, the CFO, very, very big leaders on that call. India was also represented. And the call started like this. Everybody said, look, there's no chance. The US, which has the best doctors in the world, are unable to do anything. What can India do? First. Second, that person will have to be brought to India in an air ambulance, which means every 6-7 hours, there must be a stopover. And that's a chartered airline. It's going to cost a bomb, which in those days was almost close to, must be equivalent to about $1 million or so. A lot of money. And the chances of survival, very slim. So into the call, everybody said, there's no chance of get this person coming and making it alive to India. The call was going to end. It was decided that the person would be put into hospice. Hospice means just put them into a bed and give them some palliatives, make sure he lives a normal life, something to reduce pain, and the person will pass away. 2 minutes more, the call was going to end, and suddenly there was a voice. That voice said, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but I have a point of view. The person, if that person had been in India, the person would be alive. That person went all the way to Canada and thereon to the US at the behest of the firm. That person acted like a good soldier. He took orders and he completed the task. The soldier is now wounded. He's on the battlefield. And I think it's only right for us, because there is his wife who says two things: bring him back. Two, the doctors perchance in India, because they have dealt with more of these cases, could find some solution to the problem. Ladies and gentlemen on the call, let's bring the soldier home. Let's bring the soldier home. And then there was silence.
Right now here.
Just as it is now. It was for a whole 1 minute. Nobody spoke. And then suddenly the CEO spoke and he said, the person is right. He came here because we asked him to. It is therefore incumbent on us to send the soldier back. Send him back, whatever that it takes. So across all the different places, 7 or 8 stops, came to India, went to one of the hospitals in Delhi. 6 months later, Alok walked out of that hospital, and I met Alok a few months ago.
Wow.
I will never forget this story. I'll never forget this story, because the voice that spoke to the CEO that day and people on that call is speaking to you.
A big round of applause for Nathan, sir.
So it's not about me. It's not about me. I learned something that day, because 58 minutes into that call, I had not spoken. And then suddenly something got into me. It is important for us to speak up, because in speaking up, a life was at stake. So we don't have to take it that far. If you ask me, what was the mutuality of that respect? When I met Alok, all we did was we just hugged each other. I respected the fact that he had a lot of faith in his leadership, which is all the people out there. And I had a lot of respect for him, because he believed that everybody would stand up for him. The mutuality of that respect was in that moment of that hug.
Absolutely. Nathan, sir, every thing, the experiences which you share are put so beautiful in a story format. I don't think we can really have an end to a session like this. And but then, of course, today we have a limited time. But yes, the heart of work is right there. Pick it up, read. You'll learn a lot from this. Moving on to the next one. There's a chapter section on performance evaluations of employees. So performance evaluation is a very, very scary affair in every organization. Who all are working in and are sitting here in the audience, they know when it comes to performance review, it's a scary hall room with the board members sitting and all the reviews happening. So do you think that it is essential to bring in developmental feedbacks, bringing in confidence and giving that mutual helping hand to the employees to grow the organization as well and the employee as well?
First of all, great question, because one of the things that we will find, and I see a lot of our young leaders of tomorrow sitting here in the audience, performance feedback is a bummer. It's not easy at all. Because you, first of all, the person giving the feedback must be able to do this well. I was very fortunate. My very first performance appraisal, I was in trepidation. I'd written a long page of all that I have done and hoping that my boss is going to ask me about it. He did nothing of that sort. He knew I was tense, so he said, let's go for a cup of coffee. We sat in that cafeteria for almost 2 hours. We talked about everything under the sun about what was happening. At the end of it, he summarized the entire performance in a few words. Those words were very encouraging. And he also said, well, maybe if there are a couple of areas that you like to work on, what do you think you should be doing? He didn't say you should do this, you should do that. And I very easily volunteered a lot of information. I should be doing this. I came out of that and I said, how nice it would be if every performance appraisal happens this way. Performance appraisal happens at home as well. Because if my wife asks me, how do you think this dish is? And when I taste it and I find that it is not up to the mark, do you think I can give it to her straight off? I can't.
I think you can.
I can't. At least I can't.
You're a storyteller.
No.
You can.
I'll tell you what I do. I'll say, sunshine, terrific. Terrific. And then she will have this. Well, it's not all that. I said, a little bit of salt. It's okay. Not a big deal. No, but a little bit of, yeah, it's okay. But in that moment, is that dish very important? It's not. What is more important is that relationship, that relatedness. Back to you.
Well, so as I mentioned earlier, every answer is coming in a story format. So I don't think we will let you go very soon. We'll have a couple of more stories. Coming to the career choices, there's a pressure on everyone how to make the right choice, be it the HRs of the company to choose the right fitment for the roles in their company, or be it for us to choose the right one. You have a chapter about an artist in your book. What is your viewpoint? Do you think that the choices made are under pressure completely, or because I have seen that out of 10, probably 3 to 4 people are such who end up choosing the wrong one, then they regret, they are unable to perform, then the company gives it back to them in another way. So that right decision, how important is that?
I don't know about the right decision or the wrong decision, but I can tell you a story about.
Over to you.
You're okay? You guys are okay?
Yes.
So this is a story when I had taken up a new job. I was a general manager of an organization. I was pretty young and they had vaulted me into that job. And I was working a little late into the evening, about 10 o'clock at night. I just folded up everything and I was getting out, where in the far corner of that long corridor, I found that there was some music emanating from there. So I went up and here was this gentleman who was singing. He had a transistor. Back in those days, you had things called transistor. So he was singing and what was he doing? He was doing cyclo-styling. You don't have that anymore these days, guys. So you had one top sheet, then there's a middle sheet, there's a tertiary sheet, there's a third sheet. One was for finance, one was for the individual, one was for the files, etc., etc. And he was really, really happy. And I looked at him and I said, gentlemen, what are you doing? He says, I'm doing payroll. And what is great about payroll? He said, sir, you don't understand. 1 extra 0, somebody's very happy. 1 0 less, and you know that you have somebody really sad and they really be after you. I really like the guy. So I said, okay, why don't we catch up tomorrow morning? Because I didn't want to disturb that payroll. Next day morning, 10 o'clock, came up to my room and we had a chat. I said, okay, where are you from? And remember, coming in from big B schools, first question I asked him, where are you from? So he says, I'm from so-and-so school. I said, I've never heard of this school. He said, sir, after 1 year, they closed down that school. I said, aha. So that means, okay, what did you do in your undergrad? BA History. Now, in my lexicon, BA history means you didn't get science, you didn't get this, you didn't get this, you didn't get that, you didn't even get BCom, and then you had to do BA history. So my value just went down, but he was beaming. He was looking at me as if he was a guy who was straight out of the top ranks of IIM Ahmedabad, very confident chap. And something about him I really liked. He loved his job. He would never underplay what he was doing. And the phone rang, and I had my regional manager saying, I need a regional manager, human resources in Bombay. I want him now. And this pending for about 6 months, nothing has been done. So I said, I got the perfect guy for you. But treat him well. Put the phone down, looked at this gentleman, and I said, do you think that you could go to Bombay? He said, yeah, I can go to Bombay. He says, but you know Hindi? He said, Torah, Torah. The way he said Torah, my heart sank. But anyway, choice was made. I'd already told people. So this gentleman left. Fast forward. I got a call some 3 months back. And this gentleman says, sir, I'm really getting very tired because each year they keep sending me to the same place. One time is the Bahamas, one time is the Miamis, and they take turns sending me to the same place each year. I'm getting bored. Find me something different. And I didn't say much. I just kept the phone down after listening to him. I didn't have to make a choice. I just had to listen. But I was smiling. My wife said, why are you smiling? He said, I'm smiling because you remember this chap who don't know a word of Hindi who went all the way to Bombay. Well, it is the same Mahidar today. And who is Mahidar? Mahidar is the Vice President of Human Resources, Hewlett Packard. And it had nothing to do with the education of which school he came from. It had nothing to do with whether he did BA history or whether he went out of IIM Ahmedabad. He is celebrated as one of the top leaders.
So a follow-up question to that. So that motivation factor coming from a leader and that push opportunities. So you mean those are very important from a company's point of view towards the employee?
I think what we need to understand is whether the person is from this school or that school. I think you need to find out whether they are from the school of attitude. If they are from the school of attitude, pick that person. And companies these days, they are opening their shackles. Of course, they would still be partial to the IIMs, the Excels of the world, but they are realizing, at least I know for sure, I don't much care about which school you are, because if you belong to that school of attitude, and I think, then that's a place.
Wonderful. So the school of attitude is something to take away from here. Mr. Nathan, there are multiple students in the audience right now, along with other respected guests. They all are going to be soon deep diving into the corporates, diving deep, sorry. Any words of wisdom for them?
No words of wisdom.
There comes a demand.
No words of wisdom. You've done enough of stories. I think all of us are always in doubt. We don't know whether we will win. We don't know whether we will lose. But this fear of losing is the one that hides everything which could be our potential. I wanted to be an engineer. From where? IIT. I went and tried to dabble in something, could not get engineering because my father said, I can't. I got into a good school of engineering. My father said, I can't afford you. And then ultimately, I had to make a choice. The choice that I made was I had to take either BA Sanskrit or BSc Mathematics. What do you think I chose? Sorry? Mathematics? Do you think I like mathematics? Do I look like a guy who likes mathematics? The answer is no. But did I do well in mathematics? I did exceedingly well. If you don't get what you like what you get.
and you make a meal of it. You love it so much that you start to do really well because that is important.
Great, great, Mr. Nathan. Thank you for all those lovely words. We have a couple of minutes more. Any questions? Yes, I can see a couple of hands up.
Hello, this is Indraneel. I have exactly a follow-up question on the anxiety and the fear factor. So my question to Nathan sir is, failure is celebrated in today's time, and thanks to the startup revolution in India. However, failure is only made or celebrated if it is of a good use or experience for the next successful project or startup. What if the failure in his or her project or the person do not try to make it to the next level or a perceived level of success and keep it to themselves? So how to deal with such failure? Are they accepted by society or stakeholders? What is your take on this? Thank you.
Sorry? So 7 years ago, I used to be working in a resort company, and a car went into the shallow end of Kodaikanal Lake. This guy was obviously drunk to one of the customers, and he didn't know what to do. He came running, he came rushing to the front desk, and he said, it was 11 o'clock at night, and he said, my car is sinking, can you do something about it? Nobody was around. And there was one person in the gym, and he was a gym instructor. And the gym instructor was a very sad guy, because you look at this guy, you really feel that he's a sad guy, he's lost in his life. But he raised his hand and he said, I'll come and help. He came all the way up and he says, you have to do nothing. He went away. This guy was obviously drunk. He took another 2 more people, a cook who was sleeping, and another person was his helper. So these 3 people went up, got the car out, took it to the garage. Right through the night, they sat and made sure that the engine was completely devoid of water, oil filters, everything changed. Next day morning, 7 o'clock, along with a morning cup of coffee, the keys were presented and said, your car is in fine fettle, you may drive it home. The client was very happy. I happened to be on that site. I didn't know all about this till the morning. And I said, we must celebrate this person. We must give him something. So that evening, there was a nice gathering. At that gathering, I called this person out. I give him a check of 2,000 rupees. And 2,000 rupees in those days is an equivalent of almost 25,000 or 50,000 or whatever you want in today's day and age. So a very hefty sum. And he was very happy. He went away, but later he came up and he says, this is not enough. I didn't get enough. So I said, did you want more money? He said, I don't want money. I have been a failure. I need some help. What do you want to do? I want to do anything other than what I'm doing today. I said, what do you want to do? He said, I want to be in human resources. Now, every guy and his uncle wants to be in human resources. I said, okay, you may not have everything, all the qualifications, but we can learn. But are you willing to invest part of your time? Anyway, things went on. The gym instructor qualified. He became a HR officer, this, that. Very interesting conversation. There's a call that comes in and says, I have 2 job offers. One job offer is with this particular company. One other job offer is from this company. Which is the job that I should take? And finally, he made that decision himself. And again, as always, I keep smiling when I see all these things happen. My wife asked me again, now tell me, what is the reason for your smiling? I said, I smiled because you remember Venki? Venki, who was a gym instructor, he is now the Vice President of Human Resources in Shoppers Stop. I kid you not. And it has nothing to do with an individual holding the mic. It is to do with the person who made the choice. There's nothing called failure, Indra. There are only experiences. because that experience really taught him that he's got to get out of that mire. And what do we need to do as people, either in corporates or people sitting around the table as you and I are today? All we have to do is offer a helping hand. That's the only reason why we all exist. So on that note, back to you.
Absolutely. Any more questions?
Yes,
I think I have a student here first. I'll let the student first.
Hey,
ask
listen,
the question.
guys, if you have to applaud, do a good job of it.
Can we pass the mic to the student first here in the first table?
Hello, sir. My name is Sahil. So I just have a very funny question. What is the reason why you didn't take BA Sanskrit?
Why I didn't take BA Sanskrit? Because I was after BA Economics. And between a choice of BA Sanskrit and in those days, if you did BA Sanskrit, I do not know what would have happened to me. And here I was looking at, and by the way, I wanted to join IIM Ahmedabad. I came out of that exam in 20 minutes. Then I studied very hard. When I said studied very hard, I studied very hard and went on to excel. Excel as in XLRI. Ultimately there, I was a topper of that batch. It's not the choice, but what you make of that choice. So perhaps if I had done Sanskrit, maybe, I don't know whether I would be here speaking to you, but maybe in some Sanskrit lit fest, I would be again sharing some stories. I don't know.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
you. Put it well.
Great, great. One question, Ms. Meena Raghunathan, one of our celebrated authors, has.
Sorry. Sir, as an experienced HR professional, this bell curve approach to performance analysis is something that breaks a manager's heart. What are the options which are coming up? We hear it is going out of fashion, but something that's more fair to an objective. I did well. I don't have to be, kind of, did I do better than so-and-so? Did I do worse than so-and-so? It kind of vitiates everything to my mind. So what are the good options? Decent, human options.
First of all, we've got to take that bell curve and throw it out. I think it's a complete waste. The option is really, what do people want? They want feedback in the here and now. I don't want to be told 12 months into my performance that this is how good I am or how lousy I have been. So at least in my organization, we have done away with the bell curve. We do something called check-ins. So I would check in with you every month and we would have a conversation, not just about my performance and you're the boss. You would ask me, Nathan, is there anything that you would like to do? My interests are going to be important as well. Why? Because if you're not interested in me, then I will vote with my feet. These days, organization can't just fire people. People fire organizations. And therefore, we got to do away with this bell curve. We should have more check-ins. And how do you then gauge whether this person is really the person? So we ask only two questions. Question is, will you always have this person on your team? First question. Second question is, will you always pay the highest in the compensation bracket that you would want for this person? These are the only two questions. And there is a scale. That scale will tell you whether this person is performing really at the top of the pile or at the bottom of the pile. And we are also transparent to that person because they will know relative to the others where they stand. So there are options today. And people are using that. It will take some time. Even for the best of organizations, if they want to get into this, it will take some time. But that's a great question.
Okay, quick two last questions. First, I'll ask the gentleman. I'll come back to you at the last.
Sir, you may be an exception, being a very dynamic HR person. But usually in corporates, HR people are laggards, from my own experience.
They are lousy.
They always ask, it is between you and your boss, as far as appraisal is concerned. So a boss always looks at whether he's a sycophant or a yes man. They never look at talent or skill sets. So what's your take on that?
Change your boss. Honest to God, I mean, I look at it dispassionate, and I'm not saying this in a very facetious way. I'm not saying that every person must change his boss that way. There are options today, even within organizations. Because today's organization is now realizing that the one thing which is in huge demand is talent. Talent is demand. People who are sitting in this room, you guys are in huge demand. But you guys don't know it. And that's why your bosses make mistakes. So you just got to be careful. And yes, there is something called the old world. There is something called the developing world and the developed world. It's a passage of time, but we will get there. Both the questions that you asked are very interesting questions because this is the transition that we are experiencing.
But we are well past our prime.
Sure.
One last question. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, sir. Sir, so you spoke about the school of attitude, and we have had a list of like the qualities that that add up to becoming a person with a good attitude. So in the changing times, what do you think are the top 3 qualities that form a good attitude of a person?
First one, kindly take your seat. First of all, great question. First, never say no when you can say yes. Never say no when you can say yes. First. Second, take the initiative. Don't wait for somebody to hand you something. Nobody is out here doling jobs around. That's the second. Third one, put your passion and your energy into the choices that you make. If you don't like something, it's okay. But if that's a choice that you have made, put your life and soul into it. You will see the difference.
Thank you, sir.
Well, a big round of applause for Mr. Nathan, please. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing all the stories. And I think this is the best one to put up all these experiences in such a beautiful manner. The book is available outside. Nathan sir is right here with all of us. He is available to sign the copies and talk to you even more if you would like to go ahead with any of the conversations. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right, the much needed news that we are breaking for coffee and tea. And yes, and we'll come back with more questions and more sessions. Yeah. All right. Okay. 20 minutes.
It's okay. I think we can watch the video. Complete it. Welcome back, all of you, after a lovely tea break and wonderful couple of sessions in the morning and in the afternoon. As we proceed with the lineup further, I'm hoping for a lot more excitement. Our next author is an academic, author, corporate citizen, columnist, and a hobbyist. He is or has been on numerous boards of corporates, stock exchanges, educational institutions, and hospitals, and various national level committees of the Finance Ministry, SEBI, ICAI, etc. He has authored over 15 books and written over 600 articles and papers. May I call upon stage Mr. V. Raghunathan, Adjunct Professor, Clueless, School of Business, Toronto, to talk about his book, Irrationally Rational, followed by a conversation with my colleague, Mr. Ruhail Amin.
You know, rationality tells you never to pitch yourself directly against your wife. She was there. She's here. But life isn't about rationality. So here I find myself speaking very soon after my wife herself. So that is irrationally rational for you. That's the title of the book. All right. Let me give you an example. Supposing you and me, we are both going to the airport to catch a flight. I'm going to Bombay. You are going to Delhi after the fest is over, end of the day. Scheduled flight time is 8 o'clock for both of us. Though you are going to Delhi, I'm going to Bombay. But since we are going to the same airport, we share a cab. And on the way, you know, Bangalore has only one road that leads to the airport. If there's an accident on the way, you are stuck. And supposing a very rare kind of accident happens, and we are stuck for 4 hours on the road because there's no turning back. There are a million cars behind you. So we have to keep inching forward all the time. And at 12 o'clock in the night, we both reach the airport. I go to my Bombay counter and they say, sorry, sir, your flight left on the dot at 8 o'clock. Just too bad. Shit happens. You are told, oh my God, what a pity. Your flight was delayed by 3 hours and 55 minutes. The captain just closed the door and you missed it. Who feels worse? Obviously. But pure economics or economists will tell you that rationally speaking, your regret level should be the same. Both of us have lost our ticket. Both of us have to spend an extra night in Bangalore. Both of us have to pay for the return cab and again back to the airport next day. Economics is all identical, but one of us is left feeling like a heap of crap much more than the other. Now you see, which of the two feelings would you say is rational? 9 out of 10 will say that the second person feels terrible. But rationality tells you that you should feel equally terrible. But we don't feel equally terrible. Or let me give you another example. You bought a lottery ticket. Are you seriously expecting to win the lottery? No. You pay 50 bucks. The winning prize is 50 lakhs. There are over 1 million tickets. You don't seriously expect to win the lottery, right? So you buy a lottery. And I also buy a lottery. I, of course, don't win it. Gone. You, of the 7 digits on the lottery ticket, 6 digits are identical to the winning ticket. Only 1 digit varies. Who feels worse? But the investment in the lottery ticket was the same, 50 rupees. The lottery outcome was the same. The lottery probability was the same. So what is different economically? And neither of us won it anyway, and nor were we expecting to win it anyway. And yet one feels much worse than the other. Now you see the rationality and the irrationality angle, right? Or let me tell you, just one more example. Supposing you are sitting on a beach. It's a hot day, sultry. You feel like having a Coke. Okay. Your friend is just going to walk to the road, main road, which is about 200 meters away. And he tells you, look, there is an air-conditioned restaurant over there. Okay. How much are you willing to pay for a diet, for a Coke that you're looking at? So I'll buy for you and bring it, but what is the maximum you're willing to pay? What is the amount you're likely to quote? He tells you it's a upmarket, fancy, air-conditioned restaurant. And he's asking you, you want a Coke? I'll get you a Coke, but what is the maximum I should pay on your behalf? Because you are ultimately going to foot the bill. How much will you quote? Give me a number. About 200. Somebody may say 150. Somebody may say 100. Correct? Is that fair? But supposing your friend tells you, there is a road, I'm going there, but वहाँ एक छोटा सा ठेला वाला है, a little shack fellow, you know. He just keeps an ice box and puts some Coke cans in it. But the can is the same, no matter whether you buy it from a restaurant or from a shack. Hygiene is irrelevant because it's a sealed can and you're going to have it on the beach anyway. So he says, I'm going to this shack. How much are you willing to pay for the can? What will you say? Much lesser. Now the product is the same. Demand supply is the same. You want it, you are thirsty. Demands that all our life we read about demand supply in classical economics, right? So demand supply is the same, but the price that one is willing to pay is different. So rationality tells us one thing, but the actual behavior seems to be something else. So you're beginning to get a hang of what do we mean by rationality and irrationality. The book is Irrationally Rational. 50 Nobel laureates script the story of behavioral economics. So the book essentially speaks about how from the classical economics, which assumed that people behave in a certain way, it assumed that price elasticity of demand works like this, that people will be willing to pay a lesser price if there is great competition and so forth. Product, demand, supply, price, cost, this is all that was the material of which classical economics was made of. The fact that you were angry or you were sad or that you were happy or you were greedy at a point in time was all irrelevant. That you are a very friendly person or you are not a friendly person. You are buying from an enemy versus buying from a friend. None of that mattered. All that mattered was demand, supply, cost, price, and so forth. But then came these 10 Nobel laureates. You can scan the 10 Nobel laureates there. Starts with Herbert Simon, goes on to Gary Becker, goes on to Akerlof, and so forth. Then, of course, Kahneman. Then, of course, Thaler, Ostrom, Williamson. So there are 10 Nobel laureates who are covered because and it covers them systematically, how they entered the scene and started changing the understanding of economics. In the early days of economics, they used to look down upon psychologists. How can you combine psychology, which is a social science, with economics, which is pure mathematical science, you know? So it was very uppity feeling among the classical economists not to include psychology. It was contamination of economics if you talked about psychology being mixed with economics. But then, and what was worse, the classical economists said people are supposed to behave that way and theorize the entire economics accordingly. And if you didn't behave the way they were postulating, then you were not a subject of their study. You understand? In other words, your behavior was ascribed to you by the economists. But slowly, from Herbert Simon onwards, people started questioning that, hey, hang on. Whom is this economics meant for? Real people? And ultimately, what is economics supposed to do? Help people take better decisions? Then is it not important to question how do people in reality take decisions? I gave you 3 examples. And you figured that level of regrets are same. The prices you may be willing to pay could be different and so forth. If that is how real people take decisions, then who are the economists to say you must behave in a certain way? People behave the way they do. And you have to take that into cognizance in describing the decision-making process of people, right? That is where the behavioral economics came in. You see, the conventional understanding of economists was that human beings are rational. That rationality had a certain definition. Just to say rational doesn't mean much. Rational would mean I prefer more money to less money. Risk level remaining the same, I will want higher return. Return level remaining the same, I'll take lower risk. For every additional unit of risk, I will want greater compensation and so forth, marginal utility and so on, which you read in your classical economics. Then some people came along and did some experiments with rats in the laboratories. For example, rats are given money in the form of, there are 2 levers in a cage. If the rat is trained to click one of them, they get some water. 3 clicks, you'll get so much of water. 2 clicks, you'll get so much of food. So now the rat is trained over a period of time to use the number of clicks to get either food or water. Then they start changing the amount of money that the rat has. It's allowed up to 20 clicks for water and another 15 clicks, let us say, for food. The rat learns very soon how to maximize its satisfaction, which is called utility maximization in economics, right? So the rat learns how many clicks to use where to have an optimal quantity of food and water, which means it's maximizing its utility by using its money judiciously. So then someone turned around and said, hey, if rats are rational, surely human beings must be rational. And that is how that rationality got very firmly entrenched in the field of economics. Now you may say, are human beings like rats? But then most of the biological experiments are also carried on rats before they're brought to you, either in the form of cosmetics or medication or whatever it may be. So this book essentially is all about how economics was brought out of boredom and made real. How it was brought out of pure conceptualization and made real through real life experimentation. And that is the entire journey that this book captures. Now, increasingly, it's becoming so relevant that schools are beginning to introduce behavioral economics in class 10 onwards. All right? Because the future will increasingly talk more and more about behavioral economics than neoclassical economics, as at least my generation learned. I don't know what your generation today learns in the name of economics, if it's still the same production functions and the price and the demand elasticity of demand and dy by dx and so forth, or if it's changing, I do not know. But it's time it changed. It's time you also started learning more about behavioral economics. What this book does is, instead of you're having to read 30 books, it puts everything in one place to get a fair idea. Then you may figure out who interests you more, which work interests you more, and you go further deeper into that. I think this much is enough for my introductory remarks. I'll leave it to Ruhail now to take it forward. Ruhail, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for making such an intellectually stimulating topic so simple and understandable, much needed at this point of time. Let me first ask you, was this your first title? Sorry. The choice.
That's interesting. Was it my first title? I think the only debate I had was, is it rationally irrational or irrationally rational? Other than that, I didn't have a third choice.
Wonderful. So somewhere, I mean, you say that we have brought a certain emotion to business now, you know, when we talk about behavioral economics now, which was missing earlier. If we look at the approach that you have outlined, you know, by citing all the top stories and chapters, how can businesses benefit from it? If you could make it simpler for even the management students to understand what it means in the current context of business and how can they benefit from this?
Wonderful, Ruhail. Ultimately, it's a business lit fest. So he's obviously zeroing down on what is the applicability of behavioral economics into business. Let me tell you, supposing you walk into a showroom and you see there a shirt which is priced at 3,500. Scratch your head. You wonder, is it worth buying? Is it a little too high for my budget? And so forth. You walk another 30 steps, the same identical shirt, along with a pair of shorts, is displayed also for 3,500. You suddenly think the fellows must have made a mistake somewhere. There the shirt was 3,500, same brand, but there's a short for free along with it. The idiot has made a mistake. Let me exploit and quickly pick it up. Right? You quickly pick up the shorts and the shirt, pay 3,500 and walk out. You think you've been very smart. The fact is perhaps no. The business never expected you to buy the standalone shirt. The idea was to sell only the shirt with the shorts, but they've been able to sell it. And they're selling it in much greater numbers than they would have if they had not put that shirt alone in the first place. Nudging, they are guiding you into an action which you may not have originally wanted to make. You understand? So you can get exploited in the process. So, but if you understand behavioral economics better, next time you'll be careful. Ullu mere ko bana raha hai. You will be smarter and won't fall for it. You see, when you buy a car, often the car dealers will sell you all kinds of accessories. They are all actually priced 2.5 to 3 times higher than what it would cost you if you drive 50 meters away and buy it from a standalone accessories shop. What happens? When you're buying a 15 lakh rupee car, spending another 7,000, 8,000, 15,000 looks like nothing to you. Even insurance companies. Insurance companies will charge you 3 times if you buy the insurance through the dealer. But if you go on a standalone basis to an insurance company, the same insurance with the same features can be bought at 1/3 the price. Now you understand where the business, where the behavioral economics is coming in? It's coming in the sense that people often look at their costs not on a standalone basis, but as a proportion of the main investment that they're making. So 15,000 rupees looks like a very small amount when you're buying a car worth 15 lakhs. But on a standalone basis, you would any day shop very carefully. You will not pay 15,000 if you can get the same product for 5,000 50 meters away. So now you're beginning to see how businesses use it. If you're a business executive, you have some tactics in your bag. If you are a customer, you have some defenses in your bag. So it's up to you how you use it. But I could go on. I mean, I could spend a whole day giving more examples of how governments can use nudges and how policymakers can use nudges. You know, the best known example of nudging is in the men's urinal. They often have a fly drawn in the middle so that people tend to aim at it. So you'll spill less. Okay. So that is nudging again. All right. So yeah, I could give any number of examples.
Yeah. But if you make people aware, I'm sure, big brands will be in trouble, if people are aware of how they are being, led into this.
No, but the interesting thing is, even after you know what is the right thing to do, you still feel terrible when you are faced with the situation. For example, I gave the example, but even then, when you go to the airport and you miss your flight by a few seconds, you still feel a greater level of regret than missing it by a large margin. So knowing doesn't help actually. That is the beauty of behavioral economics. It's not an easy tweak that just because you have understood, you'll be able to escape it. No, you don't escape it. That's the sturdiness of the whole thing.
And that irrationality is also a certain context, a certain perception that you rationalize to yourself and, you give it a rational meaning, right? Right. Okay, you also touched upon that we need to inculcate awareness about it, not just when you are out of your IIMs and all of that, but much before. Do you think it is happening in the current, the way our curriculum is designed? Do we have enough attention at the MBA level, to inculcate awareness about behavioral economics right now, or is still a long way to go?
You see, much of awareness to help, if I understand your question right, I would say much of that awareness depends on your ability to reflect. Ability to reflect comes through reading. And by reading, I don't mean WhatsApp messages. I don't mean tweeted articles shortened as a fast food for, on the move kind of a reading. I mean serious reading of books and reflecting upon them. I'm unfortunately a little disconnected with the younger generation today because it's been a few years since I taught MBAs in Europe and Canada, etc. India, of course, I stopped teaching in Ahmedabad almost 20 years ago. So I'm not in direct contact, but my hunch is that students these days are increasingly reading less than my generation used to, for instance.
Reading books, but they're reading otherwise. WhatsApp messages.
Reading, but I'm saying that reading doesn't allow you time to reflect. Because before one tweet message is over, there are 5 more tweets landing on your phone. So you don't reflect sufficiently. Book is the only way you get to reflect. And that, I believe, if it's not happening sufficiently, I would imagine they are probably not well prepared. But if there are some who are still very, very conscious of this and are book lovers, of course, I can read book on Kindle. It's still a book, So you could keep your love of a gadget alive and still be a book reader. So I would imagine that there are people who have come up with PPT presentations for books. I mean, how? First of all, they're beginning to write 80-page books and 45-page books and so on. On top of it, making a bloody PPT of it. I mean, what sense does it make? You might as well not read it,
I think also, sorry to cut.
Reflection is the point.
I think the engagement on digital and in printed format is also different. That's an established fact. So why don't we take a couple of questions if there are any? They're all convinced, I guess.
It's always the initial hiccup.
Anyone, any question? This is your chance to ask. Oh, wonderful. I think they're all, let me ask you a couple of more questions. What has been the backstory of writing this book, talking about the top names, the Nobel laureates? Was it difficult for you to choose only these 10 names? What made you, out of a lot you could have referred to, what was that led you to choose these 10 names?
Very good. I like that question because you see, all my books, that 10 or 11 books I've written with Penguin and HarperCollins in the popular domain, they're all on very different kinds of themes. I've never repeated a genre. So never got slotted into one kind of a book and so on. My first one was Games Indians Play, which was, interestingly, that was my first book and remains the bestseller till today. All the other books put together probably would have sold only about as much. But this book happened, it was purely conceived, conceptualized, written and published during the COVID period.
Another addition to the COVID era, yeah.
So I was thinking about what to write on and, basically you have to draw from your own reserves when you want to write a book. And one thing I was reasonably well read on was on behavioral economics, because I also used to teach it in SDA Bocconi University in Milan, Italy. For almost 25 years, every year I taught. So I had a lot of reading, and then I said, if I were to do anything on behavioral economics, what do I do? Because all these great authors, the names that went from Dan Ariely to all of them, Kahneman to Thaler and so on, had written outstanding books. So what could I add to that? Then it struck me that I could summarize the work of everyone who has contributed to the development of behavioral economics. But there are a whole lot of them. There are more than 100 scholars who have contributed. And there are more than 10,000 articles and books on the subject. So where do you make a beginning? Then suddenly it struck me, why don't I choose Nobel laureates as a benchmark? But even after doing so, it wasn't easy. For example, Arindam Banerjee, he's an Indian Nobel laureate. Okay. And in India, even if somebody has a vague connection to India, we call him Indian Nobel laureate. And this guy is a real Indian Nobel laureate, even though he might have got it only in the US. I mean, because of his work done in the US, but he's a full-fledged Indian, unlike Mother Teresa, who's hardly an Indian by birth. But we accommodate them any which way, So I said, no, should he be included? It's a tough question. I finally did not include him. And it's, it remains a thorny issue. Why would I exclude him? I said he had not contributed to the development of behavioral economics. In my mind, he had used the methodology that behavioral economists use, the experimental method, but he had not contributed to the development of the behavioral economics itself. So I left him out. So it was not easy. It was a difficult choice. Similarly, Tragedy of Commons is tangential to behavioral economics, not full-fledged behavioral economics. But I have brought it in because it also, involves game theory, which involves strategic thinking and so on. So I brought that in. That is how Ostrom and Williamson find a mention in the 10. So it was some exercise, and but it ended up well, because almost everyone who has read the book, among people who are also quoted there inside and on the cover and so on, seem to agree that by and large the list is reasonably sensible. Yeah.
Let me ask you my final question. We are in the Silicon Valley of India, founders, and there is a certain perception that leaders who understand concepts like behavioral economics have to come from institutions. But we have seen a lot of businessmen who haven't known it, who are not aware that they know it, but they yet know it. Do you think behavioral economics can always be taught, or people can just know it?
Something in Bangalore, you will recall a news item maybe a year or two ago, in a popular movement against potholes on our streets, an artist, not a behavioral economist by a far shot, an artist, he prepared a huge
Visual.
alligator made of polycarbonate material, and placed it near a pothole, which suddenly gained traction so hugely that within 24 hours, the BBMP filled that pothole. So this was the power of nudging. Okay. What direct applications and direct letters and direct narabazi cannot do, this man had done it by placing a polycarbonate alligator on that, because it suddenly caught attention and it nudged people into taking action. So I would say that many aspects of behavioral economics are more intuitive thinking and reflection, as I said earlier. Once you are largely introduced to the idea of behavioral economics, with some examples that I gave, you'll find more examples there and so on, then it's entirely a creative process for you to think of more situations where, for instance, I think, I forget the name of the place. There was a curve which was very dangerous, and people would not slow down and take fast turns and get overturned. The rate of accidents was very, very high. They tried putting a whole lot of messaging, please slow down, accident prone zone, all of that, but it didn't work and accidents continued to happen. Then what someone did was, one of the city officials, he painted horizontal lines of the same kind which are there in other crossings and so on, and these partition lines, which are like dotted lines that we see in the middle of the road, he put those lines close to each other. So even when you were going at the same speed of 60 km/h, the dotted lines were passing, or the horizontal lines were passing very quick under you. So you thought you were going very fast. So you tended to slow down. Okay. So this is a very, very interesting physiological way of nudging people's behavior. Okay. So I'm saying most of these will come only when people, A, understand a new phenomenon like this, if it is new in this generation, and then reflecting upon it, and then getting creative, thinking out of the box, and bringing more solutions.
So I have a question from a publisher friend who has just WhatsApped me to ask you, we are living in this digital age. We are consuming content on digital, WhatsApp, Twitter, reading online. The power of print. Do you think, we're doing a book festival, of course, what is your view on the power of print in the digital surroundings that we have?
Well, the reality is that power is thinning. That is the reality. So rational statement is that the power of digital print is weakening.
Irrationally is we're doing this.
Irrationally, it's not going to be standing in good stead for you to let that happen. Okay. And today we are beginning to see many other abuses of the media, social media, IT, and so on. You get mugged, you get shamed, you get blackmailed, all of that. So perhaps reducing some time from all of that and devoting a little more time with books, striking a golden compromise would probably be good for personality itself of people, and bringing the digital media back, or print media back. And by print media, I don't mean a book in this form. It could be a Kindle, it could be an audio, audible .in or whatever, it could be an audio book. But it has to be a book, not a fast food version of a book. So I would think that ultimately that is what will lead to reflection. You see, as it is, India is not a very research-oriented country. A research-oriented country where people do not, especially the young generation, does not sufficiently reflect on whatever little it reads, is a double-barrel gun for future. So I would imagine that you will see, if you are better read than the next person, your performance, talking about down-to-earth benefits of reading, let me put it that way, will be much better. If you understand a particular phenomenon better because you have read the book, you have reflected, tomorrow when you go for an interview, you'll stand out. Because 8 out of 10 do not read sufficiently, but the 2 who read, for instance, will stand out a yard above the rest of them. So I think make reading at least an hour a day. An hour a day is not asking for much. Make it a habit. And interestingly, you can read whatever you like. Whatever catches your fancy. It doesn't matter if it's a spy novel, it's a mystery, it's a murder mystery, whatever it is. First, get into the habit of reading. Someone said, I think it was Ronald Reagan, if I'm not mistaken, there is no difference between those who do not read and those who cannot read. They're both illiterate for all practical purposes. and this is true even among professionals. If you ask, when did you last read an article in your profession? Many of them are hard put to name one article that they read in their own profession 3 years ago or 4 years ago. So reading is a challenge, and I think it will be a great investment in yourself. It's a distinguisher between those who make investment in themselves and those who do not. Make reading a habit. You will prosper with it.
And that's why we're going to 21 cities with this message. So thank you so much, Mr. Raghunathan, for this wonderful conversation. All right, so I'll take my second role. Okay, we have our next session. Our next author built India's first SaaS-based software solution to manage apartment complexes in 2008. He developed a couple of more software products, founded a successful manpower recruitment consultancy firm, co-founded a firm in the parenting domain, and authored a couple of books on business and entrepreneurship. Currently, he heads the executive education at IIM Bangalore as the Chief Program Officer. May I call on stage Mr. S. Parthasarthi, Chief Program Officer of Executive Education, IIM Bangalore, to join us on stage and talk about his book, followed by a conversation with my colleague, Mr. Rohit Chintapalli.
Thanks and good afternoon to all of you. As I heard Professor Raghunathan speak, I realized that his topic, the topic of his book, is not very different from what my book deals with. The behavior is a common, the common phrase between our two, the common theme between our books. The only difference is I haven't gone into behavioral economics, but mine is more from the marketing perspective, in terms of trying to dig into what causes people to behave in certain ways from the marketing point of view. The book is titled How to Discover Customer Value. So interestingly, I'm coming directly from the institute, from my workplace. So over lunch, I was having a conversation with my colleagues, and we were just talking about what are the good eatery joints. And someone said, look, MTR Lal Bagh Road is a fantastic place. And all of us have been there. All of you? Many of you have been there? Yeah. But why? What is it that attracts you to MTR? Lal Bagh Road? Masala dosa? Okay, what else? Rava idli. Yeah, Rava idli, yes. MTR Lal Bagh Road is 100 years old, right? And many of us are still drawn to MTR on Lal Bagh Road. If you go there, it's a quaint place, small place. Nowadays, you have so many eatery joints, so many choices that you have. Yet, we go to the place, we don't mind standing for those 45 minutes, right? Those long wooden benches, etc. Why do we go there? The food is obviously great. That's why we are attracted. But there are so many options we have, right? The food. So there is something about MTR that it creates a sense of nostalgia. You go there, the long benches, it somehow takes you back to Malgudi days. R.K. Narayan, long wooden benches, the black and white pictures. You have ex-chief ministers, poets, authors, the pictures adorning the wall, right? And there is so much more about the place than just the food. The ambience. There is something about the ambience that takes you back in time. There's some simplicity, you get immersed in the Kannadika culture, whether true or not, that's the way the mind actually makes you think. So we are attracted to the ambience that MTR has created and has managed to sustain, over a period of time. And you have so many MTR stories all over India. You go to Ahmedabad, you'll have Agishai. I'm not sure if you've been there for authentic Gujarati food. You go to Nagpur, you'll have a Haldirams. Each city has a story, and it's just not about the food. It's about something else. So there is something else that we place value on. Just not about the product or the service, but there is something around the product or the service. the context in which we actually consume a product or service is very, very important. So let me just give you a quick example, a commonplace example of rain. Now, when rain occurs in a city in Rajasthan, a resident in a city is really obviously is excited about it. But the same rain occurs in Cherrapunji, somewhere in Assam or in Kerala, people just don't like it, right? So there is nothing wrong or right about rain. It is the context in which rain occurs that determines value for a resident in a city. So the same product or a service in a different context can be perceived as valuable to a customer. And let me give you another commonplace example of Maggi noodles. I'm not sure how many of you know that, when Maggi noodles was introduced, it was supposed to be a substitute for meal or a lunch item. It didn't succeed. The same product or service, they repositioned it as a snack item. The kids, you remember the ad? The child comes from the school and 2 minutes you get your noodles up. So there the context was a snack item. So just by changing the context from a lunch or a meal to a snack item, Nestle was able to discover value. Let me give you another simple example just to draw your attention to the fact that value resides outside of your product or service. Today we are having an event where the shoemaker, the book is being released by Mr. William Foster. Also, I'll take an example from the footwear industry. Okay, there is a company called Tom's Shoes. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of it. So there's a person in 2006, I think, he visited Argentina, and he realized a lot of children who are not wearing shoes. And he was in the US. He thought that I need to do something about this. He went back, it was troubling him. Then he started making footwear. But he had a very interesting campaign called 1 for 1 campaign. You buy a shoe for me, I will gift a shoe free of cost to an underprivileged child in a developing country. As of a couple of years back, he has shipped 9.5 million pairs of shoes to underprivileged children across the world. So in 2011, he replicated the model, 1 for 1 model it's called, for eyewear. So his tagline was, you buy a eyewear from me, I will restore the eyesight of someone in the underprivileged country. He's impacted 5 lakh people by restoring eyesight. And you know what? He didn't have to spend money on marketing. Scarlett Johansson, Julia Roberts, Alia Knightley, a lot of celebrities who endorse this product for free, right? Obviously, the product is priced higher, but people didn't mind paying for the product. They found value when when you buy a product, it's not about I, me, myself. What is the outcome for me as a customer? As a human being, I also want to contribute or seem to be contributing to causes that goes beyond me. Right? So when as a supplier, you give them the opportunity to contribute to causes that go beyond themselves, it creates value, perception of value for the customer. I just wanted to draw your attention by giving 2 simple examples of how value can be perceived in the context in which a product is consumed, or in the impact that you're actually going to make for something other than yourself. So my book is about a framework that I've developed based on conversations with entrepreneurs, with marketers. I've also been on my own. And you realize that, most of them have a heuristic in terms of, obviously they understand marketing, but it is not a diffusible kind of a framework that allows you to connect various dots. Right? It does not lend itself to building an organization where you can create innovative mindset, a collaborative mindset, okay, that is steeped in creativity. To do that, you need to have most of the heavy lifting when it comes to ideation for a startup and even for a company rests on the top management. So they are the ones who are doing the heavy lifting. So how do you ensure that everyone within your organization can actually create ideas and execute them and at least try out something new? So this framework that I have developed is based on the unit of analysis, which is customer action. See, when you talk about behavior, behavior is an aggregation of actions. When you say someone is rude, obviously you're referring to some kind of gesticulation that you have classified as being rude. Maybe the way someone speaks, the way someone actually, the facial, expressions. There could be many actions that you've classified as behavior. But if you want to have insights into customers' thinking, you need to look at customer actions. So the unit of analysis of my framework is customer action. I call it the customer action cycle. And the book ends with a tool called the value discovery canvas tool that allows you to diffuse the idea within an organization, right? So what I call value storming exercises. So the book is all about a framework and it addresses two very fundamental questions. That is something that most people are bothered about, whether in leadership or in marketing positions. Where does customer value reside? How to find it? I'll just give you one small anecdotal example, and then I'll stop here. If someone wanted to know where do you find gold, and Kolar is famous for gold mines. So he was told, just go to Kolar, you'll find gold there. So the guy took a train, he went to Kolar. He landed in the railway station. He said, I'm here in Kolar. Now, where exactly is gold? So someone told me, look, someone told this guy, go 20 kilometers left, right, and go to some place. He went there. So he's gone to the place now. He's standing there and he says, I've come here. How do I find it? Right? So two questions. Where does customer value reside and how to find it? So basic questions. So what I have done is I chunked down any customer action agnostic of products, services, domains, and developed a framework that allows you to think in a structured fashion about customer value. So I'll end it out here and over to Rohit.
Mr. Pasati, that was really great. One more mic, please. So that was a great kind of standalone address, I would say. But I think what was interesting was you spoke about customer value a bit. So let's get down to the basics and kind of try to understand what do you mean when you say customer values? And the whole book is based on that. So could you just give us an idea perhaps?
Absolutely. I think it's very important to get the brass tacks right. These are a lot of words get thrown around: innovation, strategy, customer value, customer needs, and sometimes it can be very confusing. There's so many words to describe something. So let's get some basics right. Customer needs is basically a construct from motivational theory. Motivational theorists are usually concerned with a very simple question: what causes human behavior? So the idea of needs traces itself to a motivational psychologist called Henry Murray from the 1930s. Many of you may be familiar with Abraham Maslow. He developed this theory of hierarchy of needs in 1940s. And Henry Murray, basically the idea was all of us are born with certain needs and we are constantly trying to meet those needs. So you discover needs, okay, but the question of value arises when you want to know how well those needs are being met. Number two, how important is it for you at this point in time? So value is constantly being created. Needs are being discovered. It's like an onion, you're just peeling off the layers, right? So you'll never come across the phrase needs creation. You would come across a phrase value creation. That's a space that marketers are constantly trying to do. So there are two variables that you actually are seized of. Number one is how important is your product or service to the customer, and how well are they addressing, meeting the needs of the customer. So value is how well your needs are being met. and how important is it for you? So marketers are constantly playing around with these two variables. So if health is not important for you right now, and I'm providing a product or service in that addresses that particular need, I will try my best to move it up your priority list. When I do that, your antennas are up. Right? So that's what marketers constantly sees.
Right. So it's interesting that you speak about marketing and customer value, of course, and you've penned a good book on that. So let me ask you this: what was the genesis? What did you draw upon to particularly pen this book?
The book is basically the second book of mine. My first book got published in 2018, again through Rupa. It was titled Unmet Needs of Entrepreneurship, Why Entrepreneurs Do What They Do. The second book is, in a way, an extension of the first book, because the basic question is, why do customers buy or use your product or service? What will motivate them to do it? And these two ideas actually come not from business. I was motivated by looking at the work that my wife does. She's a counselor, and she works with parents and children in the parenting domain. And she's been doing this for the last 14, 15 years. And I realized that the way she was using the construct of needs to build the connection, what in marketing it has become all the, empathize, and, you go to design thinking, the first stage is empathize, etc. But most of even behavioral economics, all of this, Kahneman and Tversky, all of them are psychologists, right? So if you look at Theodore Levitt, marketing myopia, it traces back to psychology. Basically, we are dealing with how people think and behave. So the genesis of this book actually comes from counseling and therapy, where the idea of needs was being very effectively used. I saw my wife using it to build the connection and empathy and compassion with your customers, with your patients. Right? So that's the genesis. So I just built on that, and I was looking at how you can apply it to business.
Right. So there are quite a few writers here. So they would like to kind of understand how much time did you take to write this book? Was it a trouble for you?
This was basically during the COVID time, like Professor Raghunathan also mentioned, when the time that I had during COVID probably triggered me to, start applying my mind on this topic. But trust me, I'm not a writer like Professor Raghunathan. He knows what goes into it. But for someone like me, I'm not an academic nor a researcher. It's kind of hard. I started with posting a couple of, my first book was the same idea. I posted a couple of my thoughts on LinkedIn. Not very active. I just posted it. Some people said, hey, why don't you think of writing a book? Then I realized, writing a one-page article on LinkedIn is very different from writing a book. So that was a hard journey. In between, you had the writer's block, and I said, hey, forget it. And then I got some nice compliments from a leading academic from the Harvard Business School. And he kind of nudged me. Like Professor Raghunathan says, he also nudged me. And he said, these are interesting ideas. I'm looking forward to more of such ideas. So I just put them together, and subsequently he actually took a lot of interest. He wanted me to send the whole manuscript, and he was very sweet in giving compliments. He said it extends some of the stuff that he does in Harvard Business School. And he's been teaching value creation for more than 10, 15 years. So that for me was a nice compliment. So I guess you would have forgotten my name by now. But that apart, that was a nice compliment that triggered me to actually go on this path and see if I could put my ideas together and come out of the book.
Off camera, of course, we were having a chat on what went into the book. So could you tell us what kind of research that you did, and what was the kind of work that you put in to write the book, of course?
Writing a book is you need to chunk it down. Any author will tell you that you need to chunk down the book writing process. You start with the POC first, so you structure your thoughts around what you have to communicate and how you need to communicate it. And it because this is a non-fiction, I was actually I had butterflies in my stomach, because I was actually getting into the domain of researchers and academicians. I'm not an academic nor a researcher. But then I realized I can lean on my 20 years of entrepreneurial experience to basically, these are perspectives. These are perspectives in terms of how you look at the world, how you look at customers, how you look at business. So for me, it took me around a year and a half, a lot of reading, research, HBRs, and whatever's there in the public domain. I try to consume that to understand if there are other areas which, whether what I'm writing is not totally misaligned to what is already there in academia. Someone shouldn't say, look, this guy is going on off track on something else. So I had to ensure that it is somehow aligned to some of the existing ideas in this domain.
It's interesting because a lot of testimonials have come in from places that usually don't come in. So how did that happen? Any ideas?
So basically, when it comes to you obviously seek testimonials when you're not so well known, and you want to reach out to people who can endorse your thinking and what goes inside the book. So I was thankfully, I got some good endorsements from both academics globally and also from CXO level thought leaders of companies across domains, whether it's Marico, Coca-Cola, Perfetti, many a MasterCard. So many of them, so they kind of endorsed the book. They were kind enough, and some obviously took more interest than what one would usually show interest in. But testimonials is something that you'd have to reach out and get endorsements.
Right. So one of the things that you've highlighted in your book is the idea of co-creation. All right. So, and you have really, really underlined that. Could you tell the audience what is the need of co-creation and what are the benefits of it?
Co-creation is a terminology that's actually, it's got the attention of a lot of people in the last 15 years, and it's not something new. We have been doing all the time, but by what management gurus and academics and researchers do is they come out with phrases. When you come out with phrases, you basically shift your attention to a particular point of view and the way you think around that particular topic. So co-creation is something where in B2B especially, when you have companies that co-create solutions along with their customers, it can produce value for both the customer and the supplier. I can give you an example of LSI Logic. It's a company that's actually famous in ASIC and EDA design. ASIC is basically, specialized chips for application-specific ICs. It's a small market, a 15 billion market as of 2019, but they disrupted that market. The economies of scale didn't, it was a problem for people who are looking at custom chips. It was very expensive and Intel wouldn't be interested. So they stepped in, and how did they do it? What they did was the design and development and conceptualization of the chip. Everything was passed on to the customer. So earlier LSA was doing it. They said, look, this is something you guys can do it at your own pace. So I reduce my cost because I don't have to hire people. I am able to give the design software to my customers who will build as per their requirements and give it to me. I do the fab, right? So LSI was able to disrupt by co-creating solutions. And that's one example that's at the top of my mind. But the co-creation part is kind of difficult. It's nice on paper. There's a lot of trust issue. There are a lot of other issues related to co-creation. For every story, a successful story in co-creation, you'll have so many stories that actually have failed. Okay, so but yeah, that's one way to actually discover and create value.
One of the topics that is interesting and very relevant in today's times for businesses is customer loyalty. All right, in commerce and so many websites, how do you maintain and how do you kind of bring the customer in for the long run?
I wish I had an answer, but let me tell you, it's very hard, especially if you're going to buy a product, same product, if that's listed on Amazon and elsewhere, and you get a 20% discount, you are going to be drawn towards buying that product on Amazon, right? So it becomes pretty hard when you're just competing on price. So as we all know, one of the strategies, business strategies that for leadership is differentiation and cost leadership, focus, etc. But on differentiation, the thing is, how do you create the perception of value for a customer? Now, here I wanted to draw your attention to something that you might have a satisfied customer, but the customer need not be loyal to you, even if they are satisfied. So one of the factors that can actually contribute to loyalty is trust. So when you have to buy a flat from, say, apartment or property from Tata's, there's a reason you go to Tata's, because there is a trust element. You know that Tata's care for you. If there's something wrong also, something, the building collapses, you'd ensure that you'd still be protected. So trust is of two types. You have credibility trust, you have benevolent trust. Credibility trust is something that anyone in business is constantly working at. So am I delivering on what I have promised to my customer? Right? Is it on time? Am I all the deliverables as per my promise, etc., etc. But increasingly, benevolent trust has become extremely important. Customer, it's not all about I, me, myself, and my profits. It's also about where is the customer footprint in what I'm actually doing. So if the perception for the customer is that you're a benevolent supplier who's also interested in my welfare, it increases the perception of value for the customer. So benevolent trust is something that most suppliers are seized with. How do I develop the benevolent quotient? Nowadays, it comes out in so many other different forms, so the messaging is very similar. Yeah, Industry 5.0. You talk about sustainability, talk about climate change. Basically, you're talking about how benevolent are you as a supplier? Are you only thinking about your profits, or are you also concerned about me?
My second last question would be, if time allows me, my last. So I would like to ask you, what are the key takeaways that the readers will walk away with when it comes to your book?
Like I said, the book addresses two very fundamental questions. Where does customer value reside and how to find it? So I have provided a very simple framework which will allow you to implement and execute these ideas in a practical way in your own organizations. So what could happen is you will be able to build a team which develops the innovation mindset, the mindset of collaboration and creativity and ideation. So if you want to do all of that, it's a good idea to have a diffusible tool. My book ends with the tool. At the end of the day, you read a book, you say, hey, this is all nice. So what do I do next? It's a nice read, but what do I do? So from a practitioner's point of view, I have also provided a tool. I also have my own online course and on my own LMS. So that allows you to think in a structured fashion and diffuse the ideas across an organization, have constant, what I refer to as value storming exercises, where ideas are focused on customer value. So you are constantly having conversations about what is it that the customer truly wants, right? And how do I discover it?
Right. So those were some great responses. I would like to open the floor to whatever questions our audience might have. Anyone wants to ask any questions? Yep. The gentleman there.
So you're talking about customer value and tools to grow business. But hitherto, we have been seeing that most of these European and Western countries, they fail to give state-of-the-art technology to India. Just a small example, GM has closed their shop in India, but they could have brought out that Chevrolet Volt, an EV vehicle, and tried to market it, but they didn't do it. And even Nissan Leaf, for that matter, which is the largest EV seller. See, these are things which are happening. Why? What is your take on that? Is it Indians are not all that this thing for buying or something?
Okay, I think this is a very interesting question that you ask, and immediately top of mind recall, I have a couple of examples that will illustrate the kind of challenges that one faces. It's not about technology. And let me give you a couple of quick examples to illustrate the point. Harley Davidson, it's a phenomenal bike, great on technology and very popular in the US. And after 10 years, they shut shop in last September, I think September 2021, after being in India for 10 years. In 10 years, they sold only 27,000 units. And it's not about technology. Technology is phenomenal. The problem is not getting the customer right. Who's going to pay for it? The bike costs, it's a high bore vehicle, 450cc and above. 90% of the market in India is 150cc. And they sold only 27,000 units in the last 10 years. Harley Davidson sold 60,000 units in 3 months during COVID in the US. Now, this is not about a technology problem. It's more to do with understanding customers. One is the pricing part. Okay, you still might have a segment, but number two is Harley Davidson in the US is very popular because of the roadways. They have fantastic roadways. People go on long distance drives on Harley Davidson. In India, it is not suited to the Indian context. So if you get your context wrong, at some point in time, you're just delaying the demise of your product or service. From going from JP Nagar to Lal Bagh, intra-city rides, I don't require a Harley Davidson to do that and pay for 4.5 lakhs. So the point that I'm making is technology is not the issue. I'll give you one more example. I hope time permits, is Iridium. In the late 90s, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, Motorola introduced this fantastic, phenomenal idea of having 66 satellites launched. The whole idea was, they said, why are we having telecom towers on land-based systems? It's so expensive, cabling and installing these towers. Why don't we just have satellites that not only cover land-based systems, but also sea-based systems and air-based systems? Phenomenal idea, absolutely brilliant minds working on it, PhDs and all kinds of engineers, researchers. Single largest startup bankruptcy in American business history, $5 billion. After 1 year, they shut shop. They were looking at selling 500,000 handsets. They sold only 10,000. Within a year, they shut shop. Now, if you ask yourself the question, is it about technology? No. Some of the best minds, most brilliant people, lot of money, it failed. Why did it fail? Two simple questions. They didn't think about the customer. See, the handset costed something between $3,000 to $5,000 or $5,000, $6,000. The talk time, I'm talking about late 90s, $3 to $5 per minute. It didn't resonate with customers. Your price point is not okay. Your clunky handsets, the form factors are not okay. So you miss the customers outside your whole product and service. You're not thought about the customer and what the customer can afford to pay. So within a year, it just failed. So coming back to your point, you had given a couple of examples. It's not always about technology, but if you don't understand your customers right, at some point in time, you're going to wind up.
Any other questions?
Hi,
At the
sir.
back.
Good evening. I'm here.
Yeah, please.
So talking about the Harley Davidson example which you gave, how do you think after implementing the product in the market, which they had not tested, how do you think they can change and meet the customer demands?
See, that's up to how HD wants to look at the whole thing, right? So they have a product. Now, I can keep going on with some more examples, but I think time constraints. But Harley Davidson introduced a high bore vehicle, 450cc. Just ask yourself, which Indian actually uses 450cc vehicles? Unless and until you want to go probably on a highway, there's a fantastic highway and you want to go and ride on you can't even show off with a 450cc vehicle, right? So if you don't get the basics right in terms of who's your customer audience, who are you building your product for, who's going to pay for it, how much will they pay for it, then those basic questions were really not perhaps thought through. The context in which you're going to use the vehicle, somewhere it's not going to be aligned to the customer's requirements, and it's bound to fail sometime.
Thank you.
Right. That was Mr. S. Parthasarthi setting the context of customer value. And thank you everyone for listening. And
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Parthasarthi, and thank you, Rohit, for this wonderful session. Moving on to the last session for the day before we move on to the unveiling of Shoemaker. The next author is a writer, entrepreneur, soul wanderer, and co-founder and editor of My Mind Stories. She has shaped worlds words all her life and worked with content for more than 18 years now. Spent a few years teaching in China. A lot more to hear from her. May I call on stage Ms. Smitha Murthy, co-founder for Life Wordsmith and Mind Stories, to talk about her book, Worlds Apart, Interesting Journey of Friends Who Never Met, followed by a conversation with my colleague, Mr. Ruhail Amin.
Can you hear my heart beating? So, not yet. Okay, so it's probably going to start pounding right now. So this is a little bit of a deja vu kind of an afternoon for me. And the reason being that I used to teach in China, which is around the time that this book was based. And believe me, I used to hate afternoon classes. Nobody wants to be a teacher for the afternoon classes. And we used to devise every single possible strategy to just get somebody to wake up and listen. So that's a little bit of deja vu, considering that this is the last session. And I'm sure that so many of you are just, well, probably already tired from the rest of the day. And there's another piece of deja vu, and that has a little bit of a story in this. So I'm wearing this sweater, which I was about to throw out. And I was actually supposed to give it to somebody the other. And then just coincidentally, I got the same email inviting me to be here. And you won't believe it. This sweater is not new. It's not posh, but it is about 18 years old, which is when I was in China. So it kind of made me feel like I'm wearing an old sweater from 2004 and I'm coming here and having an afternoon class. So this book that I wrote, and I was described as a writer, and so I write, but sometimes we write as writers for ourselves. And that's the single most important reason behind writing this book. So Worlds Apart is also co-written by my fellow author, Dorothy Lang, who's German, and she's not here. But this book came about because, in fact, this book is probably the sort of book that is not like the other books you're going to read here. It's a very non-business kind of a book, and it's a memoir. So what is that doing here in this session? But I think that this book has a place too. And the reason being that I wrote this book when I was about 23 or 24, and it was never meant to be a book. I was a lost teacher teaching in China, and I had no clue what I was doing. I still have no clue what I'm doing. And 20 years later, I have no idea. But at that time, I just was utterly lost. I was in a small little village in China, and I just felt like I'm pretty lonely. I'm pretty lost. And what do we do when we are lost or lonely? And that was a time when we didn't have social media. In fact, I think a lot of media was blocked in China. So even Google was not accessible. And I just remember missing home so much. This was the first time I was actually outside India. And believe me, it was the first flight I had taken, and I did not even know how to open the bathroom on a flight. I was that naive and that green, and I was supposed to teach a bunch of Chinese kids English. Believe me, if you ever try to teach somebody spoken English, it's really, really difficult, especially when you don't know what you're doing. And that's what I keep coming back to. I really did not know what I was doing. So I was just Googling and missing home and searching for Bangalore, which is my hometown. And as I was Googling, I came across this blogger who coincidentally happened to be wandering around somewhere in Majestic. And she was German, and I started to read her blog, and she was traveling as a backpacker through Thailand, then Laos, Vietnam, and then finally India. I don't know what made me reach out to her, but I did. And let me tell you, as I was telling Ruhail as well, I'm pretty shy. I'm sort of an introvert. No, not sort of an introvert, very much an introvert, which is an oxymoron for somebody who has to be an entrepreneur, right? You're supposed to be very salesy and pushy and talk about your product and how you're disrupting the market and how you're changing everything. And Honestly, it's not me. If you ask me, I would like to go somewhere outside this room and sit and never talk to anybody again for the rest of my life. But unfortunately, I'm here. So at that time, I reached out to this blogger, and before I could believe what I was doing, I emailed her. She emailed me back, and that started a beautiful correspondence. It kept me sane. And here I was sharing little snippets of my life as a teacher in China and building a friendship. And that's what I believe is something that we forget in business. We forget that we are actually dealing with relationships, right? We think of business as something very transactional. We think of it as an exchange of product and services, but I've always come to believe that when you get your relationships right, when you know that your customers are also your relationships, your best relationships, in fact, then I feel that we get a lot of our business right as well. So this book happened to be a series of letters that we wrote for almost a year or so. And it continued for even the time that I came out and I was outside China. I was back here. I was getting back to the corporate life. But we continued to have this correspondence. And I met her many, many years later. So when this book was published, it says it's the intersecting journeys of two friends who never met. We did, just once in London. And it was funny because I realized that we know each other so much through the online world that somehow actually meeting somebody in real life turned out to be slightly different. But that's also something that I learned through the course of my career as well, that who we are and the facade that we present online is very different from who we actually are and the kind of persona and the kind of life that we have outside social media. So today's world is dominated by social media. In fact, I used to do a lot of social media for consulting for brands before I realized that I'm way too old for it now. So I just said, no more. I think social media has to involve somebody doing reels on Instagram and changing clothes for some reason in rapid succession. I don't know. But the whole point of being on social media, the whole point of being a writer is to explore what experiences we can get. And I came here even though I'm frightfully anxious and nervous about being here on the stage, but I came here because, and I wrote this book and I continue to write because I think at some point of time, the best experiences in my life have come when I have put myself out of my comfort zone. And that might seem very cliched. Everybody talks about this comfort zone. Like, what is this comfort zone? I really don't care about it. But I think there is some kind of prize that you get from discomfort. Writing this book was a source of discomfort. I wrote another book, which is not a business book. It's actually a young adult novel, which I am scared to send to publishers because I'm like, oh my God, all the rejections, I can't take it. So, but I think at some point of time as a writer, we put that behind, we put that mask and we say, okay, I'm doing this not just for you, the reader, but for myself. And when we do that, we find that at some level, we're connecting with each other. So I use words to connect with you. I use words to express myself, and I use words to express my vulnerabilities as well, which for some reason, a lot of people seem to find themselves when I do so. So for me, writing this book, writing any book, or even building this startup, this mental health startup that I'm currently working on, is to build relationships. I want to see if we can actually have a business that has compassion and kindness as its core values. I mean, I am not really interested in gross revenues. I mean, yes, I'd love to make a lot of money, but can we do it with kindness? Can we do it with compassion? Can we also build relationships when we do so? I think that is a question that I'm seeking, and that's why I continue to write. I'm continuing to explore new aspects of this. Working on this startup is a very scary thing for me. It's as scary as being here and talking to a bunch of people, but I believe that that's where the growth comes from. And what else is life but ultimately growing and trying to find yourself? So that's where I am right now. And if you would like to have any questions, or we can have a conversation with Ruhail.
I could relate to every word because it's just one introvert speaking to another introvert.
I was so happy to find out that you were an introvert. Believe me, half my anxiety went down.
So at the core of this book, human connection.
Yeah.
I mean, somewhere you're trying to show how important it is, and it need not be just transactional as it has become in many ways, you know.
Yeah.
How can we make human connections more real, more engaging? Is there a way we can put the system upside down?
I don't know if it's something about putting a system upside down, but I personally believe that we have reached a stage where we forget how to actually talk to each other. And so often, I mean, we really don't know how to actually have a face-to-face interaction. In fact, when I came here, I think I just was so amazed to meet somebody who just took me out to a restaurant just outside, and we actually had a lovely conversation. So can we actually have connections? I think so, but I think we have kind of lost a little bit of the connection, a little bit of the art of connecting during COVID. I think it's something that we need to reconnect with ourselves first.
You know, you also mentioned kindness, and you said, of course, I mean, we talk about being kind. If we talk about business and kindness, do you think it has been under leveraged inside the business corridors, inside those swanky offices? We have never used enough kindness to show that it can deliver business results, or it does not deliver business results?
I think that kindness is sometimes used more as CSR, and corporates sometimes tend to just kind wash it. It's a bit like greenwashing, or it's a bit like other kinds of washing, whatever exists. But I'm yet to find businesses that truly place an emphasis on kindness. I think we have seen so many layoffs, especially over the last few weeks or something, and a lot of the corporates have not exactly acted with empathy or compassion many times. Some have, but some haven't. And I think that's where I come back to saying that a business that builds relationships is probably going to last far longer than businesses that are just here to solve and disrupt a market. And that's something that I think is worth looking into.
So what does, you also do a lot of work to promote health awareness, especially, you know, awareness, emotional
mental
wellness,
yeah.
mental health. You know, we've seen a lot of people with an external, you know, perception
Yeah.
that, you know, they're successful, happy. What do emotionally perturbed people look like? Do they look like really like how the imagery has been, that they would be sitting and, you know, and not talking to anyone, or not necessarily the introvert ones, but otherwise, or normal people who are happy, smiling, can they be suffering from this? What is your experience been watching and doing work with people who are emotionally unstable, or maybe mentally they need some kind of help, you know?
I think a lot of us need some kind of help. I mean, I was just talking to you, and it looks like I'm very happy and smiling here, but honestly, my Garmin just gave me an alert just now that my heart rate is too high. So, I mean, it's something that we all can do a lot with. And I have personally observed that when it comes to mental wellness, we tend to push things under the carpet. We are not really having the kind of conversations that we need to say. I am yet to meet somebody who says, hey, I'm so cool, I'm going to a therapist. In fact, people just say, I'm so cool, I'm going for kickboxing. But the minute I say I see a therapist, people just tend to think there's something wrong with me. And there shouldn't be. I think it's just a way of working on yourself, just the same way you work on your physical health as well, right? So I personally think that we are not there yet. There's a lot of stigma, and we don't really have the kind of conversations that we need to have. And especially, I don't know about you, but I really don't do much of social media apart from LinkedIn. And I've seen especially how much of a facade we need to have on any kind of social media. I think it's you feel lost when you look at somebody who seems to be having the greatest of lives on social media, but internally probably you think, why is everybody having the time of their life, but I seem to be struggling. And unfortunately, social media doesn't allow us the space to just be vulnerable and to say that I am not in a good space. It's simply not possible to do that.
Right. You know, we also
have another problem, like we are surrounded by gadgets. Even if you are honest about building human connect, the way our society functions today is very different. We'll all be sitting together on our mobiles. Is there a way we can have the devices and still build that human connect? I mean, what is your suggestion? How can we enable that?
I have not been very gadget friendly, I must say. Like I told you during our conversation before as well, I was actually not on WhatsApp. I was off a lot of social media platforms, and it's only recently that I realized that there's a way to use this, and the way is not to just shun it, but the way is to actually just embrace what technology can give you. So for me, I personally believe that we can use the gadgets, we can use the devices, we can use the platforms, but be aware of its potential for addiction, be aware of its potential for conflict. I mean, troll is a word that growing up I thought was something to do with goblins. I did not know that trolling is something that you actually do in a very active way on Twitter or somewhere else. But can we actually utilize social media again in a kind way? Yes. We have seen that. We've seen that during all these waves of COVID and even otherwise, where we've seen how Twitter was utilized, how social media was utilized to help each other. We've seen that in crowdfunding. We've seen that in the way we are able to connect with, say, somebody from school. And it's because of social media that I'm here. And I had a wonderful conversation with somebody just now. And I do not think that would have been possible without social media. So social media has brought us closer. But again, I think it depends on the way you utilize it, right? And if we are careful with it, I think it offers us so much of opportunity, but are we capable also of resisting the trolling? I'm not too sure. I know a lot of people who are mentally down when they get on social media, when they get on, say on Instagram, or when they're trolled, and it's pretty much damaging for your emotional well-being. And we got to kind of balance it out and see, okay, can I utilize these devices? Can I use WhatsApp well without being addicted to it? Can I actually communicate in a respectful manner? Can I be kind on social media? I think these are the questions that I wonder. I don't have an answer, but I think it's possible. Definitely there's a lot of potential for social media and the devices that we use.
Well, so for an introvert, is it always easier to write a book? Because that is where you want to talk to. That's the platform, you want to vent all your thoughts. So do you think it was easier for you to write this book? What was the journey like?
Definitely easier than being here. So I think it's like, yes, writing a book, writing anything is way easier than actually talking about it, right? So for me, my favorite time is when I'm just sitting in front of my laptop, or I'm just curled up in a sofa and I'm just reading by myself. So I'm a bit of a lonely cat that way. But I think writing at some level helps me because we all need to connect, we all need to speak, we all need to express something. So if some people are able to express by talking to somebody, they can just walk up to anybody here and just say, hey, hi, how are you, what's up? I can't do that. But because I can't do that, but I still have this need to express myself, I would probably just want to express myself through words. And words are what have given me meaning and joy and sustenance for a long time. I mean, I read a lot. So that reading has again helped me. So I feel like I'm getting to know so many people, so many different worlds just through the books that I read. And when I write, I feel like, as I said during my little speech as well, that I write for myself primarily. I write to kind of bring what's in my head outside. And when I do that, it feels like life is a little lighter. It feels like there is so much more space inside my head and it's not all crammed up and claustrophobic. And there's another benefit that when I actually do write, a lot of people benefit from it as well. Like for some reason, people find their story through your stories as well. And in that way, again, it goes back to the same thing. You're fostering a connection. You think that you're writing in a very personal way, but you're actually writing for yourself and you're developing a relationship with the reader. So that helps. It's very therapeutic to write. I think it's fantastic to even just journal.
Let me ask you one more question before I open up this forum.
Yeah.
Emotional abuse is also something, you work on.
Yeah.
What does emotional abuse in a corporate world look like? I mean, which people have normalized, if you could just.
Oh, yes. This is like one of my favorite topics. I could go on for longer than that, but I think in the
Okay, can we have a
corporate-
little bit of silence on that side? Sorry, at the back end here.
Yeah, so I think in the corporate world, I think emotional abuse can be, well, the way you interact with, we all have this thing called toxic politics, right? We have toxicity in terms of the way our people who are managers treat us. And there's a lot of passive aggressive behavior that gets passed under when it comes to corporates. People lack empathy. And for me, firing somebody with no intonation is again some sort of emotional distress, right? It's very distressing to just wake up and find that access to your entire account is blocked. Again, that does not show the corporate in a very good light. And for me, I think emotional abuse can come across in the way people tend to form cliques, they tend to form groups, they tend to isolate a person. For example, somebody like me who's an introvert might not get along well with a lot of people, but not everybody understands that. So where do you fit in? Where do you go? For example, I may not want to go to an after hours party. I might just want to be at home, but you're forced to, you're pushed along, because unless you participate, unless you're part of this whole group and team bonding sessions, you're just not there. You're not performing as a team member. So there's a whole, I think, layer when it comes to emotional abuse, when it comes to corporate wellness. And I think that primarily comes because we're just not trained to talk to people well enough. We're not trained to actually communicate. We're not trained to actually respond with empathy and kindness.
All right, any questions? All right, please. In the front, yeah.
Yeah, hi Smita, very
Hi.
good evening. So my question for the day would be like, how do we deal with depression and anxiety? So as to gain the mental stability, just in the case when a person is not even comfortable to share the feelings and the past experiences with others.
Yeah, I completely empathize. I think it's very difficult to talk about something that one is going through at an emotional level. And that all comes from the fact that we are trained to show this facade of wellness. We're trained to show that I am great, I am doing supremely well. I can honestly tell you, there was a friend who kept posting photos on Facebook about her fiance. And I thought, okay, yeah, what happened? When is the wedding? And then she said, oh, we broke up 3 months ago. But Facebook is updated constantly. She's just so scared to show that something did not go right. So I completely get you when you say that it's not difficult to talk. I mean, it's not easy to talk about depression or anxiety, but we must make a start. And the reason I say that is because there's nothing wrong. You don't have to deal with it. You don't have to get over it. You just move through it. I mean, if somebody says, I broke my leg, you will tell that to the whole world, you broke my leg. But we somehow cannot tell somebody, I'm feeling a bit down. Can you help me? But I think if we talk about it, if people understand that this is pretty much normal and this is a very humane part of living, and that our emotions constitute who we are, and we can't just take them out and function like robots at the workplace or at college, I think we'll make a start. And the start is to have that conversation, even though it is difficult. Believe me, I've done a lot of conversations which I found very difficult, and it all started with me, in the sense that I found it difficult to tell myself that I have anxiety or that I am an introvert. But I realized that these labels don't define you, and none of this actually defines you. It's just a part of you.
Thank you for answering the question.
Thanks. I hope I did answer it.
Okay, let me ask the final question. We have a minute, the social order that we have, especially let me talk about men, who are supposed to not cry, not accept they're weak. It must be difficult in the Indian context. Have you come with stories like that? Also, when it comes to talking about your emotional wellness in our society, the Indian context, are we moving towards being more expressive on this? Is it changing?
I would like to believe it's changing, or at least that's what I think I'm hoping for. I've never been particularly optimistic, but I'm really trying to believe that things are changing. There is a lot of movement around men's mental health as well. And I think I see that in a couple of the movies that have been released recently. in some of the conversations that I've seen in those movies as well. So I'm confident that things are changing, but I'm not too sure if this change is going to happen soon enough for all of us. But as I always come around to saying, I think when we start to focus on relationships, a lot of things actually fall into place. And when we focus on our mental well-being just as much as we focus on the physical well-being, I think again, we enhance those relationships. And it comes down to what I told, that everything that we do hinges on the kind of relationships we build, the relationships I have with my customer, the relationships I have with myself, and the relationships I have with friends and family. They all count. So, and none of them would make any sense if you're not actually performing emotionally well.
Absolutely. So a round of applause for the author. And let's not forget that emotional wellness is relevant for all platforms, all conversations. And thank you, Devika, for adding this session here, much needed in the corporate world. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much.
Hello, check. Thank you, Smitha, for that wonderful session. Thank you, Ruhail, for bringing in the content for it. Well, now, can we have it in the middle, please? Just right in front of the table. Thank you. Well, as we come to an end for the Bangalore chapter, the most awaited thing is about to happen, which is the unveiling session for Shoemaker. It's time to unveil the cover of the book that reveals the remarkable story of developing one of the world's most famous sports brand, Reebok. It is my utmost pleasure to call on stage Mr. Joseph William Foster, co-founder Reebok, Mr. S.V. Nathan, partner and chief talent officer, Deloitte India, and Mr. Ruhail Amin, senior editor, BW Businessworld, to unveil the cover. Let's put up the hand for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Shoemaker and the storyteller for Shoemaker right here for all of you. Great. Thank you so much. The book is available outside for you to purchase it and get a signed copy from Mr. Foster. May I now request Mr. S.V. Nathan and Mr. Foster to be seated for the conversation about Shoemaker.
So this is going to be a very, very hard act to follow.
There's nobody following. I'm the last.
Yeah. So the people who have been before us, they have done such a lot of great work. And there are moderators out here. By the way, I'm a stand-in moderator. I'm not the original moderator. It so happened that the actual moderator could not be around, and therefore I'm a stand-in. So I'm a substitute.
I'm sure you'll do very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am sure.
So it's almost like, one time, when you have these soldiers and they are around, and there is a major who is going to be addressing the troops, suddenly a general comes in. When the general comes in, then of course the general, everybody's got to listen to the general. So the general comes and says all these great pearls of wisdom, and then he goes away. Now the major has got to make sure that he brings the audience back, his soldiers back to listen to him. So he says, Joe, he says, soldiers, the general has made some general points. The major will make some. Thank you very much. So,
Right.
So I have a question, and I'm sure there are lots of questions for you. First question is, what does it take to win? And how do you get lady luck on your side?
I think that just takes time. I think you have to be persistent. You have to stay with something. If you stay with it long enough, you have a good chance. And Lady Luck, well, she's not there all the time. We had a lot of bad luck, but you know, it's being an optimist. If you're an optimist, you can you go through the bad times and you tend to forget them. You remember the good things, and that's the luck. Is being able to work on the good things, remember the good things, and try to put the bad things, some really bad things, just to one side. You can't forget them, but you've got to put them to one side and count your luck. And we had a lot of luck.
Oh, you make it sound so easy, Joe. My apologies, Joe. I'm not wearing a Reebok, so you must pardon me.
I have to. Believe me. I
So just tell us. See, seated in front of us are people, many of them leaders of tomorrow in the making. What is the nature of choice making, and particularly the difficult ones? I mean, there are a lot of choices that you make. Some turn out to be good, some turn out to be duds. So how do you make that choice?
Well,
Example.
I think it really is a matter of what confronts you. And I don't think it matters what choice you make, so long as you make a choice. And if it's the wrong one, you change. It's doing nothing that is the problem. Just doing nothing won't help. You have to do something. Sometimes you don't know which to choose, but okay, you can ask people, and a lot of people will say, no idea. So you make a choice, and you make that with the experiences you've had. And yes, sometimes it's a bad choice, but again, it's never try to make something work that is not working. Just because you chose it doesn't mean to say it's right. It's only right when it works. So you can, I think today we call it pivoting. Pivot by all means. And I think you will find if you do this enough and you get it right, you can call it luck, or you can call it persistence, just staying around, just keep on, keep doing it. And yeah, making choices, it's interesting, but if you get a few right, you can actually make things happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the way you said you have to make a choice. Not making a choice is no choice.
There's no choice.
Yeah, I love that. One time when you fail, one time when you fail, I mean, we all make choices, we fail sometimes.
You fail?
Yep.
Well, I first went to America in 1968 to try and get my product Reebok onto the American market, which, and I think it still is, the biggest market in the world, the one to break into. And that was 1968. I got there in 1979. 11 years. And we talk about failure. I failed 6 times. I had 6 different attempts, 6 different distributors that I worked with, and I failed. In fact, one of the people I worked with for 4 years, 4 years in that 11 years, we tried and tried hard. So failure is just an experience, and it's good to fail. It's good to fail because it makes you think. It's a bit like doing a business plan. And 3 months later, you look at your business plan and think, why did I think of that? Because you're nowhere near it. And this is what happens when you're making choices when you fail. what we were doing wrong. So you learn an awful lot from failure. And yes, we failed a lot.
Outstanding. I really love the way you talk about failures as an experience and how you got to learn from that. Thank you. Aztec. Aztec is a shoe that changed Reebok and their lives. Tell us that story.
Okay, well, I've just said I went to America in 1968, and that was the beginning of the running boom in America. And we were a sports footwear company. My parent company, my grandfather, in fact, they made football boots and were very successful in the 1920s. By the time my brother and myself in the business came to see that our father and uncle were not really developing that business that my grandfather had built. So we had to leave the business and we set up our own business, right? So now we started off as Mercury, and there's a story there. Our name became Reebok. And as Reebok, okay, I wanted to get into America. And as I say, I went there in 68. Running was just becoming a sport that we were actually in. So we were in running, we weren't in football. Adidas had taken that in the United Kingdom. So we were in running. Luck for us, this is luck. Running started to grow in America. And all the way through the 70s, it grew and it grew and it grew tremendous. And there was a magazine called Runner's World. And I think the magazine grew with running, and we're also probably responsible for some of the growth, because Runner's World, it used to tell everybody where the next races were, the 10K, the marathons, half marathons. And it also used to give the name of the winners. So you could read, if you'd entered the race, you could read 100 names, and your name may be in there if you came 100th or whatever. So everybody bought this magazine. They loved it. And everybody advertised in there. Nike, New Balance, and we did. We were across the water, and it was a little more difficult for us. But I'm going to America, and I'm trying to get into America, and Runner's World is growing. By about 1975, Bob Anderson, who published the magazine, he decided his magazine was so good, Runner's World was so important, that he could tell everybody which was the #1 shoe. Okay, it wasn't Reebok. It was Nike, as you would expect. Okay, so Phil Knight, great. There's at least 350 million Americans, 35 million were probably running at that time. And when somebody said this is the #1 shoe, at least 3.5 million wanted to buy that shoe. Biggest problem for Phil Knight, he's importing the shoe from Asia. He couldn't get the production. By the time he managed to get the shoes coming into the country, 12 months had gone, and Runner's World, Bob Anderson in his wisdom decided we'll have another #1 shoe. I think that was New Balance. Same story. All of a sudden, demand outstripped supply. Couldn't get that. Third year, I think somebody had a word with Bob Anderson and said, look, this isn't working. So they decided instead of who's going to be #1, they would do star ratings. And so a 5-star shoe, there could be 3 or 4, and that would be it. 5 stars, then down. At that time, I knew we could make a 5-star shoe. That was our business. We were in that business. We could make a 5-star shoe. We knew what they wanted. Still a gamble, but we set about making a 5-star shoe, Aztec. And we had to submit this to Runner's World for the testing process. Quite unique, I suppose, but I'm in America to the NSGA show, the National Sporting Goods of America, in February of 1979. And the Runner's World, the shoe edition would come out in August. And now running is getting big. A lot of people want to get into this. And I'm on the stand, the Reebok stand. The government, the British government, had invited us to have a stand at the NSGA show in Chicago. And I'm there, and Walmart came, and they wanted 20,000 pairs of shoes. Fantastic. That was about 6 months' work for our small factory. So
Good. I thought that's brilliant. But towards the end of the show, a guy called Paul Fireman came on. He was running a business called Boston Camping, and the camping business, well, he was doing okay, but it was going nowhere. And he said, Joe, you get a 5-star rating shoe, and I'll be your distributor. This was the 7th distributor that I was to have. So I said, okay, Paul. I said, look, we have a 5-star shoe. But he said, no, Joe, you don't. You know, the ratings don't come out until August. I said, yeah, but look, this is Aztec. We're absolutely sure this is going to be a 5-star shoe. We were confident. Okay, but this is February. Everybody went home. I took another trip to America in May, and I went to see, no, it's not Walmart, it's Kmart. I went to see Kmart, and went to see the guy who wanted his 20,000 pairs. The room was about as big as this, and there was at least double the number of people in there who were all buyers. And I went to see my man, Mr. Biasati. Yes, he was interested in his 20,000 pairs, and I'm thinking, this could be difficult. This could be your first order for 20,000 pairs and your last order if we don't satisfy the financial requirements of the space, the footage. But okay, nice. I left Kmart and I went to Boston to see Paul Fireman. He had a nice small operation, Boston Camping, great. I thought, this will be good for Reebok. We can just bolt the business on, and this will be a nice distribution. I went back home. At the end of July, the Runner's World Shoe Edition comes out in the last week of July. It used to come out last week of July. That's the August edition. So I phoned Paul during the last week in July. I said, Paul, please, just go down to the local kiosk and see if Runner's World is out. He came back an hour later. He said, Joe, Aztec, 5 stars. Wow. But not only that, we also had 2 other shoes. One was a spike and one was a racing shoe. Midas was a racing shoe. Inca was a spike. And they also got 5 stars.
Amazing.
That got us into America. All those years, we were now wanted. People wanted our product. So we got into 3 5-star shoes. And that was in 1979.
Amazing. What a story. What a story. Thank you for sharing. How did you come upon this name called Reebok?
Well, Reebok is another story as well. As I said, Jeff and I, my brother, we left the parent company and we set up as Mercury Sports Footwear in 1958. 18 months later, the accountant, he came along and said, oh, you're doing quite nice. You better register that name. And we were rather sort of naive. Why? Why register the name? Why? He said, look, if somebody else thinks that these Mercury shoes are doing very nicely, they'll start making Mercury shoes. And if they do, you've got a problem, because if you want to own the name, you've got to register it. Okay. So he sent me along to a patent agent in Manchester. And the agent said, okay, we'll look at this, which he did. And he came up with the fact that it was already registered.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Lotus and Delta was part of British Shoe Corporation, already registered, but they were not using it. They hadn't used it for a while, and he said, we'll talk to them. So he asked them, and they said, you can have it for £1,000. Well, we had just set up a factory for £250. And £1,000 was out of sight. So he said, well, if you can't buy it off them, we can take them to court because they're not using it, and we can claim it. I said, how much is that going to cost? He said, about £1,000. So I said, oh, that's a bit difficult. Okay, he said, if you can't buy the name, we can't do that, anything about that. He said, you have to bring me, you have to change your name. He said, but don't bring me one name, bring me 10. And it was a nice day in May, and he opened the window and he pointed to Kodak. And I said, okay, what's with Kodak? He said, well, they made it up. That's their name. They can register that. They made it up. If you can bring up a made-up name, then brilliant. That's yours. Yeah. But he said, I need 10. And I'm thinking, 10? how, how do you name a company? And it's a lottery, 10 names. Okay, so we go back and we sit down around the table, and I'm sure you guys have thought, let's think of a name for our company, and you go through all these different things. And we came to Cougar Sports. That's pretty good. Yeah, Cougar Sports. Falcon Sports. Well, wow, yeah, why not? 2 for the list. And you can, where are we going? Animals, birds, yes, good idea, why not? Puma, we're already there. Okay, so let me take you back to 1943. And would you believe it, that's 80 years ago. I am 8 years old. It's World War II. A bit like COVID, we couldn't go anywhere. Everything was shut down, but we did have local events. And I am entered into an 80-yard race, and I win it. I have an advantage. I am wearing Foster's spikes. Nobody else has spikes in those days, so big advantage. Anyway, I won the race. And I go up to collect my prize. Great. And what do I get? I get a dictionary. I'm 8 years old, and there's not much education going on because all the teachers at the war. And I get a dictionary, and and it's a Webster's dictionary. Now, Webster's dictionary is an American dictionary, and spellings are different. But I'm collecting my prize, and I'm saying, look, guys, where's the football? You know, what can I do with a dictionary? I can kick it, I know, but, you know, a football would be better. Oh, no, it's a dictionary. So I go back, I've got my dictionary, and let me go forward now to 1960. We're looking for a new name. And I like the letter R. Don't ask me why, I just like it. And my dictionary sits there next to me, and I open my dictionary at R, and I start thumbing through. Very soon I come across R-E-E-B-O-K, Reebok. What's that? Well, it's a small South African gazelle. We're a running company. Gazelle. Wow. That's it. Top of the list.
Wow.
Top of the list. Now, had I been looking at an Oxford English dictionary, it would have been spelled R-H-E-B-O-C-K. I don't think I would have stopped and read that one. However, there's an American dictionary. Is that luck? We talked about luck before.
Yeah.
Is that luck? Coincidence? What is it? However, I put this at the top of my list, and I go back to the agent, and I say, look, whatever you think of the others, we don't want them, we want this. But he's a lawyer. He couldn't care less. Okay, Joe, we'll see what we can do. It took him 2 weeks to go through these names that we've given him, and he came back, called me, and said, Joe, you've got your wish. You can have Reebok. But there's a caveat with this. The registrar has said, look, if anybody makes shoes out of Reebok skin, you can't stop them. Oh, well, Jeff and I looked at each other and said, no, that's never going to happen. That won't happen. So we became Reebok. But the registrar, in his wisdom, said, we're going to have to put you in the B section of the register. 2 months ago, we didn't even know there was a register. So were we concerned with the B section? No. We were in the register. We got Reebok. 10 years later, the registrar came back and said, we've moved you. We've moved you to the A section. And we said, why? Well, he said, now everybody knows that Reebok is a sports shoe, and the animal has to come second.
That's a great story. That's a great story. Okay. So Joe, one more question, and then I move on to some rapid fire. You see, in this world of this dog eat dog, and this world of the average Joe, sorry to use that expression, right? But you came out not just a winner, but you were very different. So what made you different? Because you could have gone to town and tried to kill and make mayhem around, but there was a certain gentleness about the way that you did your business. So talk about that philosophy and that ethos.
Well, the problem with dog eat dog is that it can cost you a lot of money, and it can waste a lot of time. But we thought about this. We had a lot of challenges. One of the obviously our name was a challenge to begin with. Then 4 years into our business, we had a letter from Adidas. The lawyer said at that time our silhouette was two bars and a T-bar. It was 2 stripes and a T-bar. And they said that this was infringing the Adidas 3 stripes. And Jeff and I, we looked at this letter, and I think it took about 5 minutes of thinking, oh, what now? And then we said, just a minute, Adidas know we're here. Right. Adidas know we're here. Great. So we pinned that up on the wall, and we changed our silhouette to the vector that we have now. Great. We thought, that's a challenge, but we've come up with a better silhouette. Same with our name, a better name. So challenges are good. Yeah, challenges are good. Not a problem. But we thought, yeah, we by the time Jeff and I left Foster's, Adidas were well entrenched in the football market. And the football market, that was the big one in the UK. So we were in athletics and running, and we were doing quite nicely in running. But to sort of answer the question is, okay, where can we be? What can we do? So we did orienteering shoes, we did cycle shoes, we did rugby boots, and we did fell shoes and cross country. And these were areas that we considered it white space. This was space that we could go into and develop the product, develop that market, which we did. And it's finding white space that we found, and that's the interesting thing. And it's the same with Reebok. When we went to America, we were in the running business. It's a big business, but it was growing. And in a growing business, there's plenty of space. So we found space doing that. But the big space we found was not running. That was aerobics. And that happened. We had a guy in America, Arnold Martinez, and he was a tech rep down in Los Angeles, and his wife, Frankie, she was going to these exercise classes called aerobics. And she was coming back with her friends, and they were full of it. They were so excited. And I was saying, what are you doing? And she said, we're doing aerobics. And of course, what's aerobics? Well, she said, we're actually exercising to music, and we love it. Exercising to music. He said, I said, can I come to your next class? So we did, went to the next class. There's the instructor. She was wearing sneakers, and we think they were New Balance. Half the class, they were wearing the same sneaker. The other half, they were barefoot. Arnold had a sort of light bulb moment. And wow, okay, why don't we start making shoes for aerobics? Let's make them feel like gloves. So we'll make them out of glove leather. We'll make them just for women, on a woman's last, women's sizes. Fantastic. He'd got this idea. He's in Los Angeles. Paul Feynman, who's operating in the American business, he's up in Boston. Arnold took the red eye, they call it, overnight to meet Paul Feynman. And he sits with Paul Feynman and said, Paul, fantastic. This is great. This wonderful new aerobics. It's really growing fast in Los Angeles. And Paul said, oh, just a minute. Slow down. Arnold, slow down. We're a running company. Why do we want to make shoes for girls dancing? Good question. He didn't get through. Paul said, watch it, keep your eye on it, but let's take our time. This didn't work well with Arnold. He went round to the back door, and that's where our product man was, Steve Liggett. And he went to see Steve, and he said he made a better job with Steve Liggett, and he managed to get 200 pairs of samples of the shoe that he wanted from Steve. When he got them and got them down to Los Angeles, he gave them to the instructors, gave them to some of the leading girls down there, and it was fantastic. They all loved the shoe. They were so comfortable. They were made out of glove leather, and they fell apart. Yeah, they fell apart. But the girls loved them so much, they just went out and bought a new pair. We eventually got that right. And the leather was more like garment leather. So it was nice, it was soft, great. They started selling. Then Jane Fonda went out and bought a pair of Reeboks to use in her exercise videos. That was an absolute takeoff. We were a $9 million company at that time. Now with aerobics, in 12 months, we were a $30 million company.
Wow.
12 months later, we were a $90 million company, then a $300 million company, and then a $900 million company in just under 5 years.
Amazing. Right.
And of course, then that was it. And it was fantastic. And the biggest problem we had was, how do you manage to get the product when you're doing 300 million and you go to 900 million? How do you get the product? Because that was the biggest problem. We'd managed to get the money problem sorted. We got some nice credit lines. But the product was difficult because the factories can only make so many shoes. They can only expand the business so much. For us, and we have another stroke of luck here, Nike hit a wall. Nike all of a sudden found themselves too much inventory. The sales were going down, and they had to pull out of about 3 major footwear manufacturers in Korea, in South Korea, and just when we needed it. So that saved us again. I say that was luck, but that's how we managed to get from 300 to 900 million in revenues.
What an amazing story. What an amazing story. So I'm now coming on to my rapid fire. So rapid fire is quick one. Your role model. Your role model.
My role model.
Yes. A name.
A name?
Yes. A name of your role model. Who's your role model?
Oh, who's my role model?
Yes.
Well, my role model would be Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill, yes. I mean, it's I don't know if you've read any of his books, but Winston Churchill, he was a wonderful orator, a wonderful wit. And of course, I think he gave the Commonwealth the strength during World War II. And that sort of example for me is incredible. And if ever you get to Paris, there's a wonderful statue there of Winston Churchill. It's probably the best statue that I've seen of him. And it's underneath, "We will never surrender."
Yes.
Yeah. And that for me, that epitomizes the man.
Got some glory. If there is a Hollywood or a British actor who could play your film of life, who would you choose?
I think you better ask Julie that question because
But Joe, have a go, have a go. If there is one actor who could play your life.
Give me a few names. Who could play my life?
Okay, so this is to the audience. Who
Yeah.
do you
Any
think?
suggestions?
This is a question to the audience.
Brad Pitt, maybe?
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
Oh, I've met Robert De Niro. Yes, that's he came to one of our tennis pro celebrity tennis tournaments. Robert De Niro. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Would you agree?
I'm sure that I'm sure he's heard of us. Well, he must have because he came to one of our tournaments.
Okay. Your favorite drink?
Well, my favorite drink of the present is Negroni.
Nice.
You
Nice.
know Negroni? Yes, Negroni.
Your favorite line? Line. Your quote? Yes.
Well, I guess it's the same as Winston Churchill. We will never surrender.
We will never surrender. Amazing. This is easy. Your favorite book?
My favorite book.
Shoemaker.
Oh, well, it's got to be Shoemaker, of course, yes. mean, outside of shoemaker, I have a lot of books, and I like Dan Brown. I think his stories are very, very good. Beyond that, where would I go? I think it would have to be a Dan Brown book.
Dan Brown. Okay. Yeah, we are out of questions here. Questions from the audience? Here is your chance. The founder of Reebok, no less. Opportunity of a lifetime.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Joe, for your time. Nathan, you are doing a great job. In your experience of hiring, senior leaders in your organization, what are some of the qualities, attributes? What did you look for?
Oh, the question is, if you were to hire a leader, what qualities would you look for?
Qualities in a leader. I think it's somebody who listens. I think it's somebody who wants to build a team and knows how to build a team and wants to share with that team. The one thing that I wanted to avoid always when it was a question of people was ego. I didn't want people with ego. We only had one word, and that was Reebok. It wasn't even Joe Foster. It was Reebok. Everybody had to believe in the company. So the leader would have to believe in the company, the product, and would have to build a good team. So somebody who can build a good team and give them the responsibility, give them the ownership. And I think that's so important that to have a successful business, you need a lot of people, and you need them to believe in the company and to have that ownership of the company. So yes, he needs to be able to be a good team leader.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you.
Joe, this is Sanjay Raj from Vision India 2032. You crossed the pond, you followed your heart, you broke off from the family business, and then launched your own. You set a great leadership example. When you look at the world today, what's happening, the fragmented approaches everywhere, what a good moderator said, the dog-eat-dog culture. What is your message to the youngsters, to the next generation who are raring to go and conquer the planet? Thank you.
His message to the youngsters who are here today. Message to the youngsters. Yes.
I think there's tremendous opportunities now. There were tremendous opportunities when I was a youngster, but the world is yours. And now we have a digital world. We have tremendous opportunities. So for me is whatever you do, whatever you want to go into, make sure that you enjoy it. Make sure you're having fun. I do get asked many times, what are the three most important things about growing a business? And in order to do that, you must have fun. Number one is have fun. And number two is to have a lot more fun. And number three is to make sure it's absolutely fun.
Great one. Great one. Okay.
Hi, Joe. Hope you're doing good. So the question that I have is, after the introduction of Reebok, there was a time in the market where Nike and Adidas had the major share. So there was a downfall in the sales of Reebok because there was a time where Reebok sales were very low, and I have the first-hand experience of it. So in that case, what was going through your mind, and what were the strategies that you had in your mind to bring or get into the market again?
Do I say that we were number one? And what's the strategy to get back?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm sorry, but my hearing doesn't pick up, it vibrates for me, and I think it's something to do with age. So I apologize for not quite picking up the questions. Okay, yes, we became number one. We overtook Adidas, we overtook Nike, and we were number one. And that was probably one of the great moments of my life, that when we became number one. Unfortunately, well, I stepped back in the end of 1989, and I think Reebok did fantastic during the 90s, but then something went wrong. And that growth, that building of the company, or scaling of the company, as we call it now, it didn't continue. And eventually the company was sold to Adidas. And of course, Adidas and Reebok we really occupied the same space. So Adidas were not going to look after Reebok. So Reebok the sales went down. However, the spirit of the company, and it's there today. We were with the Reebok team today, the new Reebok team, here in Bangalore. And you can see that spirit is still there. Now, what has happened is that Authentic Brand Group, which is an American group, have now bought the company, and they have licensed this out, and it's licensed out here now in India. It's another ABG, and we met their team, and they're incredible. But the beautiful thing now is, and where is Reebok going, is that Reebok has been under the shadow of Adidas. Now it's out. Now it's become unleashed. And what will now happen with all these licenses, I think there's over 350,000 outlets now within the licenses of these new companies. So what we're going to see is a lot more Reebok. Visibility is going to give growth back to Reebok. We were a $4 billion company. We went down to about $1.5 billion. ABG expect us back up to $5 billion within 2 years, and $10 billion by 1930, by 1930, wow, by 2030. So visibility is the first thing. Plus also the way that ABG are operating this, the licensee has a lot of power, a lot of ability to develop the brands. There's a central brand called Reebok Design Group. They just are policemen. But the individual groups now, and I think you'll see this, there'll be some tremendous footwear now, some tremendous Reebok shoes. And as I said, the first thing that is going to happen is visibility. So this is where Reebok is going, and I think it's going to be a very exciting time. I think Adidas will be a little worried now, because Adidas have just gone through a slightly difficult period, and I hope we get up there and make Nike also nervous. So I think Reebok are growing and growing fast.
Thank you, Joe. I hope
Thank
Lady
you.
Duck is with you.
We have a couple of questions, one from the lady up here.
A very good evening, Joe. I suppose that obviously Reebok has a lot of competitors, and it will be encountering many more competitors in the coming years. So I would like you to give a quick message for all your competitors.
What message do I have for the competitors?
Yes.
Right. Well, I think that, as I said before, we look for white space, and there will be some white space. And now that we have a lot of new and young people looking after the brand, I think the competitors have got to expect Reebok now to start on that journey back to being number one. You know, people have said, well, we're aiming to be number 3. Well, no, that's only the third step on that ladder. You've got to get to number 1. And if you've got the right culture, and we had a tremendous winning culture when I was with the company, and what I see now, we saw it this morning. Julie and I were at the Reebok headquarters, and it was fantastic. The culture is right, and the people there are right. And if you love the brand, and this is what we try and spread, that the love for the brand, and it's that ownership, it's that feeling that, oh yes, you know, this is not a job. And as I was saying this morning, you don't come here to work. You come here to enjoy life. and that fun, to have fun and to create and to help build a brand that was number one, gone through a few difficult times, but is going to come back to number one. So for the opposition, for anybody out there, yeah, beware, we're coming back.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. The Bangalore culture is great. Thank you. There's another question from there. Yes.
Hi, good evening. And Mr. Foster, you were talking about the love to the brand, the growth story. My question would be probably the one before competitors. Was it easy for you to let go of your family business? What were the reasons at that period of time that brought you to this decision to professionalize, to further to be acquired? Was it easy, and what were your reasons?
Well, to me, I think if you have a product or a name or a brand, you've got to look after the brand. And you know, one person can only put so much into that brand. And if you want, you can stop other people coming in. You can stop other influences. For me, it was, okay, this is an opportunity for Reebok to grow, or we'll say now scale. This is an opportunity for Reebok. That opportunity I can't miss. So owning the brand is one thing. Loving a brand is another. Wanting the brand to succeed is something different. And you can change a CEO, you can change a CFO, you can change everybody in the company. You can't change a founder. So I will always be the founder as long as I'm here.
Amazing.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, one last question.
Joe, I thought your message to competitors would be run and back. Okay.
I think I've heard of them.
No. Okay. So my question is, at that point in time, there was a Runner's World magazine that changed the fortunes of Reebok. Today, perhaps you have partners like ABG outside and also ABG in India. And you don't need a Runner's World magazine because today customers themselves rate the products that they use. They are the biggest brand ambassadors, and they're the biggest word of mouth for products is the biggest selling point. So do you think, and are you more confident with this change that has happened from 1979, the year that you went to the US, the year that I was born? So I was like, wow. But do you think that that entire change is really positive for the brand today?
What I'm getting from that is, okay, so it's been through ownership of Reebok as an independent company. Then it was with Nike, with Adidas, and now it's a new system with ABG. ABG, very similar to when I operated the company. I used to put licensees on. A bit different because the retail of footwear, sports retail was different. Right now, it's in the hands of a few people with a lot of outlets. In my day, it was a lot of outlets, and each outlet you had to deal with separately. So the business is different. And the way that ABG are now running the company, we learned today that the license they have here is for 40 years. So that licensee feels that he owns the brand. And that's what is so important. And I think that the way that ABG are now operating, it is going to be better than the way Nike and Adidas, who just have one central office and everything comes out from there. Okay, there's a lot of people involved in retail. But when it comes to the thinking, to the growth of the brand, you need a lot of people. Plus, you need them all in the different cultures. And this is what I learned when I was going out there. And I did a lot of traveling in the world and a lot of putting on different distribution. And what I also learned is that a lot of Americans want everybody to be like America, and they're not. Everybody, there's so many different cultures. This is such a different culture than what we have in Europe. Such a different culture than America. But with a brand, you need to have the identity of the brand, but it needs to be part of the culture. And I think the way that ABG are doing it now, I wouldn't be surprised if the growth is absolutely fantastic, because they're working with the culture. And the culture, that's where you get the growth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we leave, I want to make a promise to you. I promise that as soon as I get out, I will buy myself a Reebok shoe.
Thank you very much. Please do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. And it's been a day of deliberations. I have a couple of names to take, starting with the audience here. Bangalore, thank you so much. Can you clap for yourself? Nevertheless, our boss, the editor-in-chief and chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra, who couldn't be with us, but it's his vision to believe in these festivals. We're going to 21 cities, and it takes a lot of courage to do this, and we've been doing it wonderfully. He's hearing me, but thank you for enabling and making this possible. Our small team, which is traveling, starting with Devika, who is curating it, Priyanshi, our youngest in the team, and Prashant, the man who is handling the entire piece. Of course, the moderators, I mean, apart from the business world ones, they have been wonderful. The authors, of course, the diversity they brought here. Of course, sir, to you for traveling and on his Made in India trip. I mean, thanks for joining us and sharing the success story. To the students who are here asking very pointed questions, to the hotel staff and everyone, thank you so much. We'll go to Jaipur next, then to many other cities. Keep that love coming. Thank you so much.